As summer wanes and the heat lingers, the sun blazes fiercely over the peaks of Dusa Mountain. The mountain paths are treacherous, with rocky cliffs rising sharply on either side, and a stream cascades downward between them, its splashing waters dancing upon the emerald stones, creating a fine mist of droplets. A convoy of horse-drawn carriages rests beneath the shade of trees by the stream, where passers-by are drawing water and seeking respite from the heat. This is the carriage of the Wang family from Yuecheng en route to the Taiyin sect, a prestigious cultivators sect in Duzhou for the selection of disciples. The Taiyin sect is one of the prominent sects of Duzhou, and every decade, during the selection competition, the finest talent from various cities converge here, showcasing their abilities, all in hopes of distinguishing themselves and embarking on the path of cultivation. At this moment, Wang Xiao, the young lord of Yuecheng, sits in the carriage, enjoying the coolness. At the age of 17, he has already attained the mid-foundation stage of cultivation, being just a step away from the third level of foundation establishment. With several dozen days remaining until the selection competition at Gufeng Mountain, he plans to nurture himself daily with spiritual herbs and elixirs, along with relentless practice, hoping to advance to the late foundation stage before the competition begins. Wang Xiao embodies the hopes of the entire Yuecheng. As a small border town, Yuecheng is scarcely noted on the map of Duzhou. It has been many years since a cultivator from this town successfully reached the golden core stage. Wang Xiao began cultivating qi at the age of 10 and established his foundation at 12, taking 5 years to progress from the first to the second level of foundation establishment. Should he succeed in breaking through this time, he would become the first prodigy from Yuecheng to attain the late foundation stage before turning 18. If he manages to join the Taiyin sect and become a disciple, the people of Yuecheng would surely take pride in their accomplishments. Thus, all the spiritual stones, medicinal herbs, and elixirs from the entire Yu city were presented as tribute to this prodigy. Beside Wang Xiao sat a beautiful maiden clad in green, his fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Yang family in Yu city, Yang Zhanxi. Accompanying Wang Xiao to the Taiyin sect selection tournament, Miss Yang displayed little interest in cultivating immortality. Though of similar age to Wang Xiao, she had barely reached the initial stage of qi refinement. For the women of Yu city, rather than toiling in arduous training, it was far more advantageous to marry a cultivator, reaping glory while ensuring a life free from want and earning the respect of others. "Ah Xiao, have some tea," Miss Yang said, smiling as she brought a cup to Wang Xiao's lips. However, Wang Xiao's gaze drifted elsewhere, and he rose, stating, "I shall step outside for a moment." As he swept out of the carriage, Miss Yang's delicate features contorted with a hint of malice, and she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "That vixen." The maid Hong Su approached with concern, asking, "Miss, do you think the young master intends to take that woman as well? She is merely dreaming." Accompanying her brother Mu Chengxiao to the Taiyin sect selection was Lu Yunxin. Although not biological siblings, Lu Yunxin's parents had taken in the orphan Mu Chengxiao, and after the death of Liu's parents, the two had relied on each other. Wang Xiao had long admired Lu Yunxin's beauty, yet her impoverished background rendered her unsuitable for his status as a wife. However, as a concubine, she would more than suffice. Regrettably, Lu Yunxin remains oblivious to his overtures, repeatedly disregarding his advances. Moreover, her elder brother, Mu Zhengxiao, guarded her as one would against a thief, leaving him with no opportunity to act. Just moments after exchanging a few words with Lu Yunxin, Mu Zhengxiao, who was fetching water, swiftly approached and positioned himself before Wang Xiao, exclaiming with indignation, "Wang Xiao, what do you intend to do?" Wang Xiao regarded the figure of Mu Zhengxiao before him. The youthful lad possessed striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes, and although his attire bore patches, there was an undeniable air of clarity and determination about him. It was said that he began cultivating at the tender age of 8 and was once regarded by the citizens of Yuecheng as a promising talent. Yet, to this day, He had not succeeded in establishing his foundation. "Miss Liu, I have heard that your health is not well." Wang Xiao, displaying remarkable composure, smiled at Lu Yunxin. "Your brother seeks entrance into the Taiyin sect, perhaps in hopes of acquiring elixirs or herbs to remedy your ailment. While I understand the profound bond you share as siblings, I must suggest," he cast a scornful glance at Xiao. "Is it not somewhat naive to place your hopes on one who has yet to establish their foundation? You would be far better off as my woman when I gain entry into the Taiyin sect. You would have free access to their elixirs and herbs." Silence. Before he could finish, Xiao interrupted, seething with anger. "You are shameless. A worthless individual has no right to speak of others." The tension between the two escalated, swords seemingly drawn, when suddenly a cry emanated from beside the water. "Young master, something terrible has happened. You must come quickly." The two disputants turned their gaze towards the stream. The weather was splendid, devoid of even a whisper of wind. Below, the brook surged forth like a white silk ribbon, and faintly, shadows flitted across the water surface. In the next instant, several dark shapes shot up from the water, darting into the figures of those nearby. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of screams. "It hurts! Ah! Help! What is this? My eyes! My eyes!" The horses, suddenly startled, attempted to bolt forward, but the reins were ensnared by a tree, causing the occupants of the carriage to tumble out. Young Lady Yang tumbled out, scrambling to her feet and seeking refuge behind Wang Xiao, her voice trembling with fear. "Heavens, what is happening?" "That is the beast known as Domain," murmured Xiao. "What is Domain?" Wang Xiao frowned. As he observed Xiangxi's silhouette, he pulled Lu Yunxin back, mocking, "Never seen a fool escorting their own demise." At that moment, the water gap nestled between the cliffs surged violently, the surface of the stream rising instantaneously to engulf their feet, threatening to submerge the very ground beneath them. Simultaneously, the dark shapes beneath the brook became increasingly apparent. The sound of splashes echoed, and the surrounding maidservants and attendants cried out in terror, staining the waters crimson. Wang Xiao, paralyzed by fear, fled while clutching his head, oblivious to his fiancée and Lu Yunxin. Lu Yunxin, already frail, gasped for breath after only a few hurried strides. Witnessing this, young Lady Yang's expression darkened. She seized Lu Yunxin by the shoulder, attempting to thrust her into the water. A solitary droplet emerged from the splashing brook, shattering upon a moss-covered rock. Yet in an instant, it restored itself to the form of a dewdrop. Lu Yunxin let out a startled cry, her eyes widening in shock. A hand seized her arm. In disbelief, she was about to speak when a voice from behind bellowed, "Yunxin, run! It's behind you. Be careful." A woman's exclamation echoed in her ears. Lu Yunxin felt a force propelling her away, and the verdant shadow at her side was abruptly engulfed by a dark silhouette. The water's surface gradually settled, and the damp earth, kissed by sunlight, began to emanate a faint, iridescent glow, as if everything were but a fleeting illusion. Liu Yunxin murmured, "Mi Xiang has fallen." Chapter 3. Domain. The cave was remarkably dry. After 5 consecutive nights of toil, her strength waned. She had purchased a boxed meal from the convenience store downstairs, but had barely touched it before succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening, she found herself in this peculiar place, and it was challenging to articulate her feelings at that moment. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a dark, massive creature approaching from the depths of the water. Instinctively, she pushed the girl beside her aside, only to hear someone call out the girl's name, Yunxin, and another voice perhaps referring to her as Miss Yang. She was merely an ordinary working-class individual, unworthy of being addressed as Miss. It was unclear how long she had been lost in thought until she noticed the jade pendant at her waist, inscribed with the word Zhanxi. An inkling of realization dawned upon young Zhanxi. Perhaps she had traversed into a realm within a novel titled At the Pinnacle of the Nine Heavens. A tale of cultivation and ascension. It felt like a tragic farce. Upon returning to the terrestrial realm, the first act she performed before the gathered crowd was to slay the Miss Yang, who had covertly plotted against Lu Yunxin, thus forging a deadly enmity with Wang Xiao. She had unwittingly activated the I am the protagonist, and I shall confront all adversaries mode. Although the plot was rather cliché, it possessed coherence and logical flow. However, upon her arrival in this world, young Zhanxi witnessed the domain of monstrous beasts. In a moment of peril, she instinctively shoved Lu Yunxin aside, resulting in her own fall into the water, and it was she, the unfortunate soul, who was swept into the cave by the monstrous aura. As young Zhanxi rose to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings. The cave was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a faint glimmer from above. Appearing to be a great distance away, young Zhanxi let out 2 cries, but before her voice could fully resonate, it vanished as if extinguished by a mere touch, dissipating into nothingness. The ground beneath her was remarkably soft. As she sifted through it with her hands, she found only dry, white sand, akin to a desert. Despite having plunged into the depths of water, the underwater cavern was devoid of even a single drop. Such an illogical phenomenon could only exist within the realm of immortal cultivation narratives. Yet, if this continued, would she perish from thirst before finding an exit? How did the male protagonist in the original tale discover his way out after acquiring his golden finger? The golden finger. Yes, where was that? It was akin to a power-up, a boon so formidable that it brought sorrow to the villains and made the minions weep. Just as young Zhanxi pondered this, she suddenly felt a sharp pain at her fingertip. Looking down, illuminated by the faint light filtering from above, she realized that the shell snail she had previously cradled in her palm had somehow made its way to her fingertip, where a small red droplet had emerged. Was she bleeding? Young Zhanxi was taken aback. Surely a snail's bite could not draw blood. What kind of nonsensical premise was this? In the next moment, the ground beneath her began to tremble violently, and fragments of the cavern walls started to cascade down. Crouching down and shielding her head, she sought refuge when a sudden, peculiar radiance erupted from her palm. Unlike the dim glow of the cavern ceiling, this light was blinding, bursting forth from her hand, momentarily causing her to feel as if she were being scorched by flames. The brilliance emanated from the shell snail. The snail, no larger than a fingernail, gradually became indistinct amidst the surging radiance, eventually transforming into a transparent orb. This orb appeared to possess a life of its own, as the blood that flowed from her fingertips was drawn into it, gradually tinting its color a deep crimson. Time passed unmeasured until the tremors beneath her ceased and the light dissipated. Young Zhanxi steadied herself and gazed at the crimson orb nestled in her palm. It was roughly the size of an eyeball, cool to the touch, resembling a glass bead. At first glance, it appeared red, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of flame burning within the transparent sphere. The flame continued to blaze, seemingly eternal. The Xiaoyuan orb, Zhanxi murmured. In the original tale, this orb served as the protagonist Mu Xingxiao's designated artifact. The Xiaoyuan orb was capable of remarkable feats. It could sense spiritual treasures, enhance cultivation, and shorten the time required for ascension, providing critical support during perilous moments. It was an indispensable tool for rising through the ranks. Because of this orb, the oft-derided Mu Xingxiao experienced a meteoric rise in power just before the Taiyin sect selection trials, advancing directly from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, and then to the early stages of Golden Core, gaining prominence during the trials and redeeming his past failures, ultimately securing his place as a disciple of the Taiyin sect. Now, as Lu Yunxin found herself in peril, it was she who played the role of the damsel in distress, she who fell into the ravine, she who was ensnared by demonic energy. And it was only natural that she would acquire the coveted Xiaoyuan orb. Thus, young Zhanxi pondered, had the narrative shifted? As she uttered these words, the mysterious orb in her hand suddenly transformed into a wisp of crimson smoke, swiftly darting into her body. The orb entered her being like a fleeting vapor, leaving no trace behind. Zhanxi reached out to touch her chest, feeling a small, warm spot at her heart, akin to the gentle warmth of a stove in winter. Yet not uncomfortable. This was likely the moment of the treasure recognizing its master. In every tale of cultivation and adventure, the protagonist's drop of blood upon a treasure instantly awakens its sentience, forging an unbreakable bond. Then, like the most loyal of lovers, it opens the doors to new realms for the hero. This orb was no exception. However, the most pressing matter at hand was how to escape this place. She attempted to place her hand against the cavern wall, concentrating her energy in her dantian, and with a shout, she struck the wall with her palm. Tiny grains of sand cascaded down from the wall, and Zhanxi cried out in pain, staring at her suddenly reddened palm, realizing her thoughts had been overly simplistic. Indeed, the narratives in novels can be deceiving. This path was unviable. Rising to her feet, she paused for a moment, sensing a faint, cool breeze emanating from a certain direction ahead. A breeze? The only source of light in this cave was above her, surrounded by walls on all sides. Where could the wind be coming from? After a brief moment of hesitation, she felt the breeze, perhaps due to the influence of the orb, becoming increasingly pronounced, as if forming a long, continuous thread. Following this line, she could find its source. She stood up and cautiously moved toward the direction from which the breeze was blowing. Time became indistinct as she traversed the darkness, until suddenly, just when she thought the shadows were everlasting, a glimmer of light appeared before her. Unlike the faint and distant light above, this glimmer was accompanied by the sound of water. Not far from the cavern wall, a narrow fissure appeared, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Zhanxi hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. She did not recklessly dive out, but instead leaned against the crack to peer outside. An endless curtain of water loomed, and the sound of a waterfall crashing into the depths resonated above her. Raising her gaze, she could faintly discern the silhouette of a mountain peak. A surge of joy filled Zhanxi's heart, and she momentarily dismissed the illogical notion of why water would not flow through the stone crevice. One thing was clear: beyond lay a stream, and if she could make it out, swimming upwards would lead her to the bank. As she tentatively extended a leg, a shadow suddenly emerged from the previously tranquil water curtain. It was neither particularly large nor small, roughly the size of a cow, yet devoid of any distinct shape, merely a vague, flat mass. It resembled the static snowflakes of a television without signal, or perhaps a swarm of countless black ants amalgamated into a singular form. Those afflicted with a fear of dense clusters might well have succumbed to despair at the sight. Concealed within the stream, beneath the placid surface, lay a domain known as yuan, or short fox, capable of shooting sand to harm others. Those ensnared would experience tightened muscles, headaches, fever, and in severe cases, death. The idiom to shoot sand and cast shadows derives from this very phenomenon. This entity favored hiding in water, and no one had ever truly glimpsed its true visage. Now, as Zhanxi finally caught sight of it, it appeared as though obscured by a mosaic, nothing of particular beauty. Thus, a question arose: could this delicate woman truly engage in a barehanded struggle beneath the water with a mass reminiscent of a blurred image? Moreover, this mosaic figure is a remote mage. This is not merely a challenging mode. It is akin to hellish mode. Zhanxi found herself seated on the ground, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of desolation regarding her future. Remaining in this place posed no immediate danger, but starvation loomed inevitable. One cannot subsist on mere soil. Venturing outside, she would encounter a menacing mosaic beast, lurking with intent. This is not a tale of cultivation, but rather a narrative of survival. The prerequisite for vanquishing demonic beasts is possessing sufficient cultivation. Must she truly train here? Zhanxi recalled from the original text that this namesake female foil had abysmally low cultivation, her existence seemingly serving merely to highlight Lu Yunxin's benevolence and to aid the foil Wan Xiao and the male protagonist Mu Xingxiu in solidifying their enmity. The original work described Miss Yang primarily in terms of her beauty, arrogance, and malice, scarcely touching upon her cultivation prowess. Yet upon reflection, it is unlikely to have been remarkable. However, the present Miss Yang has transformed into Yang Zhanxi. As a modern-day corporate worker, Yang Zhanxi is not only unversed in cultivation, but has never even attempted fitness. The closest she could claim to any related activity would be the Tai Chi exercises from her middle school physical education classes. She pondered how characters and novels cultivate. After exhausting her thoughts for quite some time, she finally mimicked the posture and sat upright. The first step should be to enter seclusion and meditate. Is it not so? Sitting cross-legged, she relaxed her body. What is the second step? Uncertain, perhaps akin to yoga, closing her eyes, focusing her mind, emptying her thoughts, regulating her breath, inhaling deeply, exhaling slowly. Perhaps since her arrival in this world, she had never truly paused. As soon as she allowed herself to relax, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, as if on the brink of slumber, yet her countenance gradually relaxed. She felt herself floating in the air, her body becoming extraordinarily light. Though ensconced in a dry sandy hollow, it was as if a warm current of water coursed gently over her, just the right temperature. The flow seemed to breathe, akin to the gills of a fish, inhaling and exhaling air in rhythmic motion. With her eyes closed, Zhanxi remained unaware that from her heart emanated a faint golden light, gradually revealing countless beams resembling flowing water from the outer veil. as if drawn in by the mysterious pearl, slipping through crevices in the stone and quietly entering the meditative form of the still Zhanxi. Had there been a cultivator present, they would have immediately recognized the process of refining essence into qi and qi into spirit. This seemingly inconsequential girl had, in this brief span, transcended to a higher state. On the cusp of entering the foundational stage, far from the water's edge, Miss Yang's devoted maid, Hong Su, clung to Wang Xiao's leg, weeping pitifully. "Young lord, I beseech you, save our young mistress. She is, after all, your fiancée." Wang Xiao, in a fit of impatience, kicked her hand away. His tone icy. "Zhanxi has already been dragged into the water by that monstrous beast. She cannot possibly be alive. That beast is akin to a late-stage foundational cultivator. Do you wish for us all to perish?" His words were brutally unfeeling, and Hongsu nearly fainted from her sobbing. Wang Xiao strode to another spot, where Lu Yunxin and Mu Xingxiao were bound hand and foot and cast beneath a tree. "Miss Lu, you have caused the demise of my fiancée. Tell me, how shall you compensate for this?" Wang Xiao gazed down at Lu Yunxin with an air of superiority. Lu Yunxin, startled and drenched, stood there in her wet garments that clung to her form, accentuating her delicate silhouette, fragile as a pristine lotus flower, evoking deep compassion. "Nonsense!" Mu Chengxiao exclaimed in anger. "It is evident that Yang Zhanxi intentionally pushed Yunxin into the water. She merely fell in by accident, reaping what she sowed. Do not cast false accusations." "Accident?" Wang Xiao chuckled, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. "Who witnessed it? Did you see it?" He inquired of a nearby attendant, who shook his head vigorously. He then turned to another servant. "Did you see it?" The servant shook his head like a drum. "I speak to Miss Mu, yet you interject, Wang." Wang Xiao glared menacingly at Mu Chengxiao. He had long desired Lu Yunxin's company. Had it not been for Mu Chengxiao's interference, Lu would have already been his. Before Lu Yunxin, he refrained from violence, but come nightfall, a smirk crept upon Wang Xiao's lips. In this world, Mu Chengxiao would no longer exist. Mu Chengxiao ventured to the water gorge that night, only to be slain by a beast, a perfectly reasonable justification. He hummed a cheerful tune as he departed. While beneath the tree, Lu Yunxin turned to the youth beside her. "Brother Mu, what shall we do? I do not wish to marry young Master Wang." "Do not worry. I shall not allow you to wed such a man," Mu Chengxiao whispered. "Tonight, I will take you away." "Brother Mu." Lu Yunxin hesitated for a moment. "What is it?" "Miss Yang truly fell to save me," Lu Yunxin confessed. "At that moment, she was about to be attacked by the beast. And it was Miss Yang who pushed me away." "Do not speak on her behalf," Mu Xingxiu frowned. "I observed clearly from a distance. She pushed you from behind. That woman, arrogant and overbearing, frequently resorts to corporal punishment and has attempted multiple times to mar your beauty. How could she possibly possess such benevolence? This is retribution. Do not concern yourself with it." Lu Yunxin sighed, gazing at the distant maid who wept inconsolably, pondering. Has Miss Yang truly perished? Yet, Yang Zhanxi was far from dead. In fact, her current condition was remarkably splendid. Every part of her body felt as though it had been enveloped in the warmth of a hot spring, both soothing and invigorating. She felt neither hunger nor fatigue. She was rejuvenated, a stark contrast to her former self. Upon opening her eyes, she wondered if it was merely her imagination that her vision had improved. She could even discern the intricate patterns in the stone crevices above her. Rising to her feet, she found her legs possessed significantly more strength than before. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she pondered whether this transformation signified the successful culmination of her cultivation. Once more, she pried open the stone crevice and, as expected, beheld the swirling mass of mosaic. Was this encouraging her to take a bold action? Zhanxi hesitated. She must believe in the power of her fortuitous encounter, trust that the protagonist would not meet their demise. The fact that this orb sought to instigate a change indicated that the narrative arc was indeed correct. Summoning her courage, she slipped through the stone crevice. One end of the crevice opened into a sandy hollow, while the other led to a curtain of water. Strangely, traversing from one end to the other felt unchanged. Remarkably, the water curtain seemed to possess a natural barrier, separating the water as if by design. Rather than a flowing river, it is more akin to air. The monstrous creature in this realm is merely a vague mosaic, devoid of eyes or a nose, yet possesses an acute sensitivity. The moment the star of Zhan emerged, it lunged toward her. The beast, lurking in the water and harboring malevolent intentions, became emboldened as a human plunged into its depths. For a fleeting instant, Zhan experienced a moment of panic, but she quickly realized that she could glide effortlessly through the water, encountering no resistance whatsoever. With a powerful push of her feet, it felt as though she were springing from a trampoline, soaring high into the air. Her fists seemed imbued with an immense strength as she swung them. Invisible currents appeared to accompany her movements. Zhan was beset by the illusion that a single punch could shatter the beast before her into oblivion. Was this the power of the Xiaoyuan pearl? In the crystalline water curtain, the colossal creature surged toward her, initially appearing quite beautiful. If one could disregard the nauseating stench of the water, it might even be tinged with the metallic scent of human blood. Unfazed, Zhan delivered a punch. In an instant, the swarm of dark dots scattered, and a jet of black liquid erupted from the beast, catching Zhan off guard and splattering her face. A searing, burning sensation radiated from her skin. Chapter 5. Escape. The water curtain returned to tranquility. On the soft, sandy floor of the cave, 2 droplets of blood stained the sand, transforming it into clumps of crimson. Leaning against a crevice in the rocks, Zhan surveyed her injuries, her appearance quite disheveled. What could be more humiliating than setting out with unwavering confidence to achieve greatness, only to be thoroughly bested by a monstrous creature? Having received a stinging slap to the face, she felt genuine pain. Did the original tale not promise that with the Xiaoyuan pearl, one could conquer the heavens and the earth? Why is it that it fails to work for her? Had she not desperately escaped into the crevice at a critical moment? Where the entity could not pursue, she might have already lost her life. Yet, it shouldn't be like this. Just moments ago, she had indeed made contact with the entity's form. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, akin to touching cotton candy that is yet to fully dissolve. With a peculiar sticky density, her fists had indeed crushed the entity's body. However, once those dark specks dissipated like a swarm of ants, they swiftly reassembled. This creature cannot be vanquished. Zhanxi settled against the wall of the crevice. The original text did not provide a detailed description of this beast, as most of the narrative focused on the protagonist's cultivation journey. Thus, she remained unaware of this creature's weaknesses. Does it truly lack vulnerabilities? Zhanxi lowered her gaze to the ground, where the breeze from the water curtain caused her shadow to sway slightly. Thankfully, her reflection was not visible in the water. She mused. While one could evade the sand shot from the beast's mouth, ensuring that her shadow also dodged accurately seemed rather challenging. Wait, a shadow? This creature has a penchant for launching surprise attacks on others' shadows. Does it, itself, lack a shadow? As her thoughts raced, Zhanxi turned, pressing her head against the edge of the crevice to peer outside. Beneath the water, the beast's indistinct form occasionally flickered past. In the past, it would have been difficult to discern, but perhaps due to the influence of the Xiaoyuan pearl, she could perceive the minutiae with clarity. Consequently, she noticed a small dark shape hanging beneath the entity, resembling a tail. This shadow differed from the entity's body. It was darker in hue and appeared more solid. It is not large, merely the size of a palm. At first glance, it is easily overlooked, but upon closer inspection, one can discern the subtle differences within. Is this the shadow of the domain? If so, this beast is undeniably cunning. Its true form appears as ethereal as a shadow, while the shadow itself seems remarkably solid. The beast of the domain delights in lurking beneath the water, casting its sandy projections. If the shadow is indeed this creature's weakness, one wonders if it could be vanquished. However, Zhanxi gazed at her injured hand. If the shadow dissipates upon contact, just as the true form did moments ago, what then? Moreover, there is nothing else here to serve as a weapon. Surely, one cannot resort to throwing sand. The beast casts sand at her, and she retaliates by hurling sand back. What is this, a childish squabble? Nevertheless, the sand within the cave is far preferable to the black sludge expelled by the domain. At least it lacks the nauseating stench of vomit and appears quite clean and dry. Zhanxi crouched on the ground, scooping up a handful of sand, watching as it slipped through her fingers, when a sudden thought struck her. The fissure in the rock lay right before her. Although the beast is colossal, it is essentially a mosaic, capable of altering its shape at will. Slipping through the gap is not out of the question. Yet, the cavity within the fissure and the watery curtain outside are distinctly separate realms. Initially, she suspected it was due to the Xiaoyuan pearl. Yet during her recent confrontation with the beast, it exhibited no signs of fear. If not for the Xiaoyuan pearl, the cave would consist solely of these white grains of sand. Could it be that the domain is deterred by these very grains, thus refraining from approaching? She left a grain of sand on her fingertips, bringing her hand close to the stone crevice. As the monstrous beast swept past, she abruptly propelled the small shadow forward. During her earlier struggle with the beast, Zhanxi had discerned that her eyes seemed to perceive a flow of energy emanating from her being, which she could manipulate at will. At that moment, this energy, carrying the grain of sand, surged toward the indistinct shadow, striking true at its center. A harsh, ghastly scream erupted, accompanied by the beast's violent thrashing. The splashes of water stirred up, nearly toppling Zhanxi, who was crouched by the stone fissure in observation. Feeling a surge of confidence, she spat on the ground, scooped a large clump of white sand, and squeezed it through the crevice, hurling it like a snowball into the shadow that seemed to have come alive, as if afflicted by a fit. In an instant, a column of water shot skyward, and beneath the surface, violent tremors ensued. By the stream, the water lay still and undisturbed, while a tree wren perched nearby called out twice. Tilting its head at the figure crouched by the brook, the young maid squatted at the water's edge, tears cascading down her cheeks. Behind her, an elderly coachman sighed and called out, "Hongsu, come here, it is dangerous." The young lady is yet to emerge. With tear-filled eyes, Hongsu wiped them with her hand. "I cannot leave. The young lady will not come out." The coachman's expression was one of despair. It had already been 6 days. Even if she had not fallen victim to the beast, she would have. It is impossible for a living person to remain submerged for 6 days. The Wang family's carriage had departed, leaving only 2 stubborn servants of the Yang family to vigilantly guard this place. Yet, it is common knowledge that such a scenario is utterly impossible. Hongsu could not contain her grief, burying her face in her hands and weeping, "Mississippi, the miss is gone." Just as her sobs turned into hiccups, a familiar voice resonated through the air. "Excuse me, Hongsu paused, lowering her hands, and beheld a curious girl in green attire by the water's edge. Her dress was splattered with large patches of black mud, emanating a faint, unpleasant odor. A ray of sunlight broke through, illuminating her figure, and her eyes sparkled with the same brightness as before. Her lips curved slightly in a perplexed yet concerned smile. "You're sitting so close to the water's edge. Aren't you afraid of being taken away by a monster? The sun is nearly setting." The twilight enveloped the mountains in a warm glow. The clamor of the day faded, and the night began to cool. In the late summer mountains, the fog thickened, and as the fire crackled to life, the chill was momentarily dispelled. The young girl, with her double-looped hairstyle, appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age. Her eyes still puffy from earlier tears, resembling a little goldfish. However, the return of Miss Young was a momentous occasion, and the girl was consumed by joy. Offering roasted bird eggs to Zhanxi while exclaiming, "Miss, let us rise early tomorrow to continue our journey. We should encounter the young lord in Pingyang town." Indeed, the coachman, old Nyo, chimed in. The young lord must be quite worried about the young lady. Upon hearing this, Zhanxi lost her appetite for the roasted eggs. The young lord referred to was none other than Wang Xiao, the young lord of Yuecheng, who, in the tale of At the Pinnacle of the Nine Heavens, was the betrothed of the ill-fated Miss Yang. This individual is both malevolent and lecherous, exhibiting a brazen and overbearing demeanor throughout the original narrative. As the male protagonist's first target for retribution, he harbors a profound animosity, firmly establishing himself as a quintessential antagonist. My recollection of Wang Xiao is notably vivid, perhaps due to the fact that he is the betrothed of my namesake, the female supporting character. Anyone with even a modicum of acquaintance would surely contemplate salvaging the situation. Moreover, he could have simply departed while leaving a few retainers behind. Yet, aside from the 2 servants of the Yang family, nothing remains. Even the carriage belongs to the Yang family. Is this truly the extent of human capability? Sensing the ire of Zhanxi, Hongsu cautiously interjected, "In truth, the young city lord has his own grievances. He fears implicating others. Please, miss, do not be disheartened. Numerous young ladies in Yu City aspire to marry Wang Xiao. Considering his formidable prowess, his father's position as city lord, and his commendable appearance, all of which open the possibility of entering a sect. Young Lady Yang, with her beauty, has fought her way through the throng of suitors, ultimately securing her engagement to Wang Xiao. Concerned that her mistress might succumb to despair, Hongsu clumsily offered her comfort. How could I possibly be troubled by this? Zhanxi murmured as her fingers brushed against her own face, where an immediate searing sensation arose. She had been struck on the right cheek by the dark liquid beneath the water, leaving her uncertain of the potential dangers of her injury. The old ox remarked, "Our Yu City is a modest place, and we seldom encounter demon beasts. However, Pingyang town is different. It lies at the foot of Gufeng Mountain, the stronghold of the Tai Yin sect. It is said that the residents of Pingyong Town are well-informed and must surely possess knowledge on how to tend to the young lady's wound. Indeed, Hongsu encouraged. Once we arrive at Pingyong Town, we shall surely encounter the young lord. Once he enters the Taiyin sect, with the countless miraculous elixirs within the sect, he will undoubtedly devise a way to heal the young lady's visage. Zhanxi remained silent, unable to convey to the unfortunate girl that Wang Xiao, the mere tool, had been eliminated in the very first round of the Taiyin sect selection, never even having set foot within its gates. Old Neo stirred the branches in the fire and suddenly pondered, "By the way, young lady, how did you manage to escape underwater?" Silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the crackling flames licking the branches, producing a soft hissing sound. After a moment, Old Neo hesitantly inquired, "Did you slay that monstrous beast?" "Indeed." Zhanxi nodded. "It was during that encounter that my face was marred." However, Hongsu swallowed nervously. "I have heard the young lord mention that the beast's cultivation level was akin to that of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, while you, young lady, have only just embarked upon the qi refinement stage. Moreover, this stage was attained solely through the assistance of elixirs and medicinal herbs, which does not truly reflect your strength. Could it be that you were possessed by a malevolent spirit? Yet, such a gentle and amiable evil spirit is hard to fathom." Old Neo continued, "I have heard that some demonic beasts, after years of cultivation, can form a demon core within them, akin to the golden core of a practitioner." Demon core? The young lady's attention seemed to be captured by this notion as she turned her head. Half of her face exuded a captivating beauty, while the other half bore several dark streaks, casting a somewhat terrifying aura in the flickering firelight. As soon as the words left his lips, a fair hand extended before him, revealing a luminous blood-red pill nestled in the palm. Zhanxi inquired, "Is this it?" Chapter 7, Pingyong Town. The pill, as crimson as blood, accentuated the delicate whiteness of that hand. "Is this it?" Old Neo, having lived a considerable portion of his life and witnessed countless storms, was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "This is this." In truth, this statement lacked precision. At that moment, she had been underwater, striking the shadow of you with a clump of sand, causing the ethereal image above to begin dissipating, while the solidified black domain below started to churn violently. From it emerged a blood-red pill. Zhanxi had initially overlooked it, but the Xiaoyuan pearl at her heart began to emit a gentle warmth, as if yearning for the object. Thus, she reached out and seized the pill, which seemed intent on fleeing. "Ah, Uncle Neo, is this the demon pill?" Hongsu was exhilarated, exclaiming, "It's my first time seeing a demon pill. I have never seen one either." Old Neo murmured, "Uncle Neo, didn't you just say that this demon pill is equivalent to a third-grade spirit medicine? If the young lady absorbs this demon pill, will it not greatly enhance her cultivation?" Despite the enthusiasm, Old Neo pondered for a moment. Nonetheless, the demon pill was indeed formed within the body of a demon beast containing immense demonic energy. He feared that without sufficient cultivation, one might be unable to absorb its inherent power. Observing Zhanxi's contemplative expression, he suggested, "Why not wait until we reach Pingyong Town and trade this demon pill for spirit stones or lower-grade spirit medicines at a market? This way, it would be easier for the young lady to absorb. Wouldn't that be quite a pity?" In the dim light of the night, where dense fog enveloped the mountaintop and the moon was absent, leaving only a faint glimmer of starlight filtering through the branches, a young girl nestled against an old coachman, deep in slumber by the crackling fire. Hongsu, with her naive musings, contemplated the rarity of demon pills compared to the commonplace low-grade elixirs and spirit stones, pondering whether to bestow such a precious item upon the young lord of the city. Her eyes sparkled with the thought that, with the aid of this demon pill before the selection competition, he could surely secure his place in the sect, leading him to express profound gratitude towards her in the future. Zhanxi cast a sidelong glance at the daydreaming child, reflecting on her innocence. Yet, she resolved against gifting this hard-earned demon pill to that unworthy man. As the night deepened, she quietly stepped away from the pair, choosing a clean stone not far from them to sit upon. Gazing up at the starry sky, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Since her unexpected arrival in this world, she had been perpetually responding to unforeseen circumstances, only now finding the moment to truly accept her reality. Indeed, she had traversed into the realm of At the Summit of the Nine Heavens, a tale of ancient male-centric cultivation, aptly named, where the protagonist engaged in 3 primary pursuits throughout the narrative, striking back against adversaries, advancing in power, and amassing a harem. The absence of enmity with the male protagonist liberates her from the fate of a mere supporting character. Even amidst her reincarnation, she has distanced herself from the original storyline, allowing for a fresh beginning, a chance to carve out a new existence within the realm of the narrative. If only her visage remained unscathed. Zhanxi's hand grazed her right cheek, recalling the injury sustained from the mud expelled by the domain, which marred her beauty. Yet, the true peril lay in the ominous aura that seeped into her flesh. Should this continue, her life may very well be in jeopardy. As Uncle Neo remarked, Yueqing is but a small locale where healers tend to mundane ailments. The lingering afflictions left by such demonic beasts might only be remedied by the esteemed medical practitioners of Pingyang Town. She must venture to Pingyang Town. However, what then, after her facial scars are healed? In this world, the strong reign supreme, and ordinary women take pride in marrying a cultivator, lacking the means of self-preservation. Those like Lu Yunxin must find a powerful ally, often tolerating a man who courts multiple suitors. The unfortunate, like Miss Yang, not only chooses the wrong partner but also risks her very life. The original author of Atop the Nine Heavens seems to harbor malice towards women within these pages. Ordinary females are akin to commodities, beautiful vases, mere bargaining chips devoid of dignity and agency. But what if she chose not to be an ordinary woman? Zhanxi gazed upon the twinkling stars in the night sky. Thanks to her past indulgence in countless tales of cultivation, she was not entirely unfamiliar with certain universal tropes. Ancient texts state, in the realm of the earth, between the six harmonies, within the four seas, illuminated by the sun and moon, traversed by the stars, and recorded by the four seasons, governed by the Grand Duke. Born of divinity, its essence is diverse in form, some meet an early demise while others endure. Yet only the enlightened can comprehend its path. In ancient times, the immortals seemed to exist solely within distant legends, while ordinary mortals either sought longevity or aspired to transcend to higher realms, diligently pursuing the way through cultivation. From a tender age, they toiled daily, cultivating breath and nurturing energy, absorbing the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, and seeking to enhance themselves with elixirs and rare herbs, yearning for ascension to immortality. The cultivators in this world follow a similar progression, advancing from chi refinement to foundation establishment, from golden core to nascent soul, then to out-of-body, spirit division, and ultimately to great ascension, facing trials at each stage fraught with hardship. Her betrothed, Wang Xiao, began his chi refinement at the age of 8 and established his foundation by 12. Even now, he has only reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yet he stands as a paragon in the entirety of Yu City, deemed a genius. In contrast, Miss Yang, now 17, has only managed to enter the first stage of chi refinement, relying on the spiritual medicines provided by Wang Xiao. Of course, this was prior to the arrival of Zhanxi. Now, she unfurls her hand, revealing a blood-red pill that glimmers with an otherworldly allure under the sparse starlight. The demon pill, formed from the demonic essence within a beast, contains not only the coveted primordial energy sought by cultivators, but also bears the ferocious power of the beast. For a novice cultivator in the early stages of chi refinement, it is likely that instead of absorbing the primordial energy, she would suffer from the malevolent aura of the demon pill. However, she possesses a golden finger. The Xiong Yuan pearl at her heart begins to radiate heat, as if eager to act. Zhanxi positions the red pill before her, and, with palms facing each other, gradually coalesces a stream of golden energy from her palms, enveloping the pill securely within. During the days spent cultivating in the Sandy Hollow, including the battle with you, she had likely grasped the art of wielding this essence, which is the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Given her cultivation level, which had yet to reach the foundational stage, Zhanxi's ability to subdue the demonic aura emanating from the demon core was somewhat arduous. However, the Xiong Yuan pearl served as an extraordinary enhancement, amplifying Zhanxi's energy tenfold in an instant. The golden light that burst forth from her palms swiftly engulfed the crimson orb. As the last vestiges of starlight faded, silence enveloped the world, leaving only an expanse of tranquil darkness. Time slipped away, and delicate threads of red light, akin to slender crimson ribbons, began to emerge from the cocoon of golden radiance, gracefully floating towards the young girl seated in meditation. After 10 days, they arrived at Pingyang Town. Gufeng Mountain lies to the east of the map of Dojo, with a river named Lixiu cascading down from its cliffs. The waters flowed tumultuously like a silken ribbon, while boats swayed gently in the morning sun. Fishermen shouted unknown calls as they cast their nets into the river, which was tinted red by the sunrise. Pingyang Town is nestled at the foot of Gufeng Mountain, beside the banks of Lixiu River. The carriage came to a halt before the city gate. Hongsu assisted Zhanxi in alighting from the carriage, while old Niu cheerfully remarked, "Young miss, we have arrived at Pingyang Town." Zhanxi lifted her gaze towards the distance. Pingyang Town, a quaint settlement at the base of Gufeng Mountain, revealed a distant horizon where the peaks loomed like clouds, shimmering with hues of 5 colors. Amidst the swirling purple mist, it resembled a mystical valley of immortals. Following Zhanxi's line of sight, old Niu chuckled. That is the location of the Taiyin sect. Should the young lord smoothly gain entry into the sect, perhaps you, young miss, might visit Gufeng Mountain to behold its wonders. This is a bustling little town. The streets are wide and remarkably clean, with horse-drawn carriages occasionally weaving through. On either side, various shops and taverns line the way, where eccentrically dressed individuals engage in animated conversations. There are cultivators adorned with long swords, exuding an ethereal presence as they sip tea in tea houses. There are also burly men bare-chested, arguing with a kindly old man while brandishing a glowing flower. 20 spirit stones? Do take a good look. This herb, peach blossom face, is indeed a mid-grade spiritual herb, worth at least 100 spirit stones. The burly man bellowed fiercely. The elder before him remained undaunted, responding gently. Dear customer, it is true that this peach blossom face is a mid-grade herb, yet its branches and leaves are incomplete, and the flower is but half of its entirety. Its quality is far too poor, even if refined into a pill. Its efficacy would be merely 1/10 of a complete specimen. Offering you 20 spirit stones is quite generous, should you wish to decline this transaction. You are welcome to explore elsewhere. We have other dealings to attend to in our establishment. After a brief dispute, the burly man, grumbling, accepted the 20 spirit stones and departed. Zhanxi remarked, "That man is quite obstinate." The old bull standing beside her functioned like a dutiful voice assistant, explaining, "This must be what others refer to as the Huajin Lu." Zhanxi inquired. Huajin Lu? The eager maid, Hongsu, chimed in, "I have heard of it. It is said that Huajin Lu is the largest trading house in Pingyang Town. Those who discover treasures often bring them here for consignment, with Huajin Lu taking a commission. It offers a variety of martial arts, weaponry, spiritual pills, and herbs. Due to its proximity to the majestic Mount Gu, the disciples of the Taiyin sect occasionally come here to conduct trade. Many precious spiritual herbs and secret manuals are available here, items that cannot be found in other marketplaces. The proprietor of the Huajin Tower, Jin Feitsue, is rumored to be an enchanting beauty of unparalleled grace." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in old Niu's eyes. "Uncle Niu, do not be solely entranced by that exquisite beauty. Let us first consider the beauty before us," Zhanxi interjected, interrupting the coachman's daydream. "This place should harbor medicinal materials capable of healing my facial wounds. Shall we venture inside? To procure these materials, spiritual stones are required." Old Niu pondered for a moment. In this realm of cultivation, the currency is spiritual stones. Ordinary coins hold no value here. Let us use spiritual stones then. Zhanxi awaited as the two men prepared their payment. Hongsu and old Niu exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, Hongsu cautiously remarked, "Miss, what are you saying? We do not possess any spiritual stones." "How can that be?" Zhanxi retorted, "Am I not the young lady? Could I possibly lack such a trivial amount of spiritual stones?" But, Hongsu looked at her with a pitiful expression. The young lady used to request spiritual stones directly from the young Master Xiao. When we left, we did not bring any money. Zhanxi. In the original narrative, Miss Yang, although referred to as the young lady, did not come from a wealthy background. She was merely the daughter of an ordinary merchant. Had it not been for her extraordinary beauty, Wang Xiao would not have considered her for engagement. Thus, having latched onto Wang Xiao, a man of considerable means, Miss Yang skillfully capitalized on this long-term opportunity, purchasing garments, swiping Wang Xiao's card for jewelry, bathing pets, and relying on Wang Xiao's card for everything. From furniture to nail clippers, Wang Xiao had become nothing more than an emotionless card-swiping machine. Thus, on this journey to Pingyang Town, Miss Yang had not brought a single spirit stone. All transportation costs and daily expenses were covered by Wang Xiao. However, a dilemma arose when she found herself devoid of even a single spirit stone upon their separation. A woman should always possess a modicum of money. Zhanxi sighed. "Fear not, young lady, old Niu has a thought. Did you not acquire a demon core? You could sell it to Huajin Tower in exchange for spirit stones." "Indeed." Hongsu brightened. "That demon core must be far more precious than that person's peach blossom face from earlier." Zhanxi interrupted their moment of joy. I have already refined it. What? I repeat, I have refined that demon core, Zhanxi stated. Both Hong Su and Old Neo were left speechless, stunned into silence. Zhanxi gazed into the distance, where the bustling crowd shimmered in the morning light, rendering Pingyang Town exceptionally lively, resembling a picturesque tourist destination with an almost surreal air of antiquity. Yet, everything here was undeniably real. The wounds on her face throbbed with increasing pain. She urgently needed a healer. Without funds, she found herself at an impasse. Despite her fervent desire to evade the previously established narrative, fate conspired to bring her face to face with the characters of the story, triggering the next chapter. Very well. Let us proceed, she concluded. Miss, what shall we do now? Hong Su inquired. Let us proceed, Zhanxi smiled, and we shall seek out our cash dispenser. Within the fortune comes in Pingyang Town, an individual was seated. This inn is splendidly situated by the riverside, allowing guests to gaze out their windows upon the enchanting Liuxiu River. When night descends, with the gentle river breeze wafting through, one can place a pot of fine wine upon the small table by the window, invite a few friends, strum a melody, and savor a cup of wine, thus not squandering the beauty of the evening. Of course, the inn's rates are quite steep, costing 100 spirit stones per night. Only those of affluent backgrounds would dare to indulge in such extravagance, with the Taiyan sect recruiting new members. Distinguished young talents from various regions of Duzhou have gathered here. Wang Xiao lounged on a soft couch by the window, contentedly sipping tea while gazing outside. The tea was brewed with water sourced from the spiritual spring atop Goofing Mountain, known for its refreshing aroma and myriad health benefits. Although this place may be costly, one certainly gets what one pays for, as it possesses its own merits. Young lord. The servant entered and whispered, we have yet to uncover the whereabouts of the Mu siblings. Chapter 9. The cancellation of engagement uncovered nothing? Wan Xiao's good mood dissipated instantly. Just as he was about to hurl his cup in anger, he suddenly recalled the value of the tea. Breaking the cup would necessitate compensation. So he restrained himself and retorted angrily, a bunch of useless fools. You cannot even locate a single person. The servant dared not reply. On that day by the waterside, their group encountered a domain of demonic beasts, and Miss Yang had fallen victim to their attack, leaving no trace of her remains. Although Wang Xiao felt a surge of anger, his thoughts soon shifted to Lu Yunqing. To him, women were no different from commodities. When one was lost, another could easily be acquired. Moreover, he had long coveted Lu Yunqing. Thus, he bound both Lu Yunqing and Mu Xingxiu and took them away, intending to claim Lu Yunqing for himself upon their arrival in Pingyang Town. Unexpectedly, that very night, Mu Xingxiu fled with Lu Yunqing. The whereabouts of that scoundrel remained unknown, and Wang Xiao's men had been unable to ascertain his location, which incited considerable ire. Young master, shall we continue the search? A servant inquired. Enough. Mu Xingxiu is a worthless fool, overestimating his capabilities by attempting to join the Taiyan sect. In any case, he will inevitably arrive in Pingyang Town. And on the day of the selection competition, he will appear without my needing to seek him out. At that time, I shall deal with him at my leisure. The servant nodded and withdrew. Wang Xiao, still unsettled, recalled the journey to Pingyang Town, where young Zhanxi had perished at the hands of a ferocious beast, and he had lost Lu Yunqing. Now, with no trace of Mu Xingxiu either, his travels had proven most unfortunate, leaving him in a state of agitation. He drained his cup of tea and rose to exit. In the bustling hall of the inn below, numerous young cultivators were scattered about, fervently discussing the upcoming recruitment by the Taiyan sect. Renowned in the cultivation world of Duzhou, the Taiyan sect had not accepted new disciples for nearly a decade. And this year, with the doors open to newcomers, talented youths from all corners had journeyed to this place. Varied dialects and distinctive styles of dress filled the air, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. The Fortune Inn, due to its exorbitant prices, primarily attracts the favored scions of affluent families. Given Wan Xiao's status as a young lord from this remote town, his presence here feels somewhat forced. However, Wang Xiao is quite astute. Forming connections with prominent disciples here could provide him with support once he enters the Taiyan sect, as it seems likely that he will be the only one from Yu City to gain admission. Initially embarking on a solitary journey is invariably challenging. Ah! Young Master Wang has emerged, a feminine voice chimed from behind. Turning around, Wang Xiao beheld a young woman standing behind him. While not strikingly beautiful, she possessed a unique charm. Her elongated eyes, petite nose, and delicate lips complemented her fair complexion, and her smile radiated an alluring grace. The sheer fabric of her dress subtly revealed a layer of crimson undergarment beneath, reminiscent of the enchanting fox spirit from legendary tales. captivating hearts with her mesmerizing gaze. "Miss Xiangrao, did you sleep well last night?" Wang Xiao inquired with polished courtesy. Duan Xiangrao smiled gently, her gaze lingering on Wang Xiao like flowing water. "Very well. Thank you, young Master Wang." Duan Xiangrao was someone Wang Xiao had encountered before the inn. She had been standing outside the Fortune Inn, seemingly ejected by the innkeeper for lack of funds. In that critical moment, Wang Xiao had gallantly come to her rescue. As for the previous Miss Yang, she had long been forgotten by him. With a smile, Duan Xiangrao followed him. Just as they approached the inn's entrance, an excited voice rang out. "Young lord." Zhanxi scrutinized the inn before her, where a considerable number of cultivators had gathered at the entrance. With Hongsu's commanding voice, many gazes were drawn towards them. Locating Wang Xiao's whereabouts was not particularly challenging. Although Pingyang town bustled with activity, it remained a small locale, limited in size. Given Wang Xiao's inherently vain nature and evaluating his spending habits, it was not difficult to deduce that the only inn in town with riverview rooms was the Fortune Inn, making it likely that this was where he had chosen to stay. Wang Xiao furrowed his brow, regarding Hongsu in silence. Alarmed, Hongsu tugged at Zhanxi, bringing her closer to Wang Xiao, and exclaimed, "Young city lord, look, our young lady is alive and has come here to find you." "Zhanxi?" Wang Xiao was taken aback. The girl before him wore a gown of soft green silk, adorned with a delicate white veil that revealed only her bright, expressive eyes. She gazed silently at him, momentarily at a loss for words. "I have escaped," the girl stated, her tone calm, starkly contrasting with her previous playful demeanor. As her words lingered in the air, a sudden movement of her fingers concealed within her sleeve summoned a gust of wind that swept towards Zhanxi, lifting the veil. A startled gasp erupted, but it did not originate from Zhanxi. Wang Xiao pointed at her, his expression a mixture of shock and disgust. "What is that?" The area in front of the Fortune Inn was thronged with onlookers among the cultivators. The girl stood quietly, unfazed by the unexpected turn of events. The morning sunlight cast a soft golden hue upon the camellia trees at the inn's entrance. The girl's skirt danced in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of a fawn's framed by long lashes. Her delicate nose and lips, as red as the dawn, suggested she was a striking beauty if one were to overlook the right side of her face. On that side, stark black marks marred her otherwise fair complexion, ruthlessly shattering her enchanting allure. Whispers flitted through the air. "What is that on your face?" Wang Xiao stepped back, his gaze averted from Zhanxi's visage, visibly repulsed by what he had just witnessed. "Young master, Hongsu is distressed. Our young lady was disfigured by the demonic aura of a beast while submerged in water. Might young master consider taking her to a clinic? Perhaps she could be healed. Advanced spiritual medicines are exceedingly precious. Possessing spirit stones does not guarantee their acquisition. Should a cultivator obtain such rare remedies, they would undoubtedly reserve them for their own cultivation breakthroughs, rather than for an ordinary woman's facial restoration. It is said that the Tai-In sect possesses countless spiritual herbs and elixirs." Hongsu continued to plead. Duan Xiangrao offered a faint smile, not even glancing ahead, as she struck out with her palm towards the advancing Hongsu. Being at the second stage of foundation establishment, her single blow, devoid of any spiritual energy, sent Hongsu flying. She collided with the trunk of a camellia tree, remaining motionless for a moment. The events unfolded too swiftly for Zhanxi to intervene. Rushing to Hongsu's side, she helped her up and embraced her, asking, "Are you all right?" Wang Xiao frowned, casting a glance at Zhanxi, who was cradling the young girl. Furthermore, her current appearance was utterly repugnant. To be in the constant company of such a woman would drive one to madness, even if it did not lead to death. Moreover, while her facial wounds may be healable, they would require the application of rare elixirs for recovery. The acquisition of such precious remedies is a stroke of fortune in the entirety of Yu City. This transaction is undoubtedly a losing endeavor. Wang Xiao suddenly realized that their commotion had long attracted a crowd of onlookers, eagerly observing the unfolding drama. Did he truly wish to marry young Zhanxi? Did he desire the entire cultivation world, including the disciples of Tai-In sect, to be aware of his grotesque, lowly fiancée? Certainly not. At that moment, Wang Xiao decisively declared, "Young Zhanxi, our previous engagement was merely a verbal agreement, lacking any formal documentation. Let us put it to rest." Beneath the tree, Hongsu trembled slightly. "Young city lord." Zhanxi supported Hongsu against the tree before standing upright and approaching Wang Xiao, inquiring, "What did you say?" Initially, Wang Xiao intended to respond, but upon meeting young Zhanxi's gaze, he was unexpectedly filled with trepidation. The former Miss Yang would have surely resorted to tears and tantrums. Yet today she appeared remarkably composed, her bright eyes fixed upon him, reflecting only indifference, perhaps tinged with a hint of curiosity. Curiosity? The voices of the onlookers echoed around them. Strike him. Slap this heartless man. Give him a resounding blow. How unfortunate for this girl to be so callously cast aside. Men's words can hardly be trusted. Even a sow could climb a tree. At that opportune moment, Duan Xiangrao firmly pinched Wang Xiao's arm, stating, "Young Master Wang." The four words resonated with finality, leaving no room for negotiation. The surroundings fell into silence. "Are you truly going to break off the engagement?" Zhanxi inquired. "Indeed," Wang Xiao replied, "in consideration of our past connection, I am willing to offer you some spirit stones as compensation." No sooner had he spoken than he heard the sound of laughter from the girl before him. The maiden clad in green stood in front of him, her eyes curving with mirth. The genuine joy radiating from her gaze was unmistakable. Yet, at such a moment, how could she still be smiling? "What are you laughing at?" Wan Xiao asked, somewhat vexed. "I merely find it amusing," Zhanxi sighed, "that these lines sound rather familiar. The cliché trope of breaking off an engagement, so often exhausted in ancient male-centric literature, had not transpired with the male protagonist Mu Xingxiao, but had instead befallen a female supporting character. Was it because she had seized the male lead's precious item, the Xiong Yuan pearl, thus robbing him of his fortune, that even the male lead's exclusive narrative of retribution had now shifted onto her? Nevertheless, as the plot had progressed to this juncture, the ensuing events were familiar to all. Zhanxi took a step forward, while Wang Xiao warily fixed his gaze upon her. "Very well," she declared, "I consent to the annulment of our engagement." Chapter 11. The Selection Competition. I consent to the annulment of our engagement. The maiden's voice rang clear, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Her expression bore no trace of sorrow. Rather, it reflected a sense of relief. Wang Xiao furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that Zhanxi would rush forth, weeping and wailing, or perhaps plead with eloquence, but her unexpected acquiescence left him speechless. The prepared words caught in his throat, and seeing her composed demeanor, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within him. "You." Hongsu began to protest, but then relented. "Never mind, Hongsu." Zhanxi interrupted the young girl's words and turned to Wang Xiao, declaring, "Let all present witnesses bear witness today. The engagement between us, young Master Wang, is hereby null and void. Henceforth, our paths shall diverge, and we shall part ways amicably." Wang Xiao suppressed his discomfort and replied disdainfully, "It is wise of you to recognize this." Zhanxi smiled, taking hold of Hongsu, and with a decisive turn, they departed. He glanced at the surrounding cultivators, who feigned sympathy for young Zhanxi's broken engagement, but he knew that, were he in her position, he would never marry such a burdensome companion. Fortunately, he had called off the engagement. Otherwise, upon entering the Taiyan sect, he would have become the subject of mockery among the entire sect. Beside him, a beautiful woman entwined her arm with his and cheerfully suggested, "Let us focus on the upcoming selection competition." That night, by the banks of the Lixia River, the river breeze swept towards them from the distance. Gazing along the river's course, the water melded seamlessly with the night, rushing toward the desolate end of the plains. By dusk, all fishing boats had docked, leaving the river devoid of any vessels, save for the starlight that danced upon the water's surface, quickly consumed by the waves, leaving only a glimmer of silver ripples to illuminate the grassy banks. Near the carriage, a small fire flickered, swayed by the strong river breeze, threatening to extinguish at any moment. "Miss, how could you agree to the annulment?" Hongsu muttered while adding kindling to the fire, her words echoing the events of the day. The three of them, one elderly, one young, and one ailing, were devoid of any spirit stones. Their sustenance relied on the meager provisions they carried and the wild bird eggs they could gather, while their only option for rest was to camp in the wilderness. A sneeze escaped from Hongsu, who lamented, "It is all that woman's fault. Had she not sown discord, our young lady would presently be residing in that inn." Zhanxi draped her coat over Hongsu's shoulders, casually remarking, "There are no riverside rooms, but having a view of the river is still something to appreciate. Be content." Lao Niu, feeling a pang of distress, recalled a matter of greater significance and spoke with concern, "Mrs. Facial injury has yet to heal. What shall we do next?" Upon hearing this, Hongsu burst into tears, exclaiming, "It is all my fault. I should have torn that vixen's face apart." She lamented the disfigurement of the young lady, fretting over her prospects for marriage. "Oh, come now," Zhanxi retorted. "She has already established herself. You are merely an ordinary maid. Just ensure you aren't harmed." Hong Su wept even more despairingly. The young lady will never marry. The young lord has been taken by that vixen. The author of At the Pinnacle of Nine Skies is a straight man, and his portrayal of female characters is notoriously lackluster. Hong Su may have been deeply influenced by emotional manipulation. Her lifelong aspiration seems to rest upon successfully marrying Miss Yang to the Wang family, thereby becoming Wang Xiao's legitimate wife. Zhanxi offered her a handkerchief to dry her tears, soothingly promising, "Su, do not dwell on him. I shall find you a better suitor." "That is a lie," Hong Su sobbed. "You are now disfigured. It can be treated." Hong Su ceased her weeping, gazing at her through tear-streaked eyes. "How can it be treated?" Zhanxi picked up some firewood from the ground and added a bundle to the dwindling flames. Was it not said that the sect was replete with miraculous elixirs? The illustrious Taiyan sect, a prestigious establishment, surely possessed at least one mid-level spiritual herb. However, the old ox hesitated and inquired, "Did you not already break off your engagement with the young lord? Who said I must rely on him?" Zhanxi replied with a smile. "In just one day, the selection competition will commence, and there are no stipulations regarding participation. Once I pass the selection, I will be a disciple of the Taiyan sect. As a disciple, I shall certainly have the right to access the resources and medicines within. Are you suggesting?" Zhanxi clapped her hands, brushing off the debris, and declared, "I shall compete as well." After a night of rain, the morning in Pingyang town bore the chill of autumn. The morning mist dampened the weeds along the streets, and the occasional call of a cicada stirred the tranquility of the town. Today, Pingyang town buzzed with excitement as countless cultivators rushed toward a single destination. A passerby, enjoying breakfast, inquired of the tea shop owner, "What is all the commotion about?" Wangxian Terrace, situated at the foot of Gufeng Mountain, is a flat, high platform. It is said that in the evening, one can gaze upward from Wangxian Terrace and behold the ethereal scenery of Gufeng Mountain. Today, the area beneath Wangxian Terrace was already teeming with a bustling crowd. Zhanxi and the old ox stood at a distance, lost in thought as they gazed toward the terrace. In the vast expanse of the Zhou province, the pursuit of cultivation was fervent, and among the major sects, the Taiyan sect held a prominent position. 3 centuries ago, the master of Yushan established his sect. And 100 years passed, he ascended to the divine realm, becoming the first cultivator to successfully achieve ascension in the Xiuxian world of Dojo. Following his ascension, his disciple, the real man of Shaoyang, took over as the sect leader. However, after the cataclysmic war between the demon and human clans 20 years ago, the Taiyan sect suffered severe injuries and has gradually waned in strength over the years. Yet, even a weakened camel is larger than a horse. Being an ancient sect, it possesses profound teachings and rich resources. Becoming a disciple of such a sect would undoubtedly yield endless benefits. Moreover, the Taiyan sect has not recruited new disciples for nearly a decade, and this year, upon opening their doors, cultivators flocked to Pingyang town, eager to leap over the Dragon's Gate and become formal disciples of the Taiyan sect. Red Su was taken aback by the sheer number of individuals gathered, wondering if the Taiyan sect could accommodate them all. After all, it is a prestigious institution, and it is only natural that many would seek admission. Furthermore, Zhanxi glanced around and surmised that there must be an expansion of recruitment this year. As they conversed, a group of figures appeared from the direction of Gufeng Mountain, soaring gracefully on their long swords, and in a moment, they landed on the Wangxian Terrace. "Ah, it is the disciples of the Taiyan sect." A nearby cultivator exclaimed with excitement, "They have arrived." Red Su shared in the exhilaration, saying, "Miss, they are indeed from the Taiyan sect, and they are truly handsome." Most of this group donned light gray gauze robes, adorned with white sashes at their waists, while their hair was tied with deep gray ribbons. Each individual bore a dignified countenance and a tall, slender figure, their robes dancing elegantly in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. At the forefront stood a young woman, distinct from the others, adorned in a grayish-purple robe. Her features were exquisite, exuding an air of spirited confidence. When she smiled, any trace of aloofness melted away, revealing a warm and approachable demeanor. Standing atop the Wangxian platform, she addressed the assembled crowd with clarity. "I am Zilluo, a disciple of the Taiyan sect. Today, we are recruiting new members, and your presence here from distant lands reflects your earnest desire to pursue the path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation is fraught with challenges and obstacles. Without a steadfast heart like that of the foolish old man, one may easily falter. You all understand that the path of cultivation begins with the refinement of qi and the establishment of a solid foundation. In our Taiyan sect, every practitioner commences from this foundational stage. Today's recruitment selection begins at the Wangxian platform, but not everyone can ascend this stage." As Zilluo finished speaking, she elegantly waved her sleeve, unleashing a stream of golden light that swiftly descended upon the Zhanxi gate, forming an archway that resembled a door. Zhanxi remarked. Impressive, an intelligent security check. Many cultivators present, some still in the chi refining stage, voiced their discontent. How can this be? Why look down upon those in the chi refining phase? Indeed, how can a grand sect like Taiyan behave with such arrogance? Zilluo replied with a smile, it is not arrogance or disdain. Rather, it is for your own consideration. The trials on the Zhanxi platform are of an extraordinary nature. Should those unprepared attempt them, the consequences could range from severe injury to even death. The sect prioritizes your safety. Upon hearing this, the previously discontented cultivators fell silent, reconsidering their stance. The desire to join the Taiyan sect is genuine, however. No one wishes to risk their life for such an endeavor. Zilluo announced, now, I invite those who have surpassed the foundation establishment stage to pass through this gate of primal energy. A golden portal stood tall beneath the Zhanxi gate, as if crossing it would lead one into a realm of dazzling wonders and ethereal mysteries, known as the Moonland Cloud Steps. Eager individuals rushed forward, one boldly leaping into the golden portal, only to emerge on the other side, laughing heartily. Everyone, I shall enter first. Zilluo observed the fallen cultivator with a smile, remarking, do not think you can deceive your way through. The gate of primal energy is quite astute. Seeing this, Zhanxi suggested, let us proceed as well. Hongsu and Old Nyo hurried to follow, and just as the three approached the primal energy gate, Zhanxi had yet to step inside when a voice called from behind. Miss Yang, do not jest, Wang Xiao interjected without a moment's thought. She has only just entered the chi refinement stage. She cannot even pass through this gate. The interaction between the two felt as if they were deliberately attempting to provoke one another. Young and easily incited, Hongsu retorted, stop underestimating others. Our young lady is far superior to you. You cunning vixen. Zhanxi, uninterested in the bickering duo, lifted her foot to stride towards the primal energy gate. Wait. Wang Xiao called out, uncertain why he felt compelled to stop young Zhanxi. Something about her gaze, which seemed devoid of acknowledgement towards him, stirred an inexplicable unease within his heart. After a brief pause, he taunted, young Zhanxi, have you gone mad with sorrow since our engagement was annulled? Did you not hear what was said? One cannot enter this gate until they reach foundation establishment. Are you deaf? Young Master Wang exclaimed, while Zhanxi regarded him with a smile. Have you not heard the saying, one should treat an acquaintance with fresh eyes after 3 days apart? With that, Zhanxi stepped inside. Chapter 13, The Ghostly Hand Flower. The golden light gate remained utterly still, failing to repel anyone. The woman effortlessly traversed the luminous portal, encountering no obstruction whatsoever. How is this possible? Wang Xiao gasped. The young lady is remarkable. She has passed through the gate. Hongsu joyfully celebrated with Old Nyo, exclaiming, the young lady will surely succeed. Duan Xiangrao furrowed her brow and inquired of Wang Xiao beside her. Did you not say her cultivation was merely at the first level of chi refining? That was indeed the case, Wang Xiao replied, scarcely paying attention to anything else. He hastily crossed the energy gate, swiftly catching up to Zhanxi and seizing her wrist. Stop. Is there something else? Zhanxi shook off his grip and asked, when did you establish your foundation? You were clearly only at the first level of chi refining before arriving in Pingyang town. Zhanxi gazed at Wang Xiao for a moment before a sly smile crept across her lips. I owe it all to the demon beast we encountered at the waters of Dusa Mountain. Where's the demon core? Wang Xiao eagerly pressed. But his expression immediately shifted to one of horror. You cannot mean. You refined it? Young Master Wang, Zhanxi replied gently. That demon core was originally meant for you. Alas, our marital ties have reached their end, and with no other recourse. I had no choice but to refine the demon core myself, establishing my foundation, so that I could join you in the selection competition. Wang Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, nearly choking on his own blood. A single demon elixir had the power to elevate young Zhanxi from the first level of chi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. If he were to absorb its essence, he could undoubtedly surpass the late stages of foundation establishment and perhaps even reach the stage of core formation. This woman was utterly squandering such a treasure. Duan Xiangrao's expression was equally grim. She had never anticipated that a disfigured woman she had dismissed would outmaneuver them so decisively. Behind her, Wang Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes aflame with rage. That wretched creature must be eliminated. Zhanxi had no interest in Wang Xiao's current feelings of regret. She approached the Zhanxi platform, where many cultivators who had passed through the Essence Gate had gathered. She lifted her gaze to the disciples of the Taiyan sect atop the platform, where the leading sister, Zilluo, was speaking to a fellow cultivator. Suddenly, Zhanxi heard her name being called from behind. Yang Zhanxi? Though she had never encountered this individual before, Zhanxi immediately recognized him as Mutates, the male protagonist from the original story of At the Pinnacle of the Nine Heavens. His presence contrasted sharply with those around him, despite his unremarkable attire. He stood out as if cloaked in the radiant aura of a protagonist. "You're alive?" he exclaimed in astonishment. His appearance here indicated that he had successfully passed through the Essence Gate, suggesting that Mutates had at least reached the Foundation establishment level. Could it be that he had encountered further fortuitous events during this time? Zhanxi mused, truly befitting of a male lead. Always encountering benevolent mentors at the edge of a cliff, discovering secret manuals in hidden caves, and reaping boundless luck and opportunity, so much so that even those from less fortunate backgrounds would weep in envy. "Are you also participating in the selection competition?" Mutates asked, somewhat incredulously. Wasn't Yang Zhanxi merely a frivolous young lady, indulging in the pleasures of life? Despite squandering a considerable amount of spiritual stones and medicinal herbs, she had barely managed to achieve the first level of qi refinement. What, then, was her purpose in coming here? With this thought in mind, she added, "I have disfigured myself, and Wang Xiao has called off our engagement." Mutates cast her a puzzled glance, confused as to why she would mention such a thing. Just then, the last cultivator stepped through the gate of elemental power. On the Wangstin platform, Ziluo smiled brightly and said, "It appears that everyone is ready." She produced a palm-sized conical object from her sleeve and tossed it onto the platform. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and a massive cloud of dust billowed forth from the ground, revealing a towering stone mountain. The structure was slender at the base and broad at the top, resembling a gigantic white mushroom at first glance. This mushroom was slowly rotating, and Zhanxi stared in astonishment, wondering, "What is this, a spinning ride at an amusement park?" "This is the Lianshan flower," Ziluo explained with a smile, clarifying for the gathered crowd. "Can you see the purple flowers on the mountain?" Upon closer inspection, Zhanxi noticed that the large white mushroom was adorned with numerous glowing purple blossoms. The flowers at the base of the mushroom were sparse, but as one looked higher, they became increasingly abundant. For today's selection competition, you may ascend the mountain to gather flowers. You have the duration of a stick of incense to climb the stone mountain, and you must not fall from it. After the incense has burned, we will count the Lianshan flowers each of you holds, and the top 120 participants from the mountain will become disciples of the Taiyan sect. In a moment of clarity, Zhanxi realized that this was, quite simply, a treasure hunting game involving rock climbing. The method of selection seemed reasonable enough. However, as she gazed upon the colossal stone mountain, it appeared deceptively simple. The large white mushroom rotated, inducing dizziness, making it rather inhospitable for those with acrophobia or vertigo. Furthermore, to gather more flowers, one must ascend higher. Yet, with many competitors and limited resources, it was inevitable that rivalries would arise during the flower-picking process. The surrounding cultivators were already eager and prepared for action. Ziluo smiled and declared, "Thus, the trial begins." In an instant, the incense on the Wang Xiantai was ignited, signaling the commencement of the selection competition. The giant mushroom continued its slow rotation, while the cultivators below surged forward, each demonstrating their unique abilities as they climbed toward the conical stone mountain. Zhanxi too began her ascent. Upon getting closer, she realized the remarkable nature of the stone mountain. From beneath the mushroom cap, the rock face appeared steep and inclined. Fortunately, the surface was not smooth, allowing for footholds, albeit spaced apart considerably, making the challenge far more difficult than typical rock climbing. Zhanxi attempted to grasp the stones and ascend. Her movements were not particularly swift, and as her foot landed, she felt her body sway violently. Climbing on a moving mountain was no easy feat indeed, when she had barely ascended halfway. A burly cultivator ahead of her had already spotted a flower growing among the rocks. Without hesitation, he reached out to pluck it. However, the moment his hand brushed against the petals, they unexpectedly expanded in the breeze, and 5 purple petals elongated, transforming into a withered, dark purple hand that struck fiercely toward the burly cultivator's chest. The mushroom mountain lacked safety ropes, relying solely on the strength of one's hands to scale the rocky walls. A burly man, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by the sinister ghostly hand flower, spitting blood and collapsing backward. A dull thud resonated, chilling the hearts of onlookers. Simultaneously, anguished screams echoed around, accompanied by the splashes of bodies plummeting from great heights, creating a cacophony of distress. Zisa stood with hands clasped behind him atop the Wangxian terrace, observing as disciples of the Taiyan sect moved the injured cultivators away. He remarked, The Lianshan Hua is also known as the ghost hand flower. To pluck one of these blossoms is no trivial matter. Most of the cultivators who had rushed to gather the flowers had fallen victim to its trap, with only a few possessing higher cultivation levels, managing to cling to the rock face and avoid a perilous descent. Even so, the number of participants had been halved in an instant. The burly man had fallen, and Zhanxi scrutinized the flower before her. It was a petite purple bloom, adorned with 5 petals and a golden yellow stamen that emitted a faint glow. Its delicate fragrance wafted through the air. At first glance, it appeared utterly harmless. Yet, Zhanxi recalled the earlier scene where the flower morphed into a grotesque, lifeless hand when approached, causing those with fragile nerves to perish from sheer fright before even being struck. Should she engage with this flower? Zhanxi hesitated momentarily when a warm sensation blossomed in her chest, and the elusive Xiao Yuan pearl began to stir restlessly once more. Uncertain whether it was merely her illusion, Zhanxi observed the purple flower before her, from which a delicate stream of light gradually seeped forth from its golden stamen, reminiscent of life itself, akin to the steam rising from freshly brewed tea. This phenomenon appeared to resemble the primal forces of the universe. Zhanxi extended a hand, not to pluck the flower immediately, but to hover above it. As her hand neared, the Xiong Yuan pearl within her began to whirl fervently, eagerly drawing the emanating energy from the stamen into her being. Consumed voraciously by the pearl, in but a moment, the flower was drained of its last glimmer of golden light, dimming significantly. Contemplating for a brief instant, Zhanxi then extended her left hand, securely grasping the protruding corner of the stone wall with her right, and cautiously plucked the Lianshan flower. The flower rested quietly in her palm, neither transforming into a ghostly hand nor launching an attack. It exhibited no alterations whatsoever. A realization dawned upon her. The transformation of the flower was solely due to the energy within its stamen. However, this very energy was precisely what the Xiong Yuan pearl could absorb. Once Zhanxi had thoroughly extracted the energy from the stamen, the Lianshan flower reverted to an ordinary bloom, devoid of any aggression. It was remarkably convenient. Thus, Zhanxi found herself unhurried. Unlike other cultivators who would endure countless trials and contend with the ghostly hand flower to obtain their prize, she merely needed to siphon the energy with the Xiong Yuan pearl before plucking the flower. Steadiness in her approach outweighed swiftness. She ascended slowly, untroubled by the prospect of not finding flowers to collect. In the same moment, she spotted a familiar figure, Mutates, who was climbing with both hands and feet. Upon noticing Zhanxi ahead of him, Mutates was momentarily stunned. He had presumed that Zhanxi had long been eliminated. To his surprise, she was still present, and even greeted him with a relaxed wave. "You've gathered quite a few," Zhanxi remarked, glancing at the 5 flowers in Mutates' backpack, which he had collected in such a brief span of time. The young man eyed her warily, questioning her intentions. "Rest assured, I have no intention of taking yours," Zhanxi replied as she continued to ascend, wishing him success in advancing. Mutates paused, sensing something peculiar about Zhanxi's demeanor. However, he had little inclination to dwell on her at that moment. The higher they climbed, the smoother the stone walls of Mushroom Mountain became, and simultaneously, the rotation of the giant mushrooms intensified, making one dizzy. Although the mountain's peak promised an abundance of Lianshan flowers, the ascent also posed greater peril. One might not only fail to gather sufficient flowers but could also risk a fall from such heights. Many cultivators hesitated to climb further, fearful that their collection would fall short for entry into the Taiyin sect. Thus they turned their attention to their fellow competitors. In no time, the mountain was filled with the sounds of competition as individuals vied for flowers. "I can't go any further," Wang Xiao exclaimed, exhaling heavily, clearly exhausted. Duan Xiangrao frowned slightly, a glimmer of disdain in her eyes, yet maintained a smile as she replied, "Indeed, this mountain is quite formidable." Both of them were mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, which was commendable here, yet even so, continuing upward felt somewhat strenuous. Their companionship deterred other cultivators from openly competing against them, allowing for a relatively smooth journey thus far. The mutual support between two individuals is undoubtedly far superior to the solitary struggle of one. However, it seems they have reached a bottleneck. Duan Xiangrao glanced at the baskets carried by herself and Wang Xiao. She possessed 12 Lianshan flowers, while Wang Xiao had 16. Although these numbers were not insignificant, they were not particularly abundant either. Yet, the cultivators who had ascended to this point had been meticulously selected, making it unwise for them to seize flowers from others, as they risked losing more than they gained. Not far from them, Zhanxi was slowly ascending with her basket, her movements reminiscent of a tortoise. However, Wang Xiao was astonished to see that she was still present. He turned his gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. There, stacked neatly, was a pile of lianshan flowers, at least 20 in total. Chapter 15. Advancement. The incense had burned down to little more than half. Ziluo observed the cultivators on Mushroom Mountain. Most of them had ceased their upward climb, instead turning to confront those beside them. "Sister, they're unwilling to continue climbing," remarked the young boy at her side. Ziluo sighed and shook her head, saying, "These cultivators are daunted by challenges and dangers, refusing to ascend further. Little do they know that the lianshan flowers found higher up are imbued with even richer spiritual essence. The one at the summit is worth more than a second-grade spiritual herb." After the trial concluded, the lianshan flowers collected by these cultivators would serve as rewards for themselves. The higher they climbed, the more substantial the rewards, which is truly regrettable. "Wait." Another disciple pointed to a higher elevation. "There is still a young man up there." Ziluo looked up to see a boy in a jade-colored outfit making a determined effort to climb the rocky mountain. Though he was not particularly old, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his ascent was exceptionally arduous, yet his steps never faltered. Ziluo revealed a satisfied smile, remarking, "This fellow cultivator possesses a steadfast heart for cultivation. Quite commendable. Sister, do you think he will pass the trial?" "There is a strong possibility." Meanwhile, Zhanxi continued her leisurely climb. To be candid, having reached this point, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to ascend any further. The spinning mushrooms made her head spin, and she feared that in her dizzy state, she might lose consciousness and tumble downward. Perhaps it was due to her seemingly delicate and unassuming nature that no cultivators attempted to seize her flowers along the way. Zhanxi planned to gather a few more blossoms before seeking refuge in a secluded spot, convinced that time was drawing near. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a voice called out beside her, "Young Zhanxi, you actually made it this far." Wang Xiao stared at her, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Having already found it incredible that young Zhanxi could pass through the gate of elemental energy, he was now astounded that she had come this far. Nearly on par with himself, he felt as though he were in a dream. "What?" Zhanxi glanced at him, questioning his sanity. "Indeed," Wang Xiao feigned nonchalance. "I will also provide you with ample spirit stones and elixirs. I will not let you suffer." Zhanxi inquired, "Are you hoping to exploit me because you fear you won't gain entry to the sect? Is this not cheating?" "Young Zhanxi, do not speak so harshly," Wang Xiao retorted, flustered. "I only say this because I hold you in high regard." "Thank you for your esteem, but I must decline," Zhanxi replied. "I have a fear of marriage." Duan Xiangrao was left speechless. Wang Xiao, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed in anger, "Why waste so many words on this hideous creature?" Young Zhanxi, with a cold sneer, replied, "Since you refuse to accept my goodwill, do not blame me for severing ties. Is this even human discourse?" Not only Mu Xingxiao, but even his fiancée, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence Wang Xiao, whose presence was utterly unbearable. Before the echoes of his words faded, Wang Xiao seized the stone wall with one hand and lunged at Zhanxi with the other. When words failed, he resorted to outright aggression. Zhanxi deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the wall, her hands gripping the stone as she barely escaped a fall. "I shall repeat myself." Wang Xiao glared at her menacingly, his tone fierce and tinged with impatience. "Hand it over." "I refuse." Zhanxi's expression hardened in response. In the original narrative, this scene was meant to unfold between Mu Xingxiao and Wang Xiao, who held a deep-seated enmity after Mu had struck down Miss Yang. During the selection competition on Mushroom Mountain, Wang Xiao had plotted against Mu, attempting to seize her flower, only to be outmaneuvered and fall to his demise, never even reaching the gates of Taiyan's sect, suffering a dismal elimination. However, without this bitter rivalry, this conflict had unexpectedly manifested between her and Wang Xiao. This was far from a favorable turn of events. Duan Xiangrao's smile faded, her gaze darkening as she declared, "There is no time left. Let us strike together." The incense timer was nearing its end. Another wave of cultivators lost their flowers, forcibly pushed from Mushroom Mountain by fellow competitors, severing their ties with their sect. The countdown was drawing to a close. The young boy gazed into the distance, uncertain whether the remaining individuals on the mountain amounted to 120. In the silence of the purple spiral, as the final moments approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Sometimes, mere seconds could herald a dramatic upheaval. On Mushroom Mountain, Zhanxi struggled to evade the dual onslaught of her adversaries. Duan Xiangrao obstructed Zhanxi's path, while Wang Xiao seized the opportunity to approach, attempting to snatch the basket from her back. With no spare hands to defend herself, Zhanxi's countenance shifted, and in that fleeting instant, a daring idea sparked within her. She summoned the power of the Xiaoyuan pearl within her, forcefully infusing the essence of the lianshan flower, recently absorbed, into the flower petals nestled in her basket. A brilliant golden light erupted from the basket. The plucked flowers seemed to come alive, and in the moment Wang Xiao reached out, they elongated and transformed into dozens of thin, purple-black hands that lunged fiercely at his face. Caught off guard, Wang Xiao was struck by a spectral hand, losing his footing and tumbling down with a resounding crash. The enormous white mushroom gradually ceased its rotation, and the violet blossoms on the stone wall vanished entirely. Flames extinguished, leaving only a final wisp of fragrant ash to be carried away by the wind. A melodious voice of a woman resonated throughout the Wangxian terrace, declaring the conclusion of the trial. As the trial came to an end, the bamboo baskets filled with flowers on the backs of the mountain cultivators instinctively soared toward the disciples of Taiyin's sect on the terrace. Each basket bore the names of the cultivators etched into it by spiritual energy, ensuring no mix-up would occur. In swift succession, Mushroom Mountain began to shrink. And before the cultivators could fully comprehend the change, their feet were already planted firmly on solid ground. As Zhanxi alighted onto the ground, he was met head-on by a punch from Wang Xiao, accompanied by the latter's furious exclamation, "Wretched creature." Fortunately, the blow did not connect with Zhanxi. A disciple from the sect standing on the Wangxian terrace waved his sleeve, causing Wang Xiao to tumble to the ground. The disciple glanced over and stated coolly, "Fighting and causing disturbances in the trial arena is prohibited." On the Wangxian terrace, Ziluo smiled and announced, "The results will be revealed in a quarter of an hour." The cultivators below began to chatter excitedly, both acquaintances and strangers inquiring of one another. "How many flowers did you gather?" "Not too many, merely 16. "So many? It seems you are destined to enter the sect." "You flatter me. I merely plucked a few casually." "What about you, my friend?" "Ah, I feel quite ashamed. Just 18, that's all." It resembled a large-scale answer-checking session after an examination. Those who remained on the mountain, having successfully gathered flowers, held on to their anxious hopes, while those who had fallen midway or had their flowers snatched away displayed faces of despondency, leaving without awaiting the results. Zhanxi also spotted a familiar face. Mu Xiao. The young man stood to the side, devoid of close companions, save for Lu Yunxin, who awaited him outside. Zhanxi inquired, "How many did you manage to gather?" Mu Xiao frowned. "That is of no concern to you." Such a cold-hearted protagonist. Zhanxi chose not to pursue further conversation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the disciples on the Wangxian terrace gradually ceased their activities. Ziluo smiled slightly and stepped forward, declaring, "We shall now commence the announcement of the results." She extended her delicate fingers and, with a mere touch, caused the surface of the water below the immortal viewing platform to ripple, as if a transparent mirror had suddenly materialized in the air. Instantly, countless golden lights soared towards the water mirror, solidifying into luminous names upon its surface. From top to bottom, there were precisely 120 names. Everyone could search for their own name upon the water mirror. Those whose names appeared henceforth would be acknowledged as disciples of the Taiyin sect. In an instant, the cultivators surged forward, eagerly scanning the mirror for their names. Among them were those who could not read, calling out, "Is there a kind soul who could assist me? I cannot recognize characters. My name is Tian Datu. Please help me see if my name is there." It resembled the moment students eagerly awaited their exam results. Zhanxi intended to take a look as well, but as she took a step forward, someone grasped her arm. Turning around, she was surprised to find it was Wang Xiao. His gaze bore the intensity of a sworn enemy, and he remarked, "Do you truly believe your name will be on the list?" "Why not?" Zhanxi retorted. As she observed the frenzied Wang Xiao before her, an intricate feeling stirred within her. These words were originally spoken by Wang Xiao to Mu Xiao in the original narrative. Yet now, he directed them at her, suggesting that the plot continued to unfold as before, albeit with a different protagonist. Thus, had she altered the storyline? Or had she not? Regaining her composure, Zhanxi met Wang Xiao's gaze and said, "I have heard that it is rare for a sect disciple to emerge from your city in a century. When a prodigy does appear, the entire city devotes its resources and efforts to nurture and protect them. And what of it? Your prominence in your city is not solely due to your status as the Lord's son, but also because you are the first prodigy in your city to reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 18. Zhanxi's tone was calm. "Lest the citizens of your city place their hopes upon you, Yet you have now faced rejection. Should I enter a sect, the city would take pride in me. And you would find it difficult to exact your revenge. It is easy for you to speak so lightly. Do you truly believe that if I cannot succeed, you will? Wang Xiao retorted sharply. Zhanxi fell silent, parting the dissipating crowd of cultivators before her, lifting her gaze towards the golden characters suspended in midair. Unhurriedly, Zhanxi's eyes continued to ascend, while Wang Xiao, unwilling to concede, squeezed in beside her, following her gaze upward. Young Zhanxi, 21 blossoms, rank 68. Impossible. Impossible. Wang Xiao felt as though struck by lightning, his lips trembling in disbelief. He fixated on the girl in green before him, in the sunlight. The dark mark on half of her face seemed to blur under the golden rays, and at first glance, she appeared no different from the charming girl she once was. Yet upon closer inspection, she was entirely transformed. Yang Zhanxi had entered the Taiyin sect, and regardless of her cultivation level, she now possessed the backing of a sect, bringing pride to the entirety of Yu City for having produced a sect disciple. No matter how discontented or resentful he felt, he could not bring himself to inflict harm upon the Yang family. In a world where strength is revered, it is indeed the might of one's fist that speaks the loudest. The girl wore a smile, stepping forward, causing Wang Xiao to instinctively take a step back. Her voice was gentle, yet beneath that warmth lay a subtle layer of mockery. Young Master Wang, the hope of the entire village rests upon me now, she said. You are out. Chapter 17, Taiyin Sect. As a trial came to a close, the fates of the participants diverged. Just as I pondered how to offer solace, a voice of astonishment emerged from behind. Miss Yang? In the book At the Pinnacle of the Nine Heavens, the male characters are tasked with slaying monsters and leveling up, while the female characters cultivate romantic relationships with the male protagonist, Mu Qingxiao. Mu Qingxiao has taken 8 wives, each a paragon of beauty, each with a distinct charm. Among them, Lu Yunxin, Mu Qingxiao's childhood sweetheart, embodies grace and gentleness, delicate and obedient, akin to a moonlit dream. Despite a certain disdain for such tropes, upon encountering Lu Yunxin, Zhanxi could not help but silently marvel at her beauty. Lu Yunxin, true to her name, was as fragile as a willow swaying in the breeze, light as a cloud. Upon seeing Zhanxi, she exclaimed in surprise, "You are still alive? Forgive me." Lu Yunxin said, a hint of unease in her voice as she twisted the hem of her garment and looked down. Had it not been for your efforts to save me, you wouldn't. There's no need to thank me. It was only right, Zhanxi thought, realizing that had she not rescued Lu Yunxin, she would now be among the deceased. And your face? Lu Yunxin looked at her with concern. Zhanxi touched her own face and reassured her, it's nothing. A spirit herb will suffice for healing. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Qingxiao, noticing Lu Yunxin conversing with Zhanxi, strode over, seized Lu Yunxin's hand, and shielded her protectively behind him, admonishing, Yunxin, come here, do not stand too close to her. She doesn't appear all that fearsome, Zhanxi mused, finding Mu Qingxiao's overprotectiveness unnecessary. As the conversation was about to commence, the purple conch atop the Immortals platform spoke once more. Esteemed fellow disciples, prepare yourselves at once to accompany me to Gufeng Mountain, where we shall officially register at the gates of the Taiyin sect. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. In a surprising turn, Zhanxi found herself holding a handful of Lian mountain flowers. The purple conch then remarked with a smile, these Lian mountain flower stamens are imbued with abundant elemental power. After the trial, the harvested flowers will be bestowed as rewards to all of you. You may refine them to aid in your breakthroughs. At this moment, Zhanxi comprehended that indeed, the elemental power within those stamens could be absorbed. She hastily transferred all the flowers into the hands of old Neo, having absorbed half of the elemental power contained within, thus preventing it from transforming into ghostly hands. She instructed, old Neo, outsiders cannot be brought into the sect. Take these flowers to Huajin Tower in exchange for spirit stones, and find a place in town to stay temporarily. Once I am settled within the sect, I shall descend the mountain to visit you. One cannot bring family members into the academy. It must be this way for now. Miss, you must diligently cultivate within the sect, Hong Su advised earnestly. Do not forget your promise to find me a better husband. Zhanxi responded. Is this notion embedded within my very being? She replied, understood. The Taiyin sect is a venerable establishment within the realm of cultivation in Duzhou, founded 3 centuries ago by the first sect leader, Yushan Shengrun, who ascended to the divine realm a century prior. It was the first sect in Duzhou to witness a successful ascension. With such a living testament as its principle, the Taiyan sect could hardly maintain a low profile. It has been a decade since the sect last recruited new disciples. The man beside her chuckled. I have heard that there are countless martial arts manuals within the sect, and even a single volume could fetch hundreds of spirit stones at the auction house. Just imagine, if we were to secretly take one to sell. He laughed lewdly. Would we be able to strike it rich? Zhanxi felt a wave of concern for the recruitment standards of the Taiyan sect's current cohort. The group was aboard a spirit ship, bound for the Taiyan sect, capable of transporting dozens of cultivators at once. Most of these practitioners had yet to reach the dance stage and were unable to fly with swords, thus, they relied solely on the spirit ship for their journey. The man beside her was Tian De Tu, the illiterate fellow she had helped when the results were announced. At that time, no one paid him any heed, but Zhanxi, feeling pity for him, assisted in locating his name. From that moment, he regarded her as a benevolent soul and naturally considered her a friend. Tian De Tu's real name was Tian Fong Fong, but he found it too feminine and opted to call himself Tian De Tu instead. His family hailed from a lineage of cultivators. Yet he belonged to a collateral branch and thus lacked access to quality resources. Consequently, he ventured out on his own at a young age. Over the years, he had encountered numerous fortuitous events. Today, during the Lian Mountain Flower Trial, he had gathered 39 Lian Mountain flowers, securing second place. Tian Fong Fong exclaimed. Once I absorb these flowers, I shall advance to the third layer of foundation establishment. Once I join the sect, I will be able to form my Dan. Junior sister Zhanxi, he continued. When that time comes, I will be the first to show you. Zhanxi replied. Thank you. As they conversed, they noticed in the distance, amidst the mist, a perilous peak standing tall, resembling a brush poised to ink the heavens above. At the summit, a purple mist enveloped the peaks, where a colossal golden dragon circled majestically, its piercing gaze fixed upon the passing cultivators, as though poised to ascend to the heavens at any moment. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the dragon was an exquisite stone sculpture, remarkably lifelike. Its eyes blazed with twin flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all in their path. Upon reaching the apex, the spiritual vessel came to a halt, and the crowd disembarked. Ahead lay a magnificent white jade staircase that led directly into the sea of clouds. Flanking the steps were intricately carved spiritual turtles and toads, and at the summit, one's gaze was drawn to a grand crimson hall, resplendent in the sunlight, radiating an ethereal brilliance. On the golden plaque before the hall were inscribed 3 prominent characters, Taiyan sect. In this enchanting atmosphere, the air was alive with the grace of soaring phoenixes and the dynamic energy of dragons and serpents. Zhanxi descended from the spiritual vessel, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, "We have arrived." With her gaze directed toward the hall, she recognized this as the very site where the male protagonist, Mu Tsingxiao, would take flight in the original tale. It marked the inaugural stage of the unfolding narrative, the Taiyan sect. Zhanxi ascended the white jade steps alongside the others. As she crossed the final step, the vista expanded before her. This was a temple, where at the forefront stood a statue of the founding master, Saint Yushan. The statue, crafted of gold, exuded an aura of ethereal grace, the saint holding a whisk, gazing down benevolently upon the vast mortal realm. Within the hall, hundreds of bright lanterns flickered, casting dancing shadows that imbued the entire space with a profound and magnificent ambience. Beyond the hall lay an outer courtyard, starkly contrasting with the opulence of the main hall, exuding an extraordinary tranquility and purity. In the distance, a cascade tumbled from the cliff, showering the surroundings with silvery droplets. A delicate mist enveloped the mountains, and the wind stirred the verdant waves, rendering the scene akin to a splendid celestial realm. A group of individuals passed by, seemingly disciples of the Taiyan sect. Most garbed in light gray gauze robes with narrow sleeves and cinched waists. The men adorned their heads with gray wooden hairpins, while the women secured their hair with gray silk ribbons. The fabric of these robes was of an unknown material, its hue delicate and unobtrusive, flowing like clouds in motion, exuding an ethereal charm. Zhanxi mused to herself, everything is in a sophisticated gray. It appears that the trend in the cultivation world leans towards a minimalist aesthetic. Beside her, a female cultivator inquired of Ziluo, Sister Ziluo, why do some of them wear gray garments, while others don green, and yours is still purple? Indeed, amidst this group of disciples, a few wore robes of varying colors. However, even the green and purple were tinged with a soft gray tone, exhibiting low saturation. characteristic of the Morandi palette. Zilluo replied, outer disciples all wear standardized gauze robes, while inner disciples have the liberty to choose their attire without excessive restrictions. Inner disciples and outer disciples? Tian Fongfog asked. Do we count as inner disciples or outer disciples? Zilluo smiled softly. Currently, you are all outer disciples. However, after the sect assessment in half a month, those ranked in the top 30 will be elevated to inner disciples. The group of cultivators was taken aback by the realization that their journey within the sect was not yet complete, as further evaluations awaited them. Someone then questioned, what is the distinction between inner and outer disciples? There is indeed a distinction, Zilluo elucidated. Inner disciples are personally instructed by their masters, granting them access to advanced techniques and resources, such as spirit stones and elixirs, which far surpass what outer disciples receive. Zhanxi contemplated, recognizing the distinction between the elite class and the ordinary one. Indeed, exceptional students merit the finest educational resources. Allow me to escort you to the dormitory, she offered. Zilluo continued to lead the way, stating that once settled, someone would later bring robes and details regarding the following day's schedule. To be candid, the accommodation provided by the Tai Yin sect was remarkably commendable. Zhanxi had previously believed that the riverside room occupied by Wang Xiao was quite splendid. However, she soon discovered that the student dormitories at Tai Yin sect surpassed even that. Each dormitory housed 2 individuals and was situated just beyond the back mountain, consisting of charming, standalone wooden cabins spread across 3 stories. The first floor featured a reception area adorned with tatami mats and small tables, inviting guests to sit and sip tea while engaging in conversation. The second floor comprised bedrooms, with wooden walls ensuring privacy for each pair. The third floor boasted a rooftop terrace, an open-air space perfect for gazing at the moon and discussing life's aspirations under the night sky. It was, in essence, a veritable retreat. Rumor had it that the inner disciples enjoyed even more luxurious accommodations, with individual villas at their disposal, a truly opulent arrangement. Zhanxi had not anticipated that the freedom of housing unattainable in the modern world would unexpectedly manifest within the pages of a book. Once Zilluo had escorted everyone to their designated dormitories, she prepared to depart. Zhanxi called out to her, Senior Sister Zilluo, is there something else? She inquired. My face was injured by a beast. Zhanxi indicated her visage. Is there a remedy? With numerous cultivators present that day, Zilluo had initially overlooked Zhanxi. Upon noticing her face now, she gasped in surprise and then asked, is this an injury caused by domain? Zhanxi nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The purple spiral extended her hand, gently resting it upon Zhanxi's face, warmth emanating from the contact. After a brief moment, she remarked, there remains a trace of demonic energy upon your visage. I have employed a detoxification technique to extract the lingering malevolence. However, she paused, then continued. The scars upon your face may require advanced medicinal herbs for a complete restoration. She inquired, is there any possibility that Senior Sister could? Apologetically. The purple spiral offered a smile. Advanced medicinal herbs are rare, and inner disciples are permitted to claim them only on a monthly basis. Unfortunately, my quota for this month has already been exhausted. Zhanxi remained silent, and the purple spiral, mistaking her quietude for despondency, reassured her, do not fret. Once you become an inner disciple, even without claiming advanced medicinal herbs, Master will find a way for you. As long as you secure a place within the top 30 in the upcoming assessment in half a month, everything will be resolved. She patted Zhanxi's shoulder before turning to depart. Zhanxi gazed at the retreating figure of the purple spiral, still grappling with her emotions. When a familiar voice echoed behind her, this is troubling. Only inner disciples are entitled to procure advanced medicinal herbs. It seems Miss Yang shall bear the scars upon her face for eternity. Zhanxi questioned, what brings you here? To add insult to injury, she found herself sharing a dormitory with someone she disliked. What could be more excruciating than being assigned a roommate from among those one does not favor? Zhanxi felt that this narrative was decidedly unkind to her. The charming little terrace on the 3rd floor, once a perfect locale for heartfelt conversations, wine, and binge-watching dramas with close friends, now seemed destined for abandonment. Duan Xiangrao appeared momentarily taken aback. When I entered the sect, I certainly did not intend to seek a partner here or to find a reliance for myself. Zhanxi smiled and remarked, if a young lady wishes to leverage her beauty as a shortcut, so be it. However, please do not presume that everyone shares your myopic views. Nine Heaven Summit is a male-oriented, exhilarating novel wherein all male characters either exist to enlighten the protagonist or to serve as foils for him. The female characters, on the other hand, either aspire to romance the protagonist or are mere playthings of the antagonists. Yet, the situation has now changed. Zhanxi declared, "I aspire to become an inner disciple, but not through the favor of any man, rather, through my own merit." Chapter 19. Martial Arts Academy. The autumn frost was as delicate as water, and the night at Gufeng Mountain was profoundly tranquil. A glimmer of starlight shimmered within the Milky Way, while the distant lights appeared blurred in the backdrop. Zhanxi sat on the third floor, gazing into the distance. Lost in thought, she was an unremarkable individual, lacking any exceptional talents. Her greatest virtue lay in her resilient mindset. Regardless of the circumstances she faced, she maintained a composed demeanor. This very quality was the reason for her unwavering calmness to this day. Entering Nine Heavens Summit had been a fortuitous accident, as had acquiring the Xiong Yuan Pearl. Yet, the path she traversed was ultimately her own choice, and one she would pursue even if it meant kneeling. Presently, she bore scars from residual demonic energy that needed to be fully healed, attainable only by ranking within the top 30 in the assessments. In today's selection competition, she placed 120, securing the 68th position, albeit with the aid of the Xiong Yuan Pearl. This result rendered her quest for an inner disciple position somewhat precarious. Nevertheless, the abundant spiritual energy on Gufeng Mountain offered a glimmer of hope. The selection of the location by the Taiyan sect is indeed commendable. This mountain is replete with abundant natural energies, which are even more refined than those found outside. Coupled with the cultivation of the Xiaoyuan Pearl for body refinement, one can achieve results with half the effort. Although she has now acquired the protagonist side quest, the original body's mediocre qualifications necessitate even greater diligence to attain the accomplishments of the Chosen One. Zhanxi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and summoned her internal energy to activate the Xiaoyuan Pearl within her, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to commence her refining process. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps of the small wooden cabin's window. The dormitory was enveloped in silence until suddenly, a resounding crow of a rooster pierced the air, echoing like thunder and ringing in one's ears. Zhanxi jolted awake, sitting up abruptly and rubbing her eyes. Was that the call of a rooster? It seemed excessively loud. After freshening up, she opened the door to find a striking rooster perched atop a distant osmanthus tree branch. This rooster was remarkably beautiful, its plumage a vibrant crimson, with a golden hue extending from its back, adorned with hints of emerald green, and its tail speckled with yellow spots. The crest was also golden, and it strolled leisurely along the branch, exuding an air of vitality, much like a dignitary in formal attire surveying the surroundings. They say a crane stands out among chickens. Even among a flock of cranes, this rooster would be conspicuous. "Ah, Zhanxi, you're awake too?" called out Tian Fongfong, who was rinsing her mouth with a bowl at the door. Upon seeing Zhanxi approach, she greeted her with a smile. Zhanxi remarked, "This rooster. I heard from the brothers in my room that this is the Taiyan sect's morning rooster, named General Yuri. Every morning when it crows, we all must rise." Zhanxi, understood. "A biological clock. Have you arranged the orientation?" Tian Fongfong inquired. New disciples of the Taiyan sect are required to attend classes punctually. The classes are divided into core and elective courses, with core courses further classified into foundational and theoretical subjects. Foundational courses encompass basic practices such as listening to teachings, observing nature, and silent meditation, while theoretical courses involve cultural studies, including readings from texts like the Qingjing Jing, Xini Miaojing, Ruyao Jing, and Qingtian Ge. These major classes are attended collectively. Minor classes, however, are exclusively available to inner disciples who are privileged to receive instruction from true masters. Furthermore, to rapidly elevate one's cultivation level, self-study is indispensable. The abundant spiritual energy on Gufeng Mountain creates an ideal environment for cultivation. Only inner disciples of the Taiyan sect can access the core scriptures and techniques. Fortunately, the martial arts library of the Taiyan sect is replete with a wealth of knowledge. All entry-level disciples are permitted to enter the library to select scriptures, though only inner disciples may ascend to the upper floors. Last night, Ziluo sent the arrangements for today. Shortly, the new disciples will proceed to the Taiyan sect's martial arts library to select their primary techniques for the upcoming fortnight of training. Outside, Tian Fongfong awaits her. The two navigated their way, uncertain of how long they had been walking, when Tian Fongfong joyfully pointed ahead. "We've found it." Zhanxi lifted her gaze to see a gathering of new disciples before them, with a small black building rising before them, 3 stories high, expansive in its footprint. At the base stood a colossal stone tablet, upon which 3 large characters were inscribed in sword-cut calligraphy, Martial Arts Library. The characters are rendered in crimson ink, bold and vigorous, as if they could pierce through the very stone itself. This is the martial arts hall of the Taiyan sect. A voice emanates from behind. Sister Ziluo. Tian Fongfong scratches her head. Could you possibly share which martial art is the most formidable? Ziluo smiles and replies, rather than pondering its might. One should consider its suitability for cultivation. Go ahead, she instructs. Now is the time to select a martial art that aligns with your abilities. Within the martial arts hall, only 20 individuals may enter at once, and they are permitted to remain for the duration of a single incense stick's burn. Apart from Tian Fongfong, all the narrative characters are present, leaving one to ponder whether this truly reflects the original text's intent. With a decisive step, Zhanxi crosses the threshold of the small building, immediately enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. This martial arts hall likely has a long history. The wooden shelves housing the tomes exude a coldness that has been distilled through the passage of time. Some shelves even bear peculiar and fantastical spiritual herbs. The bookshelves are embedded within the walls, filled to capacity from floor to ceiling. Upon entering, one feels as though they are submerged in an ocean of literature, rendering humanity insignificantly small. Each martial art emits a faint golden glow, irresistibly captivating the eye. The first level alone is so resplendent that one cannot help but imagine the magnificence of the upper levels. Presently, the Xiaoyuan pearl rests in her hand, silent and still. Zhanxi steps closer, casually picking up a tome from the shelf to peruse. Titles such as Mighty Palm, Ninefold Seal, 7 Mystical Stars Sword, Limitless Primal Axe, and First Blade Technique resonate with an aura of essential power for any formidable warrior. As she turned the pages one by one, each tome seemed to possess an extraordinary allure. Just as Zhanxi felt somewhat bewildered, the previously dormant Zhanxi at her heart suddenly stirred. Taken aback, she instinctively looked up and beheld a book gently levitating from the shelves before her. Were this a scene from a film, it would likely belong to the horror genre. Zhanxi had always harbored a fear of ghosts, yet this time, she felt no trepidation at all. This was primarily due to the distinctly different aura emanating from this particular volume. While other scriptures radiated golden and silver glimmers, exuding an air of mystery and rarity akin to fragments of divine light, this book, although also aglow, emitted a pink hue, specifically the most garish shade of Barbie pink. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized it for a moment, questioning the discerning eye of the Zhanxi. Are you certain? The Zhanxi twitched, seemingly growing impatient. With no alternative, Zhanxi approached the book. Just as she neared, before she could even extend her hand, the tome seemed to sense her proximity and swiftly leapt into her grasp. Gradually, the pink radiance enveloping the scripture faded, revealing the appearance of an ordinary book. Upon glancing down, Zhanxi saw 5 prominent characters inscribed, Qingyi Nianhua Gun. The name was sufficiently melodramatic, yet she pondered the meaning of holding a stick in conjunction with picking flowers. While she was lost in contemplation, the voice of a disciple stationed at the gate broke through her thoughts, urging, "Time is running short. Please select your technique and depart promptly." Tucking the book into her bosom, she exited slowly, and upon reaching the threshold, she registered with the disciple before finally stepping out of the small building. As the small building emerged, Zhanxi discovered that Tian Fongfong had been waiting for her outside. Upon seeing Zhanxi, Tian Fongfong eagerly pulled her aside and whispered, "Junior sister Zhanxi, what did you choose?" "I selected a copy of the Zhan Jiao Ju. Although it pales in comparison to intermediate techniques, I estimate it could fetch around 100 spirit stones in the Huajin Tower. Aren't the texts from our sect allowed to be sold outside?" "It's simple. I'll transcribe it, so it wouldn't count as a sect manuscript," Zhanxi replied. Tian Fongfong nudged her arm. "What about you? What did you pick?" "Junior sister Zhanxi, let us make a deal. Once you master it, could you lend it to me for a few days? I can transcribe it and sell it for spirit stones, and we can split the earnings." Tian Fongfong winked at her. Zhanxi remained silent. Without the Xiaoyuan pearl, she had no idea which technique Mu Qingxiao ultimately selected. However, she was certain that the Qingyi Nianhua gun in her possession was not the same manuscript Mu Qingxiao had chosen in the original text. If it bore such a melodramatic name, it would have certainly left an impression on her. This indicated that the Xiaoyuan pearl had tailored her choice specifically for her. Selecting this Qingyi Nianhua gun as the most suitable technique for her, despite its seemingly embarrassing title. Outside the martial arts hall, the disciples finished selecting their techniques and dispersed. Ziluo was reviewing the register of techniques when someone approached her and took the ledger. It was a portly middle-aged man clad in a gray-brown gauze robe, his robust frame causing the delicate garment to fit rather snugly, leaving an imprint on his waist. Nevertheless, his face bore a cheerful smile, exuding an air of amiability. Ziluo Dao, sixth master uncle, Zhanxi of the Taiyan sect, was the sixth disciple taken in by the sect leader, Xiaoyang, thus ranking as number 6. Zhanxi flipped through the roster. Have we selected all? Ziluo nodded. Zhanxi, filled with anticipation, rubbed his hands and inquired, are there any extraordinary talents among them? Sixth master uncle. There aren't that many prodigies, Ziluo replied with a hint of resignation. Glancing at the roster, he noted that the chosen techniques were quite similar to those of previous years. Except what? Zhanxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. When new disciples select techniques, they often gravitate towards those that sound powerful or are easier to master, with more ostentatious names. However, 2 individuals stand out. How so? One young man named Mu Xingxiao selected the 5 elements breaking divine art. As you know, Zhanxi, this is a fragmented scroll. Hence, despite being an advanced technique, it was relegated to the first floor. You mean this young man chose a fragmented scroll? Zhanxi expressed surprise. Indeed, a fragmented scroll, no matter how advanced, ultimately cannot be fully cultivated. Choosing to practice from a fragmented scroll is traditionally quite disadvantageous. And what of the other? Zhanxi inquired. What about the other? The other female disciple, named Zhanxi, chose the Qingyin Yanhua staff. Zhanxi suddenly raised his head. What did you say? Ziluo looked at him and replied, the Qingyin Yanhua staff, which can only be found by those with fate, has been discovered by Sister Yang. Chapter 21. The Qingyin Yanhua staff. The Qingyin Yanhua staff is not merely an ordinary staff technique. It has been meticulously compiled by the illustrious Qinghua fairy of the Taiyan sect. After its completion, this unique martial art was placed on the first floor of the Martial Arts Academy. Over the years, no newly initiated disciples have discovered this tome, not due to a lack of discernment, but because the Qinghua fairy proclaimed that this technique is extraordinary, discernible only to those with fate. Yet now, this very Qingyin Yanhua staff has been unearthed by a newly joined junior sister. Who is this young Zhanxi you mentioned? After a moment of contemplation, Zhanxi inquired. The disciple has gathered information. Sister Yang hails from a small town called Yueqing in Duzhou. It is said that she accompanied her fiancé to participate in the selection competition. And while her fiancé was unsuccessful, she herself passed the trials. Oh, Zhanxi expressed surprise. To what level has she cultivated now? The elemental power gate during the trials indicated she is at the first level of foundation establishment. Early in the foundation establishment phase, you say? Zhanxi felt a tinge of disappointment, perceiving her still somewhat immature. Should the Lord of Yueqing hear this, he would likely feel a pang of regret. In Yueqing, only one, Wang Xiao, has reached foundation establishment before the age of 18, and he is revered as a genius. However, the Taiyan sect has encountered numerous prodigies, rendering someone like Zhanxi quite unremarkable. Sixth master uncle, considering she was able to discover the Qingyin Yanhua staff, there may indeed be something exceptional about her. Let us wait and see during the sect's assessments how she performs. Indeed, Zhanxi remained oblivious to the fact that she had drawn the attention of her sixth master, Zhanxi, due to a particular cultivation technique. After selecting her method, she proceeded to attend a public class alongside Tian Fongfong in the lecture hall. The current leader of the Taiyan sect, the revered Xiaoyang, had taken in 7 disciples. The responsibility of teaching the public courses fell to none other than his eldest disciple, the Moonlight Taoist. The mere mention of this name sent a shiver down the spine of one's wallet. Seated beside Zhanxi, Tian Fongfong leaned in and whispered, Junior sister. Isnt, it said that cultivators excel in the art of maintaining youth. Yet, I find the countenance of this Moonlight Master uncle rather unremarkable. Zhanxi could comprehend each word, yet when strung together, they rendered her utterly perplexed. On the dojo continent, the fervor for cultivation was widespread. Many practitioners began their training from a young age and had already familiarized themselves with such theories. Even those like Tian Fongfong, who were self-taught, could grasp the concepts with ease. However, for someone like Zhanxi, who had been steeped in a technological society since childhood, it was akin to a monkey attempting to comprehend a celestial text, utterly bewildering. As Zhanxi listened, her eyes glazed over with confusion, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the morning class. Once it was finally over, Tian Fangfang tugged at Zhanxi, exclaiming, "Let us go and have a meal." The living conditions at the Taiyin sect were commendable, and the dining arrangements were equally satisfactory. New disciples had their own designated cafeteria, which offered a plethora of culinary choices, with an especially abundant variety of dishes. After obtaining their meals, Zhanxi and Tian Fangfang found an empty table to enjoy their lunch. The flavors of the food were delightful, prompting Zhanxi to remark between bites, "I used to believe that disciples of the sect could forego meals during their cultivation. That is how it's portrayed in novels, where they practice fasting." Junior sister, you may not comprehend this, but Tian Fangfang bit into a chicken leg with great enthusiasm. The meals provided by the Taiyin sect are not merely ordinary fare. The fruits, meats, and eggs are all nourished by spiritual energy. Even the tea we drink is beneficial for our bodies when consumed in abundance. Given your frail constitution, it would be prudent to indulge a bit more, as it may aid in your breakthroughs. Zhanxi, using her chopsticks, picked out the scallions from her bowl and remarked, "Isn't it excessive for the sect to waste so much? Won't it lead to depletion? They don't pay for lodging or meals. How can the Taiyin sect support so many disciples? What if there comes a day of layoffs? How could that possibly happen?" Tian Fangfang replied, casting a surprised glance at her. "Every year, we venture into the secret realms and engage in competitions with other sects, yielding substantial rewards. They could easily recruit hundreds more disciples. Besides, our sect is the wealthiest. Why would you concern yourself with such matters?" Zhanxi fell silent. Her head bowed as she continued to eat. Perhaps this encapsulates the anxiety of a corporate drone. After lunch, the new disciples were relieved from attending classes. The public lessons were held in the morning, allowing the newcomers to freely allocate their afternoon. With the sect's assessments approaching, they had just selected their martial arts techniques at the martial arts pavilion. Most disciples sought a quiet place to practice independently. Today, Master Yuiguang also mentioned during class that it would be advisable for the new disciples to select areas rich in spiritual energy for their self-study. The most suitable location on Goofing Mountain for new disciples to cultivate is the Chuhong platform, situated behind the dormitory, in front of a magnificent waterfall. From the mountaintop, one can behold a rainbow bridge arching gracefully over the long forest, illuminating the sunlight with stunning beauty amidst the interplay of light and clouds. Upon arriving at this location, Zhanxi felt an overwhelming lightness in her body as the surrounding aura surged, instantly awakening the Xiong Yuan Pearl. "This place is rather splendid." Tian Fangfang stretched lazily, contemplating that cultivating in such an environment was infinitely better than the dilapidated dwelling she had previously occupied. The members of the sect certainly know how to relish life. Just look at this breathtaking scenery. Zhanxi couldn't help but marvel at the world within the book, irrespective of its settings and logic. The natural beauty alone made the journey worthwhile. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Oh, you are here to cultivate as well?" Tian Fangfang, oblivious, inquired of Zhanxi, "Is she your friend?" Zhanxi replied, "Do you think she resembles my friend?" Duan Xiangrao's gaze fell upon the staff beside Zhanxi, initially taken aback. Before breaking into a smile, "Junior sister Yang, could it be that you have chosen the staff technique? New disciples are permitted to collect weapons from the armory, though the quality is generally mediocre. If a disciple possesses wealth, they may purchase weapons elsewhere with spirit stones and bring them to the mountain." However, Zhanxi was quite impoverished, wielding the ordinary iron staff provided by the sect for new disciples. "Indeed," Zhanxi queried, "is that not permissible?" The young cultivator beside her smirked maliciously. "I think the staff suits you perfectly. Should you have chosen silk, it would only serve to accentuate your shortcomings." This man appeared to be in his early 30s, with a narrow, elongated face and slightly upwards turned brows, exuding a hint of unapproachability. Nonetheless, he must be quite affluent, as evidenced by the beautifully adorned emerald set in the hilt of the sword he wore at his waist. Duan Xiangrao nestled against him like a delicate bird, her gaze towards Zhanxi imbued with a hint of pride, as if flaunting her new boyfriend. Zhanxi found herself at a loss for words. "What are you staring at, ugly girl?" The cultivator's brows furrowed, his tone laced with an air of arrogance and hostility. Tian Fangfang took a step back and whispered to Zhanxi, "Junior sister Yang, this brother is Hua Yu, the first-place winner of the selection competition, and he has already formed his golden core." A flicker of recognition sparked in Zhanxi's heart. This brother, who had claimed the top spot in the selection, had harvested a total of 54 lianshan flowers. not due to his climbing prowess, but rather through his knack for seizing the most. He had essentially secured first place through his opportunistic tactics. As he was already in the early stages of Golden Core formation, the most advanced among the newly admitted disciples, the fact that Duan Xiangrao had chosen the top newcomer as her new boyfriend left Zhanxi once again marveling at her unparalleled social skills. She made her way to the Chuhong platform, parting ways with Tane Fongfong, and sought out a secluded glade rich in spiritual energy, where she settled down. Taking out the Qini Nianhua stick from her bosom, she began to peruse it with her spiritual consciousness. The origins of this tome remained a mystery, but as she opened it, a fragrant breeze wafted forth, reminiscent of the floral scent that lingers on a maiden, both sweet and enchanting. Soon, Zhanxi's vision began to blur. It felt as though she was enveloped in a chaotic white mist. Time became indistinct. Eventually, the fog began to dissipate, revealing a young woman before her. Dressed in flowing white, her face obscured, even from a distance, one could perceive her as an unparalleled beauty. The maiden stood beneath a flourishing flowering tree, wielding a long green staff. After a moment, she positioned the staff before her and began to dance gracefully with it. The art of wielding a staff is traditionally characterized by its rigidity and ferocity. Yet, in the hands of this woman, it resembles a living willow branch, soft and agile. As she dances, her voice rings out like delicate silver bells, proclaiming, "The central principle, the master of the staff's path, embodies the essence of balance and integrity. Whether through grand gates or humble entrances, both body and instrument must align in a single line, as is aptly termed the meridian." Upon finishing her words, she thrust the staff before her, as if to elucidate her statement. Zhanxi's eyes widened, captivated by every nuance of her movements. Curiously, while it is often said that a woman wielding a staff lacks grace, this maiden in white dances with her staff as though performing an ethereal ballet. Her form transcendent and enchanting. The azure staff stirs the air, causing blossoms to flutter from the treetops, carpeting the ground in shades of pink. Thus, both above and below, the scene is awash in floral beauty, yet amidst this radiant tapestry, only the solitary figure of the woman in white stands, seemingly destined to dance with the wind forever. Initially, her movements are slow, each step clear and comprehensible to Zhanxi. Gradually, however, her technique accelerates, and soon it becomes indistinguishable where the person ends, where the flowers begin, and where the staff resides. One can only perceive an unparalleled beauty, gliding like a startled swan, gracefully like a wandering dragon. As twilight descends, the vibrant rainbow before the cascading waterfall at Chuhong Terrace begins to fade, and the sun is completely cloaked by the clouds. A few scattered stars peek out, casting their luminous glow throughout the forest. The woman in her gauzy robe remains perfectly still, seated in her place, beads of sweat gradually forming on her brow. The droplets cascade down to her nose, yet she appears utterly oblivious, as countless stars converge above her head, silently observing the one who has toiled through day and night. At dawn, the autumn rain begins to fall upon Gufeng Mountain. Rainwater trickled in through the unlatched window, dampening the papers strewn across the desk. A resounding crow of a rooster heralded the dawn, eliciting complaints from students reluctant to rise for their lessons. Zhanxi rubbed her eyes and rose to freshen up. After hastily consuming a few bites of the leftover flatbread from the previous night, she ventured out with an umbrella in hand. At the academy, disciples placed their oiled paper umbrellas by the entrance, diligently wiping the mud from their shoes before stepping inside. Just as Zhanxi settled down, her neighbor, Tian Fongfong, inquired with surprise, "Junior sister, did you not sleep well? You appear rather haggard." Zhanxi stifled a yawn and replied, "Indeed, I have been lacking in sleep." It had been 5 days since she had taken the book The Elegant Maiden and the Flower Staff, and less than 10 days remained until the sect examination. Each day, after attending public classes, Zhanxi would retreat to the Chuhong platform to study, often staying until the midnight hour. The dark circles under her eyes were increasingly apparent, and the dark marks on her right cheek, remnants of a previous encounter with malevolent forces, were becoming more pronounced. Such was her fate. The life of a diligent worker often involved late nights, and staying up until the early hours had become routine. Yet, despite her relentless efforts, her proficiency with the staff remained stagnant. She had mastered the techniques of the flower staff, but her execution resembled that of an ordinary practitioner, lacking the formidable grace exhibited by the ethereal woman from her visions. Consequently, Zhanxi often felt akin to a clumsy model, embodying only the form without the spirit. Meanwhile, The elder moonlight on the platform continued to recite slowly. With the crow of the raven, gold takes flight, the rabbit scurries, and jade takes flight. In the realms, a grain of millet, mountains and rivers, dust of years. In the flicker of life, like lightning's spark, several guest magpies perch on a branch. The sands of time ebb and flow. As spring gives way to autumn, the universe remains unyielding, indifferent to the passage of seasons. High above in the celestial realms, the winds and moonlight are frigid, while the immortal beings harbor no trivial worries within their hearts. Zhanxi found herself lost in contemplation at the threshold of her martial arts practice, oblivious to Tian Fangfang's desperate gestures and the imminent presence of the moonlight Taoist. With a gentle tap of 2 fingers upon her desk, Zhanxi lifted her gaze to meet the kind eyes of the moonlight Taoist, who inquired, "My dear disciple, pray tell, what insights did you glean from the great path song we just discussed?" Rising to her feet, Zhanxi maintained her composure and fabricated a response. It speaks of the ephemeral nature of life, asserting that all is but an illusion, urging us to cherish time and seize the present moment. Every entity in the universe has its own Tao. Thus, we need not be confined by rigid forms, but should strive to discern the truth within. The Moonlight Master chuckled softly. What constitutes truth, and what is illusion? Zhanxi, caught in her own musings, replied, "For instance, if it begins to rain outside and everyone feels a chill, the coldness is illusion, while the rain itself represents truth. It's a matter of materialism versus idealism. Concepts familiar to all." The Moonlight Master gently shook his head and remarked, "The cosmos is devoid of intention. The flourishing and withering of all things is mere illusion, while the great cycle of existence is the ultimate truth. What we deem as truth and illusion is merely a reflection of human perception. Each person sees it differently, and what you perceive is your own truth or illusion." This notion was too abstract for Zhanxi to grasp. Just as she settled back into her thoughts, a sudden realization darted through her mind. Wait, truth and illusion? Chapter 23, Sect Examination after class concluded. Zhanxi packed her belongings and reached for the oiled paper umbrella by the door, preparing to step outside. From behind her, Tian Fangfang called out, "Junior sister, aren't you joining us for a meal? Go on your own. I shall follow later." Zhanxi dashed into the curtain of rain, holding an umbrella. Upon reaching the Chuang platform, she found the day dreary due to the rain and the hour was noon, with most disciples having gone to their midday meal. Zhanxi chose a spot to sit, disregarding whether her garments would be drenched, and resumed her examination of the tome Qing Yinhua Gun with her spiritual awareness. The recent debate with the Moonlight Taoist regarding the nature of truth and illusion had been little more than her whimsical fabrications. Yet, at the critical moment, inspiration struck, revealing the bottleneck in her staff techniques. For 5 consecutive nights, she had diligently practiced, wielding the staff with a semblance of proficiency. Yet it remained inferior to the grace exhibited by the woman within her mind's eye. She had tirelessly studied the woman's staff techniques, but now realized that this seemingly ornate method, named Qingyin Yanhua, presented a conundrum. She possessed the staff, but lacked the flower. Without the flower, this staff technique bore no distinction from others outside. However, the inclusion of Nianhua imbued it with a touch of delicate charm. The essence of the staff technique lay in the fierce beauty of the fallen blossoms stirred up by the staff. These flowers, caught in the currents of air, could deftly breach an opponent's defenses, transforming into formidable weapons. The act of Nianhua was not mere artifice, but a means to enhance one's offensive strategy. A revelation indeed. Zhanxi gripped the iron staff anew, closed her eyes, and, surrounded by the osmanthus trees in full bloom during autumn, inhaled the fragrant air. She channeled the elemental energy around her and delivered a horizontal strike before her. The wind generated by the staff stirred a fragrant breeze, soft and sweet. Yet within this aroma lingered an almost imperceptible hint of lethal intent. Zhanxi could distinctly perceive a straight stream of energy emerging from the blossoms set in motion by her staff, reminiscent of the lingering shadow of another strike. As the afterimage rippled like the surface of water, layers of waves unfolded, revealing delicate ripples within, each marking the blossoming of a flower. At that moment, the Xiong Yuan pearl in her heart surged with fervor, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into the Zhanxi body. Zhanxi felt as though the staff she held possessed boundless strength. Within the undulating reflections of the afterimage, a straight line materialized. Without hesitation, she aimed her strike at that line. The first stance of Qingyi's flora staff. Mirror flower water moon. The rain seemed to pause at that instant. The ripples in the air suddenly gave rise to countless shadows of flowers, clustering together like clouds upon the sea, hurtling towards the massive stone before her. Along with it, the iron staff in the woman's hand was propelled forward. With a resounding crash, the stone was reduced to powder, releasing the rich fragrance of the osmanthus. As she lifted her gaze, the floral shadows and the water's surface dissipated, leaving only a woman in a gray robe, standing amidst the rain, her long hair soaked. A mountain sparrow chirped, flapping its wings as it flew to another tree. Startled by the commotion, Zhanxi lowered her gaze to her hand. It seemed she had just broken through. In the following days, Zhanxi continued her routine of early mornings and late evenings, diligently applying herself to her studies. Her fellow disciples also recognized the imminent sect assessment, each one fervently practicing their skills. In no time, the Chuang platform was bustling with activity, akin to a university library during finals week, where latecomers found no available seats. Perhaps the most delighted by this was Zhanxi, the sixth master uncle of the Taiyan sect. With the sect assessment scheduled for the next day, Zhanxi sat in the hall, checking the names of the disciples while savoring a roast chicken surreptitiously procured from the foot of the mountain. The ingredients on the mountain are abundant in spiritual essence, and the kitchen is kept immaculate and refreshing. While that is commendable, it pales in comparison to the rich flavors found below the mountain. Furthermore, the esteemed master Xiaoyang recently expressed concerns about his burgeoning figure, which he deemed detrimental to the sect's image, prompting him to undergo fasting. After enduring hunger for over 10 days, Zhanxi could no longer contain himself and erupted one fateful night. As Zilluo entered, she caught Zhanxi attempting to conceal a roasted chicken beneath his seat. With a resigned tone, she said, "No need to hide it, sixth master uncle. I have already seen." Zhanxi cleared his throat and remarked, "Zilluo, among all the disciples, you are my favorite. Please, do not disclose this to the master." Zilluo feigned ignorance to his last statement and shifted the conversation. "Master uncle, the arrangements for tomorrow's assessment are all set. The master has indicated that this sect examination is specifically to recruit new disciples for you. You ought to pay some attention to it." Among Master Xiaoyang's 7 disciples, aside from the youngest 7th master uncle, only 6th master uncle Zhanxi has yet to take on an apprentice. His casual demeanor and penchant for indulgence in food and sleep leave little room for ambition. This time, Master Xiaoyang decreed that those who pass the sect examination will become inner disciples, and the top 3 from the inner disciple assessment will be Zhanxi's direct apprentices. It is essential to provide Zhanxi with some responsibilities. Zhanxi waved his hand dismissively. "The master shows clear favoritism. My senior brothers have already selected their talented prot-gs, while I must sift through ordinary cultivators." "Zilluo, did you not mention that among the new entrants, there is no one particularly remarkable? In the selection of personal disciples by sects like theirs, it is customary to seek out exceptional talents with extraordinary spiritual roots from among the clans at an early age, nurturing them from childhood. However, those found among wandering cultivators, scattered from all corners, are often either of mediocre aptitude or too advanced in age, having missed the prime opportunity for cultivation. Thus, they are hardly the best choices. Yet, this is not entirely the case. From the disciples' perspective, during the sect's assessment, that Huaiwa stood out as the only one among the new disciples who had successfully formed a golden core. Even within our sect, he can be considered remarkable." Zilluo consoled him, remarking that the formation of a golden core is not particularly impressive. Suddenly, Zhanxi recalled the youth who had chosen the incomplete scroll and the girl who had discovered the Qingyi Nianhua staff. After pondering for a moment, Zhanxi concluded, "Well, at least they possess unwavering resolve and are undeterred by hardships. The progress they have made in the past half-month will soon be revealed. Let us wait for tomorrow." That night, Zhanxi found it difficult to sleep soundly, for the following day marked the sect's assessment. If she failed to gain entry into the inner sect, she would have to live with the scar on her face forever. To claim that she was indifferent to her appearance would be disingenuous. However, one cannot deny that when one exerts effort, there is always a hope for some reward. Once the desire for victory is ignited, it becomes impossible to remain indifferent to the outcome, devoid of wants or needs. Moreover, life inherently demands a glimmer of hope. Zhanxi turned over, her hand resting on the position of the Xiaoyuan pearl over her heart. At the very least, she hoped to lose without too much disgrace. After several days of autumn rain, it finally ceased the night before the sect's evaluation. It felt less like a competition and more akin to a beauty pageant. Zhanxi washed her face and glanced at the mirror. The woman reflected within it. If she covered her right cheek, could be deemed a beauty with bright eyes and a charming smile, her lips a vivid red and her teeth pearly white. Alas, the unsightly black scars crisscrossing her right cheek marred the overall allure of her visage. After a fleeting glance, Zhanxi could no longer bear to look. Her heart ached, and it would be best to hasten to the inner sanctum to procure advanced spiritual medicine for her wounds. Once she had tidied herself and consumed a modest meal to settle her stomach, Zhanxi arrived at the competition platform just in time for the sex assessment. The usual training ground had, overnight, transformed into a grand stone arena, square and level, rising about a person's height, enclosed by iron chains and ropes. This marked the boundary of the contest. The sex evaluation would primarily take the form of a lottery system, consisting of 2 rounds of competition where participants would face off in pairs. Only the 60 victors from the first round would advance to the second. The format remained the same for the second round, with direct confrontations determining who would proceed. Ultimately, from this second round, the 30 successful candidates would earn their place as inner disciples of the Taiyan sect. While the assessment method appeared straightforward and somewhat brutal, a deeper contemplation revealed its inherent cruelty. The new disciples hailed from various regions of dojo, comprising both talented scions of affluent families and self-taught practitioners of humble origins. The prodigious heirs of noble lineages possessed ample spiritual stones and artifacts. For instance, Huawei, the top contender in the selection tournament, wielded a long sword adorned with gemstones. A 4th-grade spiritual weapon. Should he face an equally matched opponent, that sword would significantly enhance his prowess. In contrast, individuals like Zhanxi and Tian Fangfang, who lacked even a single spiritual stone, were relegated to using the ordinary weapons dispensed by the sect, leaving them at a distinct disadvantage. The responsibility for overseeing this sect assessment fell upon Ziluo, whom Zhanxi surmised was akin to an assistant instructor, tasked with supervising the entire examination process. Upon the platform of competition, Ziluo extended her right hand, from which a golden radiance gradually ascended. After a brief moment, the golden light dissipated, revealing a small circular cauldron. With a wave of her hand, the cauldron began to sway gently and floated down before the gathered cultivators. Inside the cauldron were 120 wooden slips, and Ziluo proclaimed, "These slips contain the order of the matches. Those who draw the same number shall face each other in this assessment. Now, please proceed to draw your slips." The new disciples raised their hands, reaching into the cauldron. Each time a slip was drawn, the cauldron would float gracefully to the next individual. Tian Fangfang nudged Zhanxi's arm, saying, "Junior sister, let us pray we do not draw the same number. I do not wish for you to be my opponent." Zhanxi remained silent. It was not an exaggeration on Tian Fangfang's part. During the previous selection tournament, she had secured the second position. Prior to entering the sect, she was already at the second level of foundation establishment, and after diligent practice in recent days, her cultivation should have seen considerable growth. In terms of strength, she far surpassed Zhanxi. As they spoke, the cauldron floated before them. Tian Fangfang reached in first, followed by Zhanxi. Once the cauldron had drifted to the next person, Zhanxi lowered her gaze to the wooden slip in her hand. The slip was slender, about the width of a finger, inscribed with sharp red characters, 36. "I have 15, junior sister, what is your number?" Tian Fangfang leaned closer to take a look. Upon recognizing Zhanxi's number, she exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful. We are not opponents." Zhanxi remained silent, her gaze drifting to another direction. The narrative had been somewhat disrupted. It remained uncertain whether Mu Xingxiao's storyline would continue as before. As I contemplated, the last disciple drew a wooden stick, and Ziluo retracted the drawing furnace, gazing at the crowd below with a smile. The drawing of lots has concluded. The sect examination begins. The ominous sound of the dripping clock resonated from beside the competition platform. The first group of exam disciples ascended the stage. Standing on one side of the platform was a young cultivator wielding a long sword, while opposite him stood a youthful lad of approximately 17 or 18. Possessing striking features, sharp brows and bright eyes, radiating an invigorating youthful spirit with his sun-kissed skin. This was none other than Mu Xingxiao. Zhanxi sighed inwardly. The original narrative remained unchanged, and the male protagonist, Mu Xingxiao, was indeed the first to take the stage, just as described in the text. His opponent, the young cultivator, offered a slight bow, introducing himself, "Guahao." Mu Xingxiao returned the gesture, "Mu Xingxiao." However, before he could finish uttering his name, His adversary's sword light had already surged towards him. Gasps erupted from the audience, and Tian Fangfang exclaimed in a startled manner, "A sneak attack. How shameless. That young lad is in trouble." Zhanxi mused that it was likely the other one who was in peril. Indeed, in the next moment, a louder gasp echoed from the side. Yet, the young man on the stage remained unmoved. He had not even drawn his sword from his waist. Instead, he simply extended a hand, grasping the edge of his opponent's sword. How is this possible? Tian Fangfang was left in a state of shock. In that fleeting moment of deflection and push, a resounding clap was heard as the young cultivator was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground below the platform. Unable to rise for a while. In the distance, standing atop the pavilion, Xianlingzi gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the contest platform, exclaiming, "He actually." The Moonlight Taoist, stroking his long beard, remarked with profound significance, "To wield the 5-star breaking god technique with such prowess, this young man is extraordinary. Junior brother, it seems you may acquire a remarkable disciple this time." Below, the inner sect disciple, devoid of any emotion, announced the results. In the first group, Mu Tsingxiao wins. A stir erupted among the disciples. With a single strike, without even drawing his sword, this youth had emerged victorious. Chapter 25. The initial triumph following Mu Tsingxiao's performance in the first group, Tian Fangfang felt utterly disheartened, lamenting, "Junior sister, did you see? Our Taiyan sect truly harbors hidden talents." Zhanxi consoled her. There is no need for undue self-deprecation. Individuals like him are a rarity. As an outsider perusing the text, one might not fully grasp the extent of the protagonist's extraordinary abilities. Yet, immersed in the narrative, Zhanxi realized just how excessively the author had endowed the male lead with advantages. To showcase the protagonist's might, the overwhelming dominance portrayed was rather excessive. Observing the disciple who had been forcefully knocked off the stage, now humiliated and furious, covering his face as he fled, one could not help but feel that being defeated in a single move sounded quite tragic. Soon after, the second group of disciples took to the stage. Zhanxi glanced towards Mu Tsingxiao, who, upon noticing her gaze, frowned and turned to walk away. Zhanxi mused, despite Mu Tsingxiao lacking the Xiong pearl, he still defeated his opponent with one strike during the sect assessment. It appeared that the original plotline had not been altered by her transmigration. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. One by one, the disciples stepped forward, diligently honing their skills over recent days, each practicing their unique techniques. The event resembled an exhilarating competition, captivating the audience with its spectacle. Tian Fangfang swiftly passed her assessment, having mastered the second level of the Zhanjiaoju. Her opponent in this challenge was a younger female disciple, whose cultivation level fell short of Tian Fangfang's. With a single strike, Tian Fangfang sent her opponent tumbling from the stage, severing half of her elegant hair. The younger disciple trembled with rage, while Tian Fangfang, the unwitting instigator, hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, I misjudged my strength the first time. Please forgive me." The matches varied in pace. Those with a significant disparity in strength resolved their contest within 10 exchanges, while those of comparable prowess engaged in fierce and thrilling displays of skill. Unbeknownst to them, the announcer called, "Group 36, young Zhanxi, Feng Hu." Zhanxi ascended the competition platform, staff in hand. From a distant pavilion, Yueguang Taoist paused in surprise. "She is actually using a staff? What's wrong with using a staff, senior brother?" queried Zhanxi, puzzled. Yueguang Taoist stroked his long beard, contemplating, historically. Female cultivators seldom choose the staff as their weapon, primarily because it lacks aesthetic appeal. A long sword is graceful, easily worn at the waist. A golden blade is striking, held confidently in hand, while a satin ribbon is both beautiful and decorative when not in use. But a staff, it must be shouldered, which can appear somewhat unrefined. Zhanxi dismissed this concern, but she has chosen the Qing Yinyanhua gun, so she must use a staff. Yueguang Taoist was momentarily speechless. "What did you say?" Regarding that young girl, Xianlingzi gazed at the maiden upon the contest stage. Within the martial arts academy, she had discovered the Qingyin Yanhua staff. On the competition platform, Zhanxi observed her opponent. He was a burly middle-aged man, tall and robust, not quite resembling a cultivator, but rather evoking the image of a legendary hero who slays tigers. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, his square jaw exuded an air of fierce dominance. Although he donned a standard gray robe, a string of tiger teeth hung around his neck, the authenticity of which remained uncertain, yet it undeniably added to his intimidating presence. Beside him, the The tip of his spear was fashioned in the shape of a tiger's claw. It was apparent that he possessed a formidable physique, and his claws were as sharp as the tips of blades, instilling a sense of trepidation in onlookers. Zhanxi paid no heed to the murmurs from the audience, merely positioning her staff before her, stating, "Please." Her opponent, Feng Hu, did not make a move, merely casting a glance at Zhanxi before impatiently declaring, "With my tiger claw spear, I could shatter your skull. Woman, you might as well concede quickly to avoid wasting time." Zhanxi replied, "If you expect me to concede, that would be quite undignified." No sooner had she spoken than she charged forward with her staff, proclaiming, "Let us see who prevails." Feng Hu snorted coldly, "You seek death." He brandished his spear to meet her. Both Feng Hu and Zhanxi were at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, due to his greater age and extensive combat experience, the disparity in skill was immediately evident when juxtaposed with Zhanxi, a novice devoid of practical experience. Although the tiger claw spear technique was not the pinnacle of the Martial Arts Academy's repertoire, it was, nonetheless, the most suitable technique for Feng Hu. At times, when an apt technique encounters a fitting practitioner, it can unleash an unexpectedly formidable power. A robust man brandished a spear, lunging towards the woman before him. Yet, the lady exhibited remarkable agility, narrowly evading each thrust. After several attempts, the onlookers erupted in jest, exclaiming, "Feng Hu, are you perhaps showing leniency towards this junior sister? Surely, you must have taken a liking to her." Enraged by their taunts, Feng Hu bellowed, "Silence! Who could possibly fancy such an ugly creature?" With that, he summoned his inner strength, and the spear in his palm seemed to come alive, the tiger claw at its tip expanding dramatically, casting a shadow reminiscent of a beast's paw. The most formidable technique of the tiger claw spear was indeed this heart-extracting maneuver. Once the tiger claw locked onto its target, escape was an impossibility. Initially, Feng Hu had no intention of employing this move during the first round of assessment. But incensed by the spectators' remarks and unwilling to concede any affection for a woman of unattractive visage, he resolved to strike with lethal intent. The claw elongated swiftly, as if imbued with life, bending and swaying within the ethereal light, seemingly poised to seize Zhanxi's face. "Junior sister, be careful," Tian Feng cried out, her voice nearly breaking. Feng Hu sneered, "It is futile. No one can evade my tiger claw yet." Before he could finish his declaration, the claw before him missed its mark. Feng Hu was momentarily taken aback. The claw had indeed surged towards Zhanxi's visage, but mere moments before it reached her, it appeared to plunge into a soft, yielding substance, as though ensnared in a quagmire, rendered immobile. He attempted to draw his weapon, but it only became more ensnared. Just as an ominous feeling began to stir within him, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Senior brother, where are you aiming?" Startled, Feng Hu felt an overwhelming force surge from behind, leaving him with no means of escape. With a resounding thud, the burly man plummeted from the platform, causing a small section of the ground to cave in beneath him. With reddened eyes, he glanced up at the platform, where a woman clad in a gray robe stood, a staff resting upon her shoulder. The action, though somewhat rugged, was imbued with an air of unrestrained elegance. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Zhanxi twirled her staff and regarded him with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your kindness." The atmosphere remained hushed, both on and off the platform. Only the gray-robed woman, with a smile, surveyed the crowd. Moments earlier, they had witnessed Feng Hu raise his tiger claw gun to strike at Zhanxi, only to suddenly halt, allowing her to maneuver behind him and deliver a blow that sent him tumbling from the contest stage. Among the 120 newly initiated disciples, Feng Hu was not among the elite, yet he was far from inconspicuous. It was incredulous that he had been so thoroughly bested by a disciple whose name he had never heard. This young lady, Xianlingzi, furrowed his brow, wishing to offer some commentary, yet he found himself at a loss for words, his voice caught in his throat. However, the Moonlight Taoist, observing the scene, spoke up in astonishment. "She has actually comprehended mirage of flowers and water? What is that?" "The first layer of Qing Yin Hua Gun, mirage of flowers and water. I once witnessed the Qinghua fairy employ it. The young girl has managed to learn the first level in just a few short days, which is quite an achievement, albeit with only a half move." "A half move? Merely water moon without mirror flower. Nevertheless, even this is impressive." The Moonlight Taoist gazed at Xianlingzi with a hint of envy. One possesses the 5 elements breaking divine skill, while the other wields the Qing picking flower staff. "Junior brother, you are indeed fortunate." Xianlingzi smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. and pretentiously cupped his hands in salute. It is still thanks to the discerning eyes of my senior brothers. The disciple reading the results announced monotonously, Group 36. Yang Zhanxi wins. Zhanxi stepped down from the competition stage, and Tian Fongfong eagerly rushed over, giving her shoulder a playful punch. Well done, junior sister. I was quite anxious for you, never expecting you to be this formidable. What technique did you employ to render that tiger head suddenly immobile? It's a secret. Zhanxi replied dismissively. Zhanxi added, is this what you call a warm and gentle personality? Indeed. Men. The second round of assessments will commence in the afternoon, promising to be even more intense and merciless, with opponents of comparable skills. The disciples awaiting evaluation may take the time to eat and rest, returning here in an hour and a half for a new draw. Zhanxi and Tian Fongfong went to have lunch together, during which Zhanxi noticed many people in the distance discussing her. She asked Tian Fongfong, why are they looking at me like that? Of course, it's because you knocked Feng Hu off the stage with a single move. As Tian Fongfong delicately placed dishes onto her plate, she remarked, I had intended to perform admirably today. Yet it seems all the attention has been usurped by you and that young man, Mu Qingxiao. She sighed. Zhanxi, I find myself envious of you. Zhanxi pondered to herself. Indeed, Mu Qingxiao possesses an aura befitting a protagonist, while I have the Xiong Yuan Pearl as my unique advantage. Yet, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. A narrative can hardly accommodate two leads, unless they are the male and female protagonists. Yet, I have no desire to become Mu Qingxiao's ninth wife. If this trajectory continues, I might inevitably confront him. Something feels amiss. Lost in thought, a sudden, intense pain surged through her palm, causing her to drop her chopsticks onto the table. She glanced down at her palm, where an indistinct mark, tinged with a faint crimson hue, had inexplicably appeared. Instinctively, she rubbed her finger against it, but the mark remained, as though it had sprouted from her very skin. Junior sister, why are you staring at your hand? Tian Fongfong inquired. Zhanxi quickly closed her palm to conceal the red mark and replied, it's nothing. For reasons unknown, an unsettling wave of anxiety washed over her. After their meal, they rested for a brief half-hour in the dining hall before Zhanxi and Tian Fongfong made their way back to the contest arena. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the number of competitors had halved since the morning, yet the crowd of spectators had swelled considerably. The older disciples of the Taiyin sect, having spent the morning attending classes, had seized the opportunity in the afternoon to witness the assessments of the new disciples. As Zhanxi approached, she immediately sensed numerous gazes directed towards her. So, this is the disciple who defeated Feng Hu, and she is but a woman? It is merely a woman. And a plain one at that. How could Feng Hu possibly show her any mercy? Such foul remarks are incessantly echoed, and upon closer inspection, it is evident that most of the utterances arise from the disciples who failed the morning assessment, engaging in senseless raucousness. Hua Yu gently reassures, it's all right. I will wait for you. There appears to be a firm belief that the quota for inner disciples is assuredly within their grasp. Tian Fongfong drew the 8th group, and he expressed great satisfaction with this sequence, beaming with delight. This number is excellent, auspicious, celebratory. It immediately suggests fortune. Zhanxi reached out and retrieved a wooden slip from the drawing furnace. The malice inherent in the original text is now vividly apparent to her. Chapter 27. The malice of the original text at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens is a quintessential male-oriented narrative replete with clichés, where the plot revolves around confrontations and face-slapping, to the extent that by the conclusion, readers might recall little beyond the protagonist's name. The supporting characters, be they male or female, serve merely as instruments. Miss Yang is but another tool in this narrative. Every coincidence seems to converge towards a singular aim, to hasten the exit of this female character, who has barely graced the pages for 2,000 words, lest she disrupt the primary storyline. Zhanxi inhaled deeply. This narrative is desperately attempting to obliterate her existence, akin to a horror tale. She furrowed her brow. Who is to say who will prevail? Zhanxi asserted. Moreover, she glanced towards the contest arena, noting that thus far, Mu Qingxiu had yet to clash with Hua Yu. Has the original storyline truly shifted? It remains a mystery to all. The second round of assessments commenced amidst Zhanxi's apprehensions. In this round, the first to take the stage was Huawei, with a single decisive move. Huawei displayed a flair far more captivating than that of his predecessors, Mu Qingxiao and Zhanxi, as he brandished his jewel-encrusted longsword with an effortless grace. One might almost mistake him for a protagonist, were it not for the obscurity of his true destiny. Shortly after Huayue's performance, Mu Xingxiao ascended the platform. Zhanxi glanced towards Huayue, and indeed, Mu Xingxiao's victory elicited no interest from him. Instead, he stood at the center, basking in the adulation of his peers. The narrative trajectory had undergone a significant transformation. For Zhanxi, this was far from auspicious news. The more drastically the storyline unraveled, the more intense the corrections aimed at her presence in the original tale would become. Soon after, Tian Fangfang also took to the stage. Though he often appeared unreliable, his cultivation was profound and his execution steady, leading to an unchallenged victory over his opponent, but securing his place among the inner disciples. Before long, it became apparent that all 29 preceding groups of disciples had completed their assessments, and the final group was now at hand. The audience erupted in fervor. In the land of dojo, the winds of cultivation were rampant. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with innumerable challenges, unless one is a prodigy from a prestigious sect. Ordinary women from the mortal realm rarely choose this arduous path, unless blessed with extraordinary spiritual roots. The moonlight Taoist atop the pavilion sighed. What a pity. Xianlingzi inquired. What is so regrettable? This young girl has found the Qingyi Nianhua stick, indicating she possesses a fortune and opportunity. Yet, alas, she can only stop here, remaining an outer disciple. That is indeed a pity. Xianlingzi expressed her dissatisfaction. Senior brother, is it truly appropriate to declare someone will lose before the match even begins? Her cultivation was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while her opponent was on the cusp of forming a golden core. You are aware that there exists a vast chasm between the early and mid stages of foundation establishment, let alone when one approaches the golden core stage. Yet, rules must not be cast aside. Despite the regret, one must adhere to them. I beg to differ, Xianlingzi remarked with optimism. Hasn't she already executed half of the mirror flower water moon technique? There remains a chance of victory. A mere half technique cannot triumph over a full strike from the late stage of foundation establishment. Zhanxi stepped onto the platform. The two women, viewed from a distance, appeared equally graceful and enchanting, yet upon closer inspection, one possessed a radiant beauty while the other bore ominous black streaks across her right cheek, strikingly fearsome. Zhanxi cast a sidelong glance at Tian Fangfang, who understood the unspoken cue and shouted, Zhanxi junior sister is the most formidable. Precisely, Zhanxi responded. Allow me to demonstrate my serpent bone whip. With delicate features resembling that of a peach blossom, her garments fluttered elegantly in the wind as she wielded a deep blue long whip, exuding a beauty akin to a painting. In stark contrast, the gray-robed woman across from her, brandishing a staff, appeared somewhat ordinary and coarse. Standing at the lower side of the competition platform, Ziluo recognized Zhanxi and, observing the situation, expressed her concern. If it is indeed the serpent bone whip, Yang junior sister may be in peril. Her young junior brother inquired. What about the serpent bone whip? Ziluo shook her head. In the Taiyin sect, there are no restrictions on the cultivation methods of disciples. As long as they do not follow deviant paths, they are free to choose their own strengths. The snake bone whip technique is indeed well suited for women, as the whip is both compact and lightweight. However, should one become complacent because of this, they may suffer significant consequences. Moreover, if memory serves, Yang Shimi is currently only at the first level of foundation building. The snake bone whip appears slender and elongated, yet when swung, it brings with it a fierce gust of wind. Zhanxi swiftly dodges, and that whip strikes the ground with such force that it cleaves the earth. The spectators below gasp in astonishment. Zhanxi halts, turning to meet the challenge with her staff, remarking, You speak too much. In the brief span of mere moments, the two have exchanged numerous blows. The combat between women lacks the brutishness often found in men's fights. It is as graceful and elegant as a dance, inciting increasing excitement among the disciples below. Well done. Your whip technique is commendable, Zhanxi comments. But alas, your skill does not match your weapon. Hearing this, Duan Xiangrao's brows furrow in indignation. Are you mocking me? Zhanxi replies, Indeed. Suddenly, the whip in her hand extends, coiling like a serpent as Zhanxi channels her energy to counter the whip's wind with her staff. In her mind, she hears the crisp voice of a woman in white. High 4 flat, progress to 3 strikes, advance into the body. Bow your back, turn into golden rooster stands alone, stabilize your knees, push with 2 sticks. In the distance, Xianlingzi clenches his fists in excitement. This young lady wields her staff remarkably well. Did you see that recent maneuver? I believe she can win. The moonlight Taoist gazes down in silence. In the next moment, Xianlingzi exclaims in surprise. What? Duan Xiangrao looks at Zhanxi. Her eyes filled with scorn. I told you, you cannot prevail. With a resounding thud, not only did Zhanxi fall, but also the staff that had snapped in two. Zhanxi! Tian Fongfong exclaimed in desperation. Zhanxi coughed up blood, feeling as though her entire body had been crushed, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The snake-like agility had always been inherent. The woman in the gray robe, lying on the competition stage, wiped the blood from her lips with her fingers, calmly declaring, I refuse to accept this. The spectators below were momentarily taken aback. Zhanxi struggled to lift her body, barely managing to stand and gaze intently at her opponent. Duan Xiangrao appeared merely as a tool. Her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and even hostility, seemed utterly incomprehensible and surreal. What Zhanxi contested was the obliteration of her character in the original narrative. Such as in this moment, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered the competition unjust. The woman in gray slowly reiterated, I refuse to accept this. Duan Xiangrao furrowed her brow and retorted, If you refuse, I shall make you submit. With a swift motion, she lashed her whip towards Zhanxi. The whip struck Zhanxi fiercely, leaving a trail of blood that sent chills down the spine. Yet, Zhanxi seemed oblivious. Crouching down to seize the broken iron staff. What was her intention in grasping the staff? Some disciples in the audience were puzzled. Given the circumstances, wouldn't it be better to concede? Junior sister, Tian Fongfong shouted anxiously, just admit defeat. Zhanxi, however, appeared deaf to the plea, continuing to face away from her adversary. The whip was poised to strike her once more. On the vast competition stage, her figure seemed extraordinarily diminutive, as if this impending lash would obliterate her from existence, rendering her impossible to trace. Suddenly, the woman in gray turned, swinging her staff forward. The stick appeared feeble, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot, rendering it somewhat absurd. Yet, astonishingly, the whip did not advance further. In the gaze of many, a blossom unexpectedly bloomed at the tip of the stick. Chapter 29, Reflections of Illusion. At the critical juncture of life and death, with merely half a stick, a delicate flower emerged against the fierce whip's gale. This blossom, a soft pink, suddenly materialized at the stick's apex, reminiscent of a branch sprouting unexpectedly in spring, exuding a tentative beauty. The harder she exerted herself, the deeper the serpent-like whip became ensnared, as if an invisible mire had appeared before her and Zhanxi, drawing the whip into its depths. On the vast contest stage, amidst the intertwining arcs of whip and stick, a gentle ripple suddenly arose, akin to the lake water illuminated by the moon on an autumn night. Brimming with the silvery light of the night sky, the brilliant moon danced with the ripples, blurring the distinction between water and air. This scene was not crude, rather, it was infused with poetic elegance, leaving the disciples below momentarily spellbound. From below, Ziluo exclaimed in anxiety, This is not good. Indeed, ensnared within the mirrored waters, the serpent-like whip suddenly transformed into an ethereal shadow and, in an instant, multiplied into dozens, even hundreds of slender whips. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be a whip was unmistakably a writhing black serpent, with countless serpent shadows lunging towards Zhanxi. The once gently rippling water mirror abruptly cracked, emitting a crisp, resounding noise, the ripples dissipating, and the moonlight shattered into a myriad of fragments. The disparity between the late and early stages of foundation establishment was indeed profound. Gritting her teeth, Zhanxi brandished the stick in defiance, declaring, Let us not speak too soon. At this critical juncture, a familiar voice seemed to resonate within the spirit realm. This voice was clear and gentle, awakening the senses like a resounding bell in the vastness of heaven and earth. She spoke, the beauty of a maiden, the sound in the air, the color of the heavens, the moon reflected in water, the flower mirrored in glass. As her voice faded, the broken staff in Zhanxi's hands suddenly elongated. She felt the Xiong Yuan pearl within her striving to break free from its constraints, relinquishing control. She allowed the primordial energy of the pearl to envelop the remnants of the staff. In her consciousness, the figure in white stood beneath the flowering tree, the wind generated by her staff sweeping the blossoms to the ground. Though the contest stage bore no tree, at the tip of her staff, layers of rosy hues began to unfold. The hibiscus, akin to a beautiful maiden, and the ornate boats and towers remained eternally cloaked in the vibrant colors of spring. Devoid of the passage of seasons, the cycle of day and night, and the inevitable decline of twilight. Countless peach blossoms and eternal elixirs, who knows what thoughts linger about the human realm. The so-called azure clouds and crimson mist are fleeting, while amidst the shifting of constellations, what remains unchanged is the essence of a mirrored flower and the moon reflected in water. At the tip of the staff upon the stage, a sea of flowers emerged. Layers of crimson blooming forth, overshadowing the evening glow at the horizon. Within this expanse of red mist, the figure of the woman in gray seemed to blur into an exquisite beauty, clutching two broken staffs. Her demeanor, though seemingly disheveled, exuded an astonishing allure. In the distance, a moonlight practitioner trembled in disbelief, exclaiming, "The mirrored flower and moon reflected in water. She has actually mastered the complete essence of it?" To execute even half a move was beyond expectations, and disregarding Zhanxi's comprehension with her current cultivation. It was inconceivable that she could perform the entirety of the mirrored flower and moon reflected in water. Zhanxi suddenly activated her internal energy. It became clear that the mirror flower was merely an illusion. Thus, the presence or absence of flowers held no significance. The flowers were fictitious, yet the staff was genuine. The existence of the staff served to evoke the flowers. Just as the world within this book is a fabrication, she remains a tangible being. Bearing the identity of a mere tool, she strives to forge a path that is authentically hers, rather than existing as a mere accessory. Uncertain of where fate may cast her next, her sole desire is to survive, to command the direction of her own destiny. Countless serpentine shadows surged towards the sea of flowers. Illusion and illusion, coldness and vibrancy, rendered the vast arena eerily enchanting. Every heart raced with trepidation, unable to predict the outcome. With a resounding crack, the azure whip splintered into two, its luster swiftly fading, resembling a decayed piece of timber, devoid of its former ferocity and agility. In the next moment, the woman in gray spun gracefully, wielding the remaining staff to strike at her opponent's knees. Duan Xiangrao was sent hurtling off the stage. Silence enveloped both the arena and the onlookers. The gray-robed woman retracted her staff, and the rippling water patterns in the air, along with the flower sea and the hues of dusk, vanished in an instant, as if it had all been a resplendent dream. The voice of the declaring disciple resonated throughout the arena. Group 30, Yang Zhanxi wins. The woman stood upon the stage, her true self revealed as the colors of dusk dispersed. Her gray robe was stained with blood from whip marks, her hair disheveled, appearing even more disheveled than the one who had been defeated. Yet her gaze remained tranquil, unwavering in the slightest. With her cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, how could she possibly be defeated by Yang Zhanxi? The competition has concluded. Zhanxi gazed at her and said, "I am the inner sect disciple." However, the path of cultivation requires not only the nurturing of the heart and practice, but also the cultivation of opportunities. Sometimes, it is merely a slight difference that leads one away from the great Tao. The list of the 30 inner sect disciples has been announced, and Tian Fong approached to help Zhanxi descend from the stage. Once they were off the stage, Zhanxi realized that her back was already soaked with blood. Zi Luo instructed on the subsequent arrangements, including the redistribution of accommodations. Among the 120 newly admitted disciples, only 30 have ascended to the inner sect, while the remaining 90 must vacate their previous wooden lodgings. Duan Xiangrao, in her relentless pursuit of entering the Taiyin sect, aimed solely to break through her cultivation. Stopping here today, she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet, Zhanxi was powerless to change the situation. Tian Fong assisted her in drawing a hot bath, and Zhanxi shed her garments, immersing herself completely in the water. The mountain stream was rich in spiritual energy, although it could not be deemed a medicinal bath. It was nonetheless beneficial for her recently injured body. It was the first time Zhanxi had endured such a beating, and the lingering pain from the whip on her back gradually dissipated, though it still caused her to gasp in discomfort. The absence of one person left the room feeling desolate. Zhanxi rested her arms on the edge of the wooden tub, sighing heavily in her heart. She had now become a variable in the narrative of At the Pinnacle of the Nine Heavens, and the original storyline would undoubtedly strive to erase her. Yet, as she caressed the Xianyuan pearl, the golden finger of the male protagonist resting against her heart, she instinctively felt its protective presence. Thus, it is under the protection of the Xiong Yuanzhu that she has managed to achieve successive breakthroughs, and it is through the guidance of the Xiong Yuanzhu that she has discovered the Qingyin Yanhua Gan. Even her rapid comprehension of the mirror flower water moon can be attributed to the merits of the Xiong Yuanzhu. Instinctively, the Xiong Yuanzhu safeguards its master. whether she be Mu Xingxiu or Yang Zhanxi. Yet, in the original text, it is precisely due to the Xiong Yuanju's protection that there is an unrelenting effort to erase her existence. This creates an inescapable vicious cycle. Suddenly, Zhanxi recalled something and raised her gaze to her palm. Earlier, in the dining hall, a red mark had appeared in her palm, and now, upon inspection, it seemed to have deepened slightly. What could this be? She rubbed it vigorously, yet it remained stubbornly intact. There was an unsettling feeling about this mark. As she pondered, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Zhanxi to rise, donning a garment before opening the door. There stood Zilluo, who entered while cradling a bundle of clothing. Junior sister Zhanxi. Zilluo placed the garments on the table and turned with a smile. Now that you are a disciple of the inner sect, there is no need for you to wear the gray robe of the outer sect. Here are some new clothes. Should you find them unsatisfactory, you may use spirit stones to purchase other styles in Pingyang town below the mountain. The lessons also vary. This outlines the daily arrangements for inner sect disciples. If you find the time, do take a look. Zhanxi expressed her gratitude to Zilluo and added, Senior sister Zilluo, about the injury on my face. I had previously inquired with Master. The of the domain of the demon beasts is exceptionally dense, unlike that of ordinary demon beasts, and common high-grade spiritual medicines may not suffice for healing. Noticing Zhanxi's surprise, Zilluo reassured her, Do not worry, I have come today precisely to discuss this matter with you. Change into another outfit, and accompany me to meet someone. In the realm of Zhanxi, the garments of the inner disciples indeed differ markedly from those of the outer disciples. The previously soft gray robe has now been replaced by one that is almost ethereal, as light as a feather. This new robe, woven from finer threads, boasts a captivating hue reminiscent of mugwort, subtly infused with a hint of gray, creating an ethereal and otherworldly aura. It embodies a serene and minimalist aesthetic. Adorning the robe is the familiar embroidery of the phoenix, while the matching hairband is embellished with delicate beads, enhancing its elegance. Once Zhanxi was attired, she ventured out alongside Zilluo. The autumn night was refreshingly cool atop Gufeng Mountain, where clouds and mist enveloped the surroundings, and the fragrance of osmanthus permeated the air. Such a night, even devoid of spiritual cultivation, offered a delightful reprieve. As they strolled, Zilluo elucidated, In our Taiyan sect, our esteemed master has taken in 7 disciples, and thus we have 7 esteemed uncles. The Moonlight Master you see is one among them. The others will be visible during the lectures. The one we are about to meet is our 4th uncle. Navigating through an outer courtyard, they soon beheld a modest hall. It appeared unpretentious, adorned with a crimson plaque inscribed with the character for elixir, flanked by 2 small stoves at the entrance. The flames danced beneath the stoves, and upon entering the courtyard, they immediately felt a warmth that surpassed the chill outside. A small boy wearing a hat spotted Zilluo and exclaimed enthusiastically, Master, Sister Zilluo has arrived. Come in. Beckoned a voice from within, tinged with a slight rasp. Zhanxi and Zilluo stepped into the hall, which was stark and bare, lacking even the simplest of furnishings, exuding a sense of austere simplicity. In the center of the grand hall stood a colossal alchemical furnace, towering to the height of a man, from which wisps of smoke emanated, while a vibrant flame blazed beneath. Seated cross-legged before the furnace was a man clad in a yellow gauze robe. Adorned with a black gauze hat embroidered with a circular taiji symbol at its center. His face bore mottled patches of black and purple, as if charred by the flames. And he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a tuft of grizzled hair gathered into a small braid at the back of his head. A blade of grass clenched between his teeth. He casually tossed spiritual fruits into the furnace, humming a lively tune, clearly engrossed in his work, swaying in rhythm as if he might tumble into the flames at any moment. Junior sister Zilluo, this is my 4th uncle, Li Danshu. The 4th disciple of the Shaoyang True Man, renowned for his alchemical prowess, said a voice. Li Danshu glanced at Zilluo, picked up a nearby fan, and vigorously fanned the flames beneath the furnace, transforming the serious task of alchemy into a scene reminiscent of simmering bone broth. What brings you here at this late hour, little girl? He inquired. Uncle, I have come to seek a medicinal elixir from you, Zilluo replied, nudging Zhanxi forward. My sister's face has been scarred by the demon aura of domain. Master said that ordinary spiritual herbs cannot remove the scars, so I was sent to consult you for a solution. Li Danshu squinted. Domain? To encounter domain in these times is indeed rare. He beckoned to Zhanxi. Come closer, let me examine you. As Zhanxi approached, Li Danshu scrutinized her face before releasing her, saying, It is not difficult. Simply take a dose of the Sui Fu Yuyong pill. Zhanxi pondered. Is not this elixir laced with lead? Consuming it could prove fatal. Yet, in a tale of cultivation, must we adhere to the constraints of science? How splendid. Master Uncle. Ziluo is wholeheartedly considering Zhanxi's plight. Please, Master Uncle, assist in concocting an elixir for junior sister Zhanxi. Easier said than done. Li Danshu cast a sidelong glance at her. Ziluo, my disciples are predominantly male, and few are adept at crafting this particular elixir. The materials required are abundant. However, the most crucial among them is a fragment of night vine. Without this night vine, the pure skin jade beauty elixir cannot be produced. Ziluo regarded him skeptically and inquired. Fourth Master Uncle, I heard from Master that you are currently developing a new elixir, which requires a night vine. Li Danshu cleared his throat. Ultimately, the necessity of the night vine remains. Whether to forge this elixir is contingent upon the young lady's own decision. Zhanxi. Is this not akin to taking advantage of a misfortune? She inquired. May I ask, is the night vine particularly expensive? Where might one procure it? Ziluo, somewhat irked, retorted. Master Uncle, junior sister Zhanxi is a disciple of our sect. How can you be so calculating? Li Danshu turned his attention to the colossal alchemical furnace, not sparing Ziluo a glance, and grunted. I am still your Master Uncle. Why must you be so petty? With no alternative, Ziluo was left exasperated, while Zhanxi grasped her hand and expressed gratitude to Li Danshu. Thank you, Fourth Master Uncle. Once I procure the night vine, I shall bring it to you without delay. As they exited the grand hall, Ziluo shook her head disapprovingly and said, Sister Zhanxi, you are unaware that the night vine branch grows in a place of extreme darkness, adjacent to the Black Marsh, which is exceedingly perilous. Even if I were to retrieve it, it would be no easy feat if it were that effortless. Why would Uncle Fourth have sent you for it? Your earlier agreement was rather impulsive. I merely consented. It does not guarantee I will succeed. I will proceed with caution, Zhanxi replied. She recalled the words of Li Danshu from earlier. By the way, senior sister, Uncle Fourth mentioned that in 3 days we shall venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. What does that imply? Zhanxi now understood. It indicated that the disciples of Taiyin sect served as laborers without compensation. The sect provided sustenance, clothing, accommodation, and training, while its disciples worked to replenish its stores. This arrangement formed a complete cyclical system, ensuring that the sect would not collapse under the weight of its own demands. For those akin to corporate drones, such a system offered a sense of security. Newly initiated inner disciples, upon their first expedition into the mountains, could utilize the herbs and spiritual fruits they collected for their own benefit, serving as a reward for their efforts during the sect's assessment. Once you enter the mountains, remember to seek out more spiritual herbs that aid in recuperation and breakthroughs, Ziluo advised Zhanxi. With no other matters at hand these days, and considering your injuries from the recent assessment, take this opportunity to rest well before your journey. Zhanxi smiled and said, Thank you, senior sister. She approached Li Danshu, who was seated on the ground, and addressed him, Uncle Fourth. Li Danshu grunted, Have you departed? Yes, she replied. Tell me, is it true that this little girl discovered the Qing, Yin Hua gun and even conjured the phrase mirror flower, water moon? Li Danshu raised his eyes and inquired. Is it truly what Master Yueguang has said? Ziluo responded. Did the Fourth Master Uncle discern anything just now? Li Danshu removed his gauze hat, shook it gently, and a bit of dust flew out. He then carefully placed it back upon his head and remarked, It appears there is nothing particularly remarkable about her. She is merely an ordinary girl, her constitution and spiritual roots entirely unsuitable for cultivation. I cannot fathom why the Qing Yanhua stick would choose her. Perhaps there is something unique about Sister Zhanxi. Ziluo continued, Currently, the master of our sect is in seclusion. Prior to the selection competition for the 6th Master Uncle's personal disciple, the master should emerge from his retreat. If he were to learn that the Qingyin Yanhua stick has re-emerged, his joy would be immeasurable. Indeed, he would be delighted. It has been 19 years. Li Danshu sighed, his gaze drifting towards the alchemical furnace, pondering the unforeseen possibility of another person manifesting Jinghua, Shui in this world. The night had deepened considerably. She removed her outer garment and seated herself before the soft couch on the first floor, pouring herself a cup of spiritual spring tea and taking a sip. She had initially believed that becoming an inner disciple would heal the wounds upon her face, yet she found herself needing to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. This was not what she had anticipated. From Ziluo's tone, it was evident that danger lurked upon Mount Gufen, It was no ordinary scenic area. Should any unforeseen event occur, given her current battered state, who could predict the consequences? It is crucial to remember that there exists another world from the original narrative, keenly watching her. Wait, the original narrative? In the original narrative of At the Pinnacle of the Nine Heavens, the protagonist Mu Xingxiao shines brilliantly during the sect's examination tournament, garnering excessive attention and inciting jealousy in the previously top-ranked Huaiyue. Shortly thereafter, Mu Xingxiao, along with the other successful inner disciples, ascends to the heights of Goofing Mountain to gather medicinal herbs. During the herb-picking expedition, a dispute arises between Mu Xingxiao and Huaiyue, leading to a relentless pursuit where Huaiyue attempts to eliminate Mu Xingxiao. Their clash disturbs a ferocious crimson fire serpent dwelling in a deep pool of the mountain, prompting Huaiyue to flee in a panic while Mu Xingxiao, cornered, manages to turn the tide and vanquish the formidable spirit beast, significantly boosting his experience. Moreover, he fortuitously rescues the serpent's offspring, nurturing it into a steadfast companion in battle. However, at this juncture, Mu Xingxiao does not bask in the glory of the sect's examination, and Huaiyue appears oblivious to his presence. The two share no animosity, thus avoiding conflict upon entering the mountain, which prevents the awakening of the Crimson Fire Serpent. And Mu Xingxiao gains no additional ally in combat. The trajectory of the plot seems to have diverged at this point. Zhanxi gazes at her palm, and it is no mere illusion. The floral-shaped crimson mark on her hand is indeed considerably darker than what she observed earlier in the dining hall. Could this signify the first bifurcation in the storyline? If so, it may be worth taking a chance. Adjacent to the cliff's edge stands a quaint wooden cabin adorned with a pristine white carpet on the terrace and a long table brimming with exquisite wines and fruits. Though the lodging consists of similar wooden structures, their locations differ markedly. The quaint wooden cabin rests upon the precipice, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. As the sea of clouds billows beneath, adorned with delicate glass lanterns, it resembles the fabled realm of Penglai. The arrangement of these wooden lodgings is serendipitous. However, should one possess spirit stones, the disciples may naturally negotiate among themselves. This particular cabin was acquired by Huaiyue in exchange for 300 spirit stones and the previous occupant's position. At this moment, he reclines on the terrace's soft couch, a cup in one hand and the embrace of a beautiful maiden in the other, his expression radiating sheer contentment. Having effortlessly passed the sex assessment today, he is awash with triumph. Noticing the maiden's furrowed brow, he playfully pinches her cheek and chuckles. Do not wear such a worried countenance. I have heard that soon. Zhuan Lingzi will be selecting his personal disciples. Once I become one of Zhuan Lingzi's chosen, my status within the Taiyin sect will be exceptional. I shall then speak a few kind words to the sect leader on your behalf, and you shall surely gain entry into the inner sanctum. Duan Xiangrao lifts her gaze, her eyes filled with earnest hope. Is that truly the case? Huaiyue brings her hand to his lips and kisses it gently. Would I deceive you? He reassures her. That ugly woman, despite stealing the spotlight, only reveals her own hideousness to others. Why should you concern yourself? Duan Xiangrao nestles closer, her gaze dimming slightly as she whispers. What I care about is not the lost spotlight, but you. I am merely a woman. If I lose attention, so be it. But if you, young Master Huaiyue, were to be overshadowed, what then? Me? Huaiyue chuckles as if he has heard an amusing jest. You underestimate me far too much. Duan Xiangrao sat up straight, gazing intently at Huaiyue. To be frank, I am acquainted with Yang Zhanxi. I met her before the Lianshan flower selection competition, when she accompanied her fiancé to participate. I heard her fiancé mention that prior to arriving in Pingyang town, Yang Zhanxi had only just reached the Qi refinement stage. Qi refinement? Huaiyue furrowed his brow. But she is now at the first level of foundation establishment. Are you implying? Huaiyue's expression grew grave. The revelation caused a drastic change in his demeanor. He abruptly slammed his palm on the table and rose to his feet. This is outrageous. No, your concern is justified. Huaiyue raised his hand. To ascend 3 levels in such a short span of time is indeed suspicious. Duan Xiangrao smirked slightly, inquiring with subtlety, then, what do you plan to do? Young Master Hua? Simple. 3 days hence, all newly admitted inner disciples must venture into Goofing Mountain to gather medicinal herbs. Huaiyue's gaze flickered with a hint of malice. There are many ferocious beasts and demonic flowers in the mountains. It would be natural for new disciples to encounter peril. Possessing a secret treasure is one thing, but it remains to be seen whether she can safeguard it. He sneered. Unbeknownst to Zhanxi, She had unwittingly acquired a new adversary. Following the sect's assessment, the Taiyan sect likely intended to allow the new disciples some respite, for they did not continue with public lectures. Instead, each disciple was given a copy of the Goofing Mountain Compendium of Flora and Fauna to help them familiarize themselves with its contents. Zhanxi perused it and noted that it contained illustrations of various plants, birds, insects, and beasts found on Goofing Mountain, presumably prepared to prevent the new disciples from stumbling into danger. It is said that there are countless entities, yet it seems there are indeed over 1,000. Zhanxi diligently memorized the material for 3 consecutive days, finally forming a vague impression. However, one cannot guarantee how long such knowledge will be retained. Relying on last-minute cramming for examinations often leads to diminished expectations. Before long, the 3rd day has passed, and the day of entering the mountains has arrived. Chapter 33. Entering Gufeng Mountain. On the day of entry, the weather was exceptionally fine. Gufeng Mountain is rife with ferocious beasts, which tend to slumber during the day. It is imperative to move with caution and ensure departure before sunset. Otherwise, when the moon rises and the beasts awaken, the mountain will become perilous. After imparting this wisdom, Ziluo gazed towards the entrance of the dense forest before her, and with a graceful wave of her long sleeves, a ripple emerged, as if a barrier had been lifted. Zhanxi secured her Chinquan bag and ventured into the thicket alongside the others. Gufeng Mountain is exceedingly treacherous. Perhaps due to the exclusivity of the disciples, ordinary folk seldom tread here. Even the paths have been hastily hewn. A wooden ropeway dangled precariously between 2 cliffs. As each disciple traversed it, the path swaying beneath them. Lowering her gaze, Zhanxi beheld a mesmerizing panorama of mountain light and swirling clouds, an abyss that seemed to stretch infinitely. Fortunately, she thought, she harbored no fear of heights. Suddenly, a piercing bird call broke the silence, prompting everyone to look up. Among the peaks, a long shadow soared closer, resembling a great gray crane, its wings dark as night, and its eyes a striking crimson. The magnificent bird circled before the group, then, with a powerful flap of its wings, darted away. "What is that?" Tian Fafong inquired, puzzled. "It doesn't resemble an ordinary bird." One disciple responded, "The compendium of entities in Gufeng Mountain states, in the land of the Great Yin, where the air is thick with the scent of decay, it eventually transforms into the Rakshasa bird, capable of shape-shifting and preying upon human eyes, as depicted in the illustration. It must be the Rakshasa bird." The other disciples, upon hearing this, tightened their grips on their weapons, expressing their concerns about the multitude of ferocious beasts in the mountains, suggesting that it would be wiser not to stray too far apart. Gathering together would at least afford some degree of protection. In an unfamiliar environment, the presence of a group can indeed provide a semblance of comfort, a notion that Zhanxi initially shared. However, her sentiment wavered when she observed this crowd beginning to forage for medicinal herbs. The illustrated compendium of Qinwu Mountain documents thousands of flowers, birds, insects, and beasts, making it patently impossible to memorize each entry. Yet, those educated in modern examination methods tend to excel at summarization, often concluding that the more vibrant the color, the more toxic the specimen, the more peculiar the appearance, the greater the danger. Regrettably, these new disciples were particularly drawn to the eye-catching flora. Zhanxi attempted to dissuade them, but her efforts were in vain, as each individual sought to uncover something unique to stow away in their Chinquan bags, dismissing the ordinary yet efficacious herbs. Alas, one newly initiated youth plucked a particular herb only to be bitten by a snake. A cacophony erupted as the group encircled the boy, while the snake, adorned in gaudy hues, was swiftly dispatched, revealing itself as no ordinary serpent. "Fear not, junior brother," a well-meaning elder proclaimed. "I shall extract the venom for you." With that, he rolled up the boy's pant leg and leaned in to commence his dubious remedy. Zhanxi interjected, unable to bear the scene, exclaiming, "Wait." The onlookers turned their puzzled gazes towards her. Snake venom cannot be extracted through suction. Zhanxi took a piece of rope from the elder's hand and handed it over, suggesting it be tied tightly near the wound. "What nonsense are you spouting?" One disciple interjected. "If the snake venom is not extracted, what will happen if he dies?" Huayu, observing the situation, interjected dryly, "Yang Zhanxi, I never imagined that beneath your unsightly exterior lies such malice. This junior has no enmity with you, yet you wish to harm him. Truly, one's appearance reflects the heart." Zhanxi was taken aback. How did her supposed wickedness relate to her looks? This hatred seemed rather forced. Just as she pondered this, another voice emerged from behind. No need to extract it. This is a jade-patterned golden snake. As indicated in the guide, it is non-venomous. Zhanxi turned around to see Mu Chengxiao glance at them, stating, I presume the bleeding has ceased by now. The young man, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze and noticed that the wound from the snakebite had indeed formed a light scab on the verge of healing. He scratched his head sheepishly and said, I was overly cautious. Thank you, senior brother. Zhanxi looked at Mu Chengxiao, surprised that he chose to speak up at that moment, thus alleviating her predicament. A shiver ran down her spine. She had no desire to become Mu Chengxiao's ninth wife. Noticing her subtle gaze, Mu Chengxiao furrowed his brow and turned to leave. It seemed he had no intention of pursuing a romantic connection with her, allowing Zhanxi to breathe a sigh of relief. A group of individuals, each gathering various herbs, found their appetites increasingly whetted. Some sought the spirit-enhancing fruits, while others aimed to collect medicinal materials conducive to breakthroughs. Additionally, there were whispers of a particular flower within this realm that was equivalent to a third-grade elixir, igniting eager anticipation among them. With differing desires and the fear of being outpaced by one another, the comrades who had previously vowed to journey together instantly dispersed in pursuit of their own objectives. Zhanxi, who had initially been alongside Tian Fangfang, took a few steps before Tian Fangfang paused, scratching her head in slight embarrassment. She turned to Zhanxi and said, Junior sister, I have meticulously examined the atlas over the past few days and marked the 10 most valuable herbs. I intend to gather them and sell them at the Golden Pavilion. These herbs are not in the direction of your night vine branch, so. Zhanxi understood and replied, Go ahead. Rest assured, I shall join you as soon as I have collected my own. Tian Fangfang assured her it would not take long. It's nothing, Zhanxi said. I can manage alone. After explaining a few more things, Tian Fangfang departed. Zhanxi glanced at the atlas in her hand and sighed softly. The night vine branch grew on the edge of the Black Marsh, an area typically shrouded in miasma where ordinary flora struggled to thrive. Other disciples would not venture in that direction in search of herbs. Thus it was destined to be her solitary quest. Mount Gufeng was vast, and locating a specific herb within its expanse was no simple task. Yet the night vine branch stood apart. It thrived on the periphery of the Black Marsh, where toxic miasma continuously billowed from the depths of the swamp, gradually poisoning the surrounding trees. Therefore, by simply heading towards the most barren section of the mountain, one would undoubtedly come across it. Navigating around a pristine stream and ascending a steep ladder of several hundred steps, a sudden gleam of golden light emerged amidst the distant cliffs and woodlands. This golden radiance, both ethereal and elusive, enveloped the treetops in a mystical haze. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding trees appeared withered and desiccated, exuding a faint, damp stench of decay, confirming her suspicion that she had indeed arrived at the right location. Taking a deep breath, she pondered the irony. A mere office worker accustomed to long hours in a corporate setting had now transformed into an enthusiastic hiker within the pages of a fantastical realm. The cultivation of immortality demanded not only mental acuity but also physical endurance. After a brief respite, she pressed onward. The closer she drew to the grove, the more oppressive the humid atmosphere became, causing her gauzy robe to cling uncomfortably to her skin. A stream meandered forth from the thicket, its waters a disturbing blend of crimson and emerald, vibrant yet murky, provoking a sense of unease. The further she ventured, the more pronounced this discomfort became. She retrieved a pouch of realgar, inhaling its potent scent to alleviate her nausea. While it mitigated some of the foulness, a lingering heaviness and chill remained within her chest. Indeed, this place was hardly hospitable to mortals. After laboriously traversing several hundred more steps, she reached the end of the unsettling stream, where it culminated in a pool of black swamp. This mire seemed to possess a will of its own, at its center swirling ominously like a vortex, threatening to engulf all that surrounded it. Scanning the periphery of the swamp, she noted the absence of any vegetation. A golden miasma continuously rose from the vortex, its vivid hue betraying an ominous danger. At the sloping edge of the black mire stood a solitary tree, modest in stature, roughly the height of a person. The entire tree grows at an angle, its trunk as thick as a man's arm. At the very tip of the trunk, a blood-red slender branch emerges, hanging precariously above the black swamp. This is the night vine branch. The night vine branch bears no flowers, and each tree produces only one branch, yielding once a year. If one wishes to harvest a branch, they must wait until the following year. Zhanxi assessed her distance from the tree and found herself in a predicament. To collect the night vine branch, she must first scale the tree. regardless of the tree's stability or her own climbing prowess. Merely approaching the source of the miasma was a daunting challenge. She placed a hand over her heart, hoping that the owl origin pearl would offer her some inspiration. However, since her last encounter with the illusory mirror, the owl origin pearl had erupted briefly, and since then, it had fallen silent, seemingly in a state of dormancy. With no other choice, Zhanxi donned a cloth over her face to cover her mouth and nose, and chewed on a few koik seeds before proceeding to the night vine branch, pushing off to begin her ascent. It must be said that since she commenced her training, her physical condition had improved significantly. Climbing the tree proved relatively smooth. Though it appeared slender, it was quite sturdy. Zhanxi dared not ascend beyond the very tip of the branch. Nevertheless, the onslaught of miasma nearly overwhelmed her, causing beads of sweat to soak her clothing instantly. With one hand gripping the trunk tightly, she drew a small knife from her waist, intending to sever the branch. To her astonishment, after a few attempts, not even a mark was left on it. Zhanxi stood in disbelief, and then, engulfed in her elemental energy, she struck down forcefully. Was this branch forged of iron? Zhanxi was left dumbfounded. She struck the branch with renewed vigor, yet it remained utterly unmoved, as if mocking her impotence. Zhanxi was momentarily dazed. She had found the object, but what could she do if she could not take it away? As she pondered this, a sudden gust of wind swept toward her from behind. Zhanxi furrowed her brow sharply as a flash of sword light swept across her chest. She recoiled, only to find herself confronted by the slender night vine behind her. Her foot slipped, and she fell headlong into the dark swamp below. In a moment of desperation, Zhanxi grasped the night vine, her body suspended in midair. Beneath her lay the miasmic black swamp, and before her stood a man clad in a golden silk robe. Wielding a long sword, his gaze laced with disdain. Huayu? Zhanxi gasped in shock. What are you doing? Huayu stood atop a tree branch, looking down at her with a grim demeanor. What do you think I'm doing? He retorted, casually toying with the ring on his finger. As for the rivalry among women, I certainly have no interest in participating. Simply hand it over. Zhanxi was taken aback. What? He advanced a step closer, his eyes revealing unmasked greed. The treasure you are concealing. Treasure? She echoed, bewildered. In just a month, you have advanced from the initial stages of qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment, defeating Xiang Rao along the way. It is inconceivable that you have accomplished this without some form of assistance. He smiled darkly, his tone chilling. If you obediently surrender it, I may spare your life. Otherwise, he made a motion to sever the night vine. A heavy dread settled in Zhanxi's heart. Huayu had remarkably deduced her situation with uncanny accuracy. In the original narrative, the animosity between Huayu and Mu Xingxiu had yet to unfold. However, the events that were supposed to unfold for Mu Xingxiu have transpired upon her instead. Yet, the original work did not mention this dark swamp. Could it be that the ensuing narrative will also involve her disturbing some beast, leading to the slaying of creatures and the seizing of their young? What are you daydreaming about? Huayu frowned. Are you not going to hand it over? Zhanxi steadied her mind and replied, I possess no treasures. Nor do I know from whence you have heard such rumors. Are you not afraid of being discovered for betraying a fellow disciple and being expelled from the sect? Huayu chuckled nonchalantly. This dark swamp is seldom trodden upon. The other disciples are preoccupied with gathering spiritual herbs on the other side, leaving only you and me here. However, the smile on his lips faded. You truly lack awareness. In that case, he suddenly drew his sword and lunged forward, causing Zhanxi's heart to halt momentarily. She felt a chilling sensation as the blade sliced through her robe. Huayu, wary of the swamp, dared not approach but instead wielded the sword's wind to shred her garment. Zhanxi's Qiankuan pouch flew into Huayu's grasp, and as he swept his energy across her form, his expression grew grim. How could there be nothing? I have told you this before. Zhanxi, clutching a branch, hung suspended in midair. I do not possess any treasures. Please pull me up. Huayu fixed his gaze upon her, and after a moment, he smiled. Previously, during the sect's examination, you harmed my beloved. Now, you have caused me to make a fruitless trip, wasting so much time. It is already a mercy that I do not kill you. Young Zhanxi, how do you still have the audacity to ask for my help? Zhanxi retorted. You plotted against me first. What difference does it make? Huayu retreated a step, challenging. If you possess any skill, come up yourself. However, it seems you may no longer have that opportunity. Zhanxi followed his gaze, her eyes suddenly narrowing as she beheld the night vine branch, previously impervious to a blade, now revealing a sudden crack. Is this a jest? Zhanxi murmured. Is it not worth the risk? In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed, and the night vine branch fractured in two, sending both it and the person perched atop plummeting into the miasmic black swamp. Chapter 35. The Black Swamp. When misfortune befalls a person, even drinking cold water can lead to a toothache. Zhanxi had always considered herself somewhat unfortunate. Yet she approached such matters with a calm demeanor, refusing to dwell excessively on them. After living for over 20 years, her first stroke of luck had been to traverse into the pages of At the Pinnacle of the Skies, where she had usurped the protagonist's golden opportunity. Little did she anticipate that defying fate would draw divine retribution. Without the protagonist's destiny to seize, her outcome was destined to mirror the pitfalls of the original narrative. Huayu, the rival of Mu Tsingxiao, had now become her adversary. The night vine branch, which in the original tale could not be severed even by a sword, had inexplicably broken due to the narrative's desire for her demise. Immersed in the swamp, Zhanxi was swiftly engulfed. The miasma here was so dense that even Huayu felt a chill. Zhanxi, upon falling in, would surely meet her end, with no hope of survival. Huayu cast one last glance at the black swamp, scoffed disdainfully, muttering that she deserved it, and turned to depart. By the edge of the dark swamp, tranquility had once again been restored, save for the sudden break in the tendrils of the night vine that stood on the shore, a harbinger of the recent harrowing episode. Beneath the water, Zhanxi felt an excruciating pain enveloping her entire being. This sensation was akin to being flayed alive and immersed in a brine of chili and salt, each inch of her skin aflame with torment. To compound her plight, a weighty constriction enveloped her chest, escalating from her feet, creeping up her calves, and reaching her waist. As though she were turning to stone, ensnared by an unseen force dragging her into the abyss, where light would never again grace her sight. Having studied the technique of controlled breathing in class, Zhanxi tightly shut her eyes, resolute in her determination not to succumb to the suffocating mire. She fervently urged the dormant Xiong Yuan pearl within her, her heart silently pleading, "Do not feign death at such a moment. Rise and take action." Once lively and energetic, the pearl had remained inert since the sex assessment, prompting Zhanxi to question whether it had indeed failed her. Or perhaps the original narrative had imposed restrictions even upon her golden finger, intent on erasing her existence. As her body continued to descend into the depths of the swamp, the petrifying sensation began to advance towards her heart. Yet, Zhanxi refused to surrender, repeatedly channeling her vital energy. She lost track of time as she sank deeper, until she sensed the rigidity creeping towards her heart. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a flicker of green light suddenly appeared before her eyes. With her eyes tightly shut, Zhanxi found herself enveloped in the murky depths of the swamp, where the sludge resembled thick ink, obscuring all vision. Yet, guided by her spiritual awareness, she discerned a luminous green dot ahead. Hesitation gripped her momentarily, as the Xiong Yuan pearl nestled in her heart trembled slightly, seemingly urging her to make a choice. Dismissing all other considerations, Zhanxi steeled herself, since death was inevitable. She resolved to treat this dying horse as if it were a living steed. Although her body was immobilized, her hands remained unencumbered by the mire. With resolute determination, she extended her arms, and at last, her fingertips grazed the glowing green point. The instant her fingers made contact with the radiant hue, a refreshing sensation washed over her. The foulness, humid heat, and stickiness vanished in an instant, allowing movement below her chest once more. It was effective. A brisk, icy substance swiftly coursed down her throat. To be precise, it felt akin to consuming a mint candy, which dissolved instantly into syrup upon contact. At that very moment, as the green mint essence settled in her belly, Zhanxi's body suddenly felt weightless. The surrounding sludge seemed powerless to impede her, as if she were gliding effortlessly through clear waters. Zhanxi propelled herself upward with fervor. On the banks of the inky swamp, a Rakshasa bird perched on a vine, tilting its head to observe the swirling waters below. Gradually, the whirlpool slowed, ultimately coming to a standstill. Sensing impending danger, the Rakshasa bird let out a piercing shriek, unfurled its wings, and took flight. With a sudden splash, a hand emerged from the mire, caked in mud. Moments later, a woman heaved herself from the swamp, dragging the viscous black sludge clinging to her side. After a brief struggle, she collapsed onto the bank, gasping for breath, reveling in the euphoria of survival. The sky loomed like ink, with countless stars cascading like rain, illuminating the tranquil black marsh with an air of mystery and elegance. The miasma had dissipated unnoticed, and within the stillness of the night on Gufeng Mountain, The fragrance of the woods wafted gently, serene, and expansive. Zhanxi observed for a while, her brow gradually furrowing as she sat up, though it felt as if only a short time had passed since she plunged into the dark swamp. She was astonished to find the sky enveloped in darkness. The words of Zhi Luo echoed in her ears. You must leave before sunset. Otherwise, when the moon rises, the ferocious beasts awaken, and the mountain will become perilous. Zhanxi raised her gaze to the moon, resembling a silver disk overhead. Truly, this original story is filled with unexpected twists and turns. On the open ground before the entrance to the mountain's restrictions, new disciples emerged one by one. Some appeared ragged and disheveled, clearly having endured considerable hardships within, while others looked resplendent and invigorated, suggesting a fortuitous treasure hunt. Regardless of their conditions upon exiting, each disciple displayed uncontainable excitement as they retrieved their Qiankuan bags from their waists. I unearthed the Ju Ming flower. I found Ling Xiaozi. I touched a seven-eyed fish. Ah, senior brother. Isn't the seven-eyed fish known for its vicious teeth and ferocity? How could you dare to catch one? Indeed. The trousers were torn to such an extent that I nearly lost my most treasured possession. The young disciple by my side suddenly furrowed his brows and remarked, Sister, we are still short of one. With a frown, Zhi Luo inquired of Tian Fangfang, were you previously in her company? Yes, Tian Fangfang nodded in affirmation, Zhanxi. My junior sister was searching for the night vine branch while I sought other herbs. We acted separately. After I finished gathering the herbs, I went to the edge of the black marsh to look for her. I noticed that the night vine branch had been cut down, and there was no sign of junior sister Zhanxi, leading me to believe she had already departed. Having found the night vine branch, yet no one around, Zhi Luo's expression grew increasingly grim. Could it be that something unfortunate has occurred? Sister, the young man who had been bitten by a snake spoke up. It is said that Gufeng Mountain becomes perilous after sunset. Perhaps we should gather a few brothers and venture into the mountains to search for our sister? Hua Yu interjected nonchalantly. If Yang Zhanxi chooses to disregard the rules, it is unwise for her to expect others to risk their safety for her rescue. One must be aware that the mountain harbors numerous ferocious beasts. A reckless approach may lead to dire consequences. Tian Fangfang expressed her discontent, saying, Are we to simply watch her perish without intervening? Sister, has there ever been a situation like this before? After a moment's hesitation, Mu Xingxiao finally posed the question. Zhi Luo sighed deeply. Such occurrences have indeed transpired. However, Gufeng Mountain is fraught with danger at night. To prevent disciples from inadvertently trespassing, the master has specifically imposed restrictions at the mountain gate. Once the sun sets, entry into Gufeng Mountain is prohibited. To gain access, one must first lift the restriction. Then let this matter be reported to the esteemed master, and may the master lift the restrictions. Tian Fangfang felt a surge of joy within her. Zhi Luo shook her head, saying, The master is currently in seclusion and will not emerge until after 81 days. Is there truly no one else within the Taiyin sect capable of unraveling these constraints? After a brief moment, Mu Xingxiao inquired. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. In the distance, the starlight of Gufeng Mountain shimmered like golden mist, cloaking the dark peaks at the horizon. We must first inform the esteemed elders and uncles, Zhi Luo said with a heavy heart. I can only hope that Zhanxi junior sister remains safe and sound. The atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Zhanxi rose to her feet, supporting herself against a tree. Previously, Huawei had sliced through her garments with a sword, leaving her in tatters. She hastily reassembled the remnants. Resembling a model on a personalized runway, the Taiyin sect espoused a philosophy of serene detachment, and although her gauzy attire exuded an ethereal charm, it offered little warmth against the chilling air. Practitioners of the craft typically boasted robust physiques. Yet it was uncertain whether her diminished energy or the peculiarities of Gufeng Mountain's environment rendered her akin to donning a single garment in winter, causing her teeth to chatter in the cold. Despite the vibrant miasma surrounding her, Zhanxi felt no discomfort, perhaps due to the refreshing mint candy she had just consumed. As night descended, the dangers of Gufeng Mountain loomed larger. Zhanxi contemplated that it would be prudent to depart sooner rather than later. By night, Gufeng Mountain appeared strikingly beautiful, its allure markedly different from the daytime's celestial paradise, imbued with an air of enchantment. The distant shrieks of the Raksha birds echoed, accompanied by the growls of unknown beasts, and with the wind howling fiercely, it resembled a backdrop of wilderness survival. She took a few steps and increasingly felt the chill in the air. unable to resist rubbing her hands together and breathing out warm air into her palms. The thought of perishing in the mountains from the cold, rather than being slain by a monster, seemed almost ludicrous in the world of the original tale. Zhanxi parted a cluster of branches before her and suddenly heard a rustling sound ahead. Although the noise was initially faint, in the stillness of the forest, it took on an inexplicable aura of terror. She grasped the small knife at her waist, which she used to cut the night vines, and peered intently ahead. There, coiled within the underbrush, lay a golden snake, approximately as thick as a child's arm, glowing with an otherworldly light. Its body was wound into a circle, and it raised its head, flicking its tongue before suddenly darting towards Zhanxi with a hiss. Anticipating the attack, she swiftly raised her hand, and with a decisive motion, the blade struck down, severing the snake's head and splattering green ichor across the ground. Remarkably, the head was not yet lifeless. It lunged at her once more. Zhanxi enveloped the severed head in her elemental energy and delivered a powerful blow, finally shattering it into fragments. With its head gone, the snake's body lost its strength, collapsing limply to reveal what it had been coiled around, a golden egg. The lifeless serpent appeared dull and gray, while the egg gleamed as if coated in luminous powder, nearly blinding to behold. It became clear that the golden glow had not originated from the snake itself but emanated from the egg. This egg appeared far larger than what could be produced by the snake. Zhanxi, cautious and intrigued, did not dare to touch the egg directly, but instead crouched down before it, scrutinizing its radiant surface. The egg is approximately the size of an ostrich egg. At first glance, it resembles a prop used in promotional events at real estate offices, an extravagant golden egg of sorts. She gently tapped it with the hilt of her small knife, and the egg remained utterly still, yet as she drew nearer, it emitted a subtle warmth. Warm? Zhanxi was taken aback. Carrying this object in her bosom would essentially provide her with a ready-made hand warmer. She felt a twinge of desire, but was also apprehensive about the potential complications of taking the egg, considering that the original world had long ceased to be hospitable. After some contemplation, Zhanxi activated the Xie Yuan pearl located at her heart. The pearl, currently resembling a depleted battery, managed to emit a faint glimmer under her forceful urging, tentatively enveloping the surrounding energy. Upon connecting with the egg, Zhanxi was immediately enveloped in a wave of comforting warmth, akin to discovering a soft bed during a moment of fatigue, warm and plush, reminiscent of a pet's fur. Gentle and affectionate. In an instant, Zhanxi made her decision. She reached out and embraced the egg. Although the golden egg appeared small, it felt weighty in her arms. Yet it radiated warmth, akin to a hand warmer in the frigid mountains, instantly warming both her spirit and body. It also emanated a brilliant light, illuminating the path ahead. As Zhanxi trudged forward, cradling the golden egg, she warily scanned her surroundings for any unexpected occurrences, completely oblivious to the once frequent birdsong and beastly roars that had now fallen silent. The moon shone brightly over the mountain, and everything lay in tranquil stillness. Chapter 37. Exiting the mountain. In the grand hall of the Tai Yin sect, several elder masters were gathered in a circle. The anxious Ziluo stomped her feet, imploring, "Masters, please devise a solution." "What solution can be found?" replied the fourth master, Li Danshu, adjusting his silk hat with a leisurely demeanor. "You are aware of the terrors that lurk in Gufeng Mountain at night. Over 20 years ago, a group of new disciples ventured into the mountains. One disciple, emboldened by his high cultivation, succumbed to greed and lingered in the woods after sunset. By the time the sect leader and others arrived to rescue him, not only was his cultivation utterly ruined, but one of his arms was also destroyed, rendering him incapable of further practice for the rest of his life." On another note, the third master, Cui Yufu, who specialized in talismans, scoffed, "That was fortunate in comparison. A decade ago, a disciple sought to pluck a spiritual fruit for alchemy. Sneaking into the mountains while others were distracted, he awakened the ferocious two-headed beast, the Yao Cha, and was torn asunder, his essence devoured entirely, leaving nothing but scattered bones. It was only after this incident that the sect leader imposed a prohibition at the mountain's entrance. After sunset, no one was permitted to enter Gufeng Mountain. Zhanxi is not a person driven by greed," Ziluo explained. "She must have encountered some misfortune." "Master," she turned to Li Danshu. "If it weren't for her search for the night vine, she would not have found herself in danger. I implore you, you must think of a way." Li Danshu cleared his throat. "How would I know?" Cough. "Ziluo, I too wish to rescue her, but I am unable to lift the sect leader's restrictions." "Indeed," sighed the Moonlight Taoist. "Ziluo, Do not burden your master with such difficulties. Is there truly no one capable of breaking the sect leader's prohibition? In the realm of Zhanxi, if the esteemed master is in seclusion and a disciple finds themselves in peril, shall our Taiyin sect merely stand by and watch, indifferent to their fate? If only the seventh disciple were present, we might have a chance. However, the Moonlight Taoist shook his head, stating that at present, we can only hope that the young lady possesses enough wit to survive the night unscathed. As dawn breaks and the restrictions are lifted, we shall venture into the mountains together to search for her. Cui Yufu, with an expression devoid of emotion, poured cold water on the notion. By morning, that girl will likely be nothing but a pile of bones. Over the years, aside from the master and the seventh disciple, no one has ever passed a night on Goofing Mountain without suffering harm. Anxious and helpless, Zhanxi felt a sense of urgency. Dew formed from the frost fell from the broad leaves of the trees, landing gently on the nose of a woman below. She stirred slightly, and with a sudden sneeze, echoed through the tranquil morning. Zhanxi opened her eyes and gazed towards the horizon, where the starlight faded along with the night, revealing the white mist enveloping Goofing Mountain and the faint outline of the Taiyin sect's colossal dragon statue at the peak of the mountains. Raising her head, she wiped her face and stood up, surprised to realize that an entire night had slipped by unnoticed. Last night, she had been carrying the golden egg, wandering aimlessly until she lost her way. She had intended to rest beneath a tree but had no recollection of falling asleep. The egg. Zhanxi looked down at the golden egg she had clutched tightly in her arms. In the light of day, its golden hue had dulled considerably, and it no longer radiated warmth, appearing merely as an ordinary decorative egg. Yet, she was grateful for its presence last night. Without it, she surely would have succumbed to the cold. As Zhanxi cast her gaze around, the daytime Goofeng Mountain regained its usual splendor, transforming into a terrestrial paradise adorned with dawn's rosy clouds. Zhanxi had mentioned that the night on Goofeng Mountain was fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts. Last night, she had wandered for quite some time and slept beneath a tree, yet encountered no mishap. Could it be that the owl primordial pearl had shielded her in secret? As dawn approached, the morning rooster ascended to the branches, heralding the day with precise clarity. The waning moon receded behind the clouds, giving way to the sun, which gradually emerged from the peaks, casting fiery hues. With the sun's ascent, colorful clouds billowed in the sky. Startled awake from her slumber, Zhanxi hastily rose to rouse her companions who had dozed off. Masters, the day has broken, and the restrictions have lifted. Has it truly? Li Danshu rubbed his eyes and gazed outside, squinting against the brilliance of the sunlight. Why, it is rather late. Hurry, urged Zhanxi, tugging at Li Danshu's sleeve to pull him from the ground. Zhanxi's senior sister is still in the mountains. We must go save her. Save whom? A voice called from behind, laced with playful mockery. Zhanxi, my dear girl, where is your fire leading you? What? Is it only him who is welcomed, and not me? Came a youthful voice from outside, imbued with a hint of arrogance. At the entrance of Goofeng Mountain, Tian Fangfang and his companions were seated, awaiting the lifting of the mountain's restrictions. While Zhanxi had a modest reputation, Tian Fangfang was quite popular, thus several of his acquaintances accompanied him, planning to enter Goofeng Mountain at daybreak to search for their missing friends. As the rooster crowed, the mountain's hues brightened in response. Sitting beneath the tree, Tian Fangfang felt a surge of energy and stood up, urging those around her. The dawn has arrived. We must hurry inside. Another person patted her shoulder and said, Tian, do not heed this doomsayer-esque nonsense. Sister Yang possesses a guardian spirit. Perhaps she is merely missing an arm or a leg, but her life remains intact. Tian Fangfang, growing anxious, retorted, enough of this nonsense. We must. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous sound erupted at the mountain gate, accompanied by a woman's breathless voice. Oh my, I'm finally out. The crowd turned their gaze toward the entrance. Emerging from the gate was a disheveled woman, her attire smeared with branches and mud, her long dress now reduced to a short skirt. However, her spirit appeared quite lively as she clutched a resplendent golden egg and steadied herself against a tree. Upon noticing the gathering, she paused and said, You're all here? Sister Zhanxi. Tian Fangfang rushed forward and enveloped her in an embrace, exclaiming, How wonderful! You are alive. Zhanxi gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Releasing her hold, the new disciple surged forward, eagerly inquiring, Sister Yang, how do you feel? Are you unwell? Are you missing any limbs? Or have you been poisoned? You seem unscathed. How did you fare up there on the mountain last night? Zhanxi raised her hand, saying, Wait. Allow me to ask a question first. Where's Huawei? With a smile, she pressed the golden egg into Tian Fangfang's hands, saying, "Please hold this for me. I shall return shortly." Turning swiftly, he made his way towards the wooden building. Early in the morning, within its confines, the sound of roosters heralded the dawn, prompting the disciples to rise and prepare themselves. From their initial discomfort to now embracing the morning with vigor, it had not been long. The remaining disciples cherished this opportunity, dedicating themselves to their cultivation with renewed diligence. Huayu rose from his bed, stretching languidly. His chamber, perched near the cliff's edge, offered a breathtaking view as he opened the second-floor window. The rosy light streamed in from the third-floor terrace, presenting a scene of extraordinary beauty, a luxury beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Just as he secured his hair and tidied the loose strands with water before he could don his outer robe, a commotion erupted outside. Frowning, Huayu glanced out, prepared to reprimand the disciples for their lack of decorum, disturbing the tranquility of the morning. However, as he opened the door, a fierce, menacing wind rushed towards him. "Who goes there?" Huayu exclaimed, summoning his sword, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the figure before him. "Young Zhanxi, you are alive?" Zhanxi smiled at him. "Indeed, it is quite regrettable." With that, he swung his iron staff towards Huayu. Huayu met the attack with his sword, but in his moment of astonishment, he found himself at a disadvantage against Zhanxi's relentless assault. One thought consumed his mind. How could young Zhanxi still be alive? Not to mention the miasma of the Black Marsh, which even he would avoid upon contact. Zhanxi had been seen falling into its depths. Furthermore, he had emerged unscathed after a night on Goofing Mountain. Such resilience had not been witnessed in the past centuries of Taiyan sect history. And yet, young Zhanxi was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Huayu's gaze suddenly turned icy. "You indeed possess a secret treasure. If not for this, the current situation remains inexplicable," Zhanxi coldly remarked. "That does not justify your cruelty towards your fellow disciples." The fierce winds of the staff heading towards Huayu suddenly transformed into layers upon layers of blossoms, each petal resembling a gentle blade. At first glance, they appeared vibrant and resplendent, yet concealed within them lay treachery, fraught with peril at every step. The long sword in Huayu's hand could advance no further, as these blossoms formed a bewildering maze. From within this maze, a steel rod surged forth, menacingly aimed at his throat. Under such a ferocious onslaught, Huayu found himself unable to evade. At the critical moment, a spear tip suddenly emerged from the side. This silver spear tip glimmered like a flash of silver light. With a mere flick, it redirected the iron rod in Zhanxi's hand. Countless delicate blossoms collided with the spear's wind, instantly transforming into a flurry of flowing snow. It resembled the wintry landscape or the early spring bloom, blurring the lines between flowers and snow. In an ephemeral moment, the lethal attacks were unraveled, and as the floral snow danced through the air, the menacing energy dissipated, leaving a serene stillness in the world. The intertwining blossoms and snow added a touch of romanticism to the scene. Zhanxi, compelled by the immense spiritual energy emanating from the spear tip, found himself retreating a few steps before regaining his footing and gazing ahead. Before him stood a youth, no older than 18 or 19, whose striking beauty bordered on arrogance. His long hair was tied with ribbons of red and white silk, his brows were thick, and his deep tea-colored eyes radiated clarity. His lips were equally rosy. While the disciples of Taiyan sect favored ethereal robes, this young man donned a pearl-colored satin garment, with crimson cuffs and collar, and the phoenix pattern on his chest was distinct from that of the other disciples, vibrant and dazzling in hue. Due to his tall stature and handsome features, the fitted, narrow-sleeved brocade robe he wore stood out remarkably among his bland and insipid fellow disciples, infusing the ethereal realm with a vibrant touch of earthly color. One glance at him was enough to captivate the gaze. He turned his attention to Zhanxi, his brow slightly furrowed with impatience, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. Within the Taiyan sect, disciples are forbidden from engaging in combat. Zhanxi glanced at the icy snowflake in her hand and inquired, "Is it snow?" The young man, taken aback by her question, looked at her with surprise. "You cannot even discern an illusion?" As soon as he spoke, he noticed Ziluo and Xianling Zi hurriedly approaching. Ziluo dashed to Zhanxi's side, while Xianling Zi stepped closer, raising his voice to inquire, "Who permitted you to fight here?" He then turned to the young man with concern. "Junior brother, are you unhurt?" The young man sheathed his silver spear and turned his head to Xianling Zi, scoffing. "Brother, Your judgment of disciples has evidently diminished. Brother? Zhanxi questioned, puzzled. Ziluo tugged at Zhanxi's sleeve and whispered, "This is our sect's 7th master uncle, Gu Baiying." Chapter 39. Gu Baiying. Zhanxi scrutinized the individual before her. She was aware that the Taiyin sect had 7 master uncles. Yet it seemed that such a character did not exist in the original narrative. A name and visage like his would surely have left an impression if she had ever encountered them. Observing her contemplative gaze fixed on Gu Baiying, Ziluo discreetly tugged at Zhanxi's garment again and softly urged, "Junior sister." Yang Zhanxi, Huaiwe, Xian Lingzi, adopting a stern demeanor, glared at the two. "Who permitted you to fight here?" Huaiwe replied innocently, "Master uncle, it was not I who instigated the conflict." Upon rising, I was met by the formidable Yang Zhanxi, who sought to confront me with great fervor. The other disciples can attest to this. They nodded in agreement, swearing that it was indeed Yang Zhanxi who initiated the conflict, while Huaiwe remained entirely uninvolved. Zhu and Lingzi turned to Yang Zhanxi and inquired, "Why did you strike at your fellow disciple?" Casting a glance at Huaiwe, Zhanxi replied, "Yesterday, while I was traversing the mountains with my fellow disciples, Huaiwe took advantage of my momentary absence to launch a surprise attack, intending to bring me harm. Is this truly the essence of brotherhood? Unthinkable." Zhu and Lingzi interjected, stating, "To prevent any acts of harm amongst our brethren, I cast a heart-linking spell upon each of you before our journey into the mountains. Should anyone act against a fellow disciple, a mark would appear upon their forehead. Huawei bears no such mark. His brow is unblemished." "Indeed," Huawei asserted with righteous indignation. "Yang Zhanxi must not slander me out of personal vendetta." Zhanxi frowned, quickly realizing that Huawei had not attacked her. His sword had not struck her form. He had merely compelled her to seize the night vine, which then broke apart. In a certain light, Huaiwe was not the true instigator. However, observing the smugness in his eyes, Zhanxi felt a surge of frustration. Huaiwe must have been aware of the heart-linking spell from the outset and had deliberately exploited the situation. Was this also a test presented by the original text? 6th Master Uncle, Ziluo, chuckled. Perhaps Zhanxi has spent an entire night in the mountains and has become somewhat disoriented. Look at her attire, it is soiled. Whatever the matter, let us allow Zhanxi to change and rest before we proceed. Xian Lingzi finally noticed the uniquely tailored gauze robe adorning Zhanxi, and a flush crept across his face. He waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Hurry along now. After you have refreshed yourself, come to the hall to find me." Ziluo promptly took Zhanxi by the hand and led her away. "After all, you did not follow him," Gu Baiying remarked nonchalantly with a smile. However, that fellow just now couldn't even discern an illusion. The qualifications of this batch of inner disciples seem rather lacking. As Gu Baiying continued ascending the stone steps, he mused indifferently. Perhaps he stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter in the mountains, narrowly escaping with his life. A mere stroke of luck does not signify anything extraordinary. "What's the matter?" Xian Lingzi raised his head, his expression showing a hint of hesitation. After a moment, he stammered, "There is something I haven't had the chance to tell you." Gu Baiying arched an eyebrow. "What is it? Why do we consider Yang Zhanxi to be special?" "It is because she previously discovered the Qingyi Nianhua staff at the Martial Arts Academy." The youth's expression suddenly turned serious. "What did you say?" "Your mother, the technique, pinned by Fairy Qinghua, has been found by Yang Zhanxi," Xian Lingzi conveyed. In a quaint wooden pavilion, Zhanxi sat comfortably in a wooden tub, luxuriating in a warm bath. As Ziluo entered with a clean gauze robe, she said, "Later, I will have someone bring over some spiritual herbs. You spent the entire night in the mountains. You appear to have depleted your vitality. You should take the next few days to recuperate." "Thank you, senior sister," Zhanxi replied, resting her arms on the edge of the tub. The Xiaoyuan pearl, having been nurtured throughout the night, seemed to be replenishing her vitality and lay still. Zhanxi resolved to take a few days for recovery. Nevertheless, despite having fallen into the treacherous Black Marsh, she remarkably bore no wounds inflicted by the miasma. Aside from a hint of weariness, she experienced no discomfort, a fortunate stroke of luck amidst her misfortunes. However, this encounter with Huaiwe had undoubtedly sealed their enmity. Huaiwe was convinced that she harbored treasures, and should one scheme fail, he would surely return with renewed vigor. Contemplating this, Zhanxi couldn't help but sigh. Ziluo, mistakenly believing Zhanxi was preoccupied with the inability to explain herself to Zhu and Lingzi, offered reassurance. "Junior sister, fret not. 6th Master Uncle is quite amenable on ordinary days. When you approach him later, present your plight in a more tragic light. He will not hold it against you. As for conflicts among fellow disciples, The worst he could do is to assign you the task of cleaning the outer courtyard. Zhanxi paused, recalling another matter, and inquired, Senior sister, is it true that the seventh master uncle, who appeared today, possesses remarkable youthful preserving techniques? He appears to be of a similar age to us. Why doesn't Team Master Uncle learn from him? At this, Zilluo chuckled softly and replied, What youthful preserving techniques? The seventh master uncle is naturally youthful. He hasn't even reached the age of 20 yet. 17? Zhanxi exclaimed in confusion. If he is so young, how can he be a master uncle? Zunlingzi appeared to be in his 50s, an age comparable to Gu Beiying's father, yet they were considered peers. While this is indeed a tale of cultivation, without the necessity for logical constraints, such a premise seems rather arbitrary. The seventh master uncle, though youthful, possesses considerable prowess. Moreover, his mother is the esteemed Qihua fairy, a sister disciple of the sect master. By lineage, he is thus of equal standing with the master uncles. A thought stirred in Zhanxi's mind. Qihua fairy? That name indeed resonated within her memory. If it is said that the esteemed Yushan, the master of the sect, is the sole cultivator from the vast land of Dojo to have successfully ascended, thus becoming the living emblem of the Taiyin sect, then his disciple, the enchanting Qihua fairy, serves as the enduring representative of the sect throughout the years. Although the original text only briefly mentions Qihua fairy, it vividly sketches the image of a goddess, exceedingly skilled, cold in temperament, and breathtakingly beautiful. However, it merely describes the goddess without revealing that she has a son. Ziluo cast a glance at Zhanxi, smoothing the last crease of her gauzy robe, and remarked, The book you found in the Martial Arts Academy, Qing Yianhua Gun, was penned by the mother of seventh master, the Qihua fairy. In the Taiyin sect, Qihua fairy occupies a unique position. A century ago, Yushan ascended to immortality, having taken only 2 disciples, the real man Xiaoyang and the Qihua fairy. In comparison to real man Xiaoyang, Qihua fairy's reputation was evidently more illustrious in her time. Blessed with exceptional spiritual roots, she was inherently suited for cultivation. After Yushan's ascension, her cultivation had reached the great ascension stage, merely a step away from transcending tribulation. Yet, her remarkable prowess is but one facet. It is said that her beauty could captivate the world, a splendor so profound that even the finest artists could scarcely capture a fraction of her allure. A goddess, resplendent in her ethereal beauty, aloof yet strong in her cultivation, is always an object of reverence. But where does the Qihua fairy reside now? It seems she has not been seen within the sect. Zhanxi dried herself off, donned her inner garments, and stepped out from behind the screen. The wick on the table lamp has been trimmed short, casting flickering shadows on the wall, while the cool night breeze wafts in through the window. Zilluo sighed. The fairy Qihua has long since departed. What does departed mean? Asked Zhanxi. In any case, over a decade has passed, and no one in the dojo continent has laid eyes upon the fairy Qihua. Furthermore, the sect leader, the revered Xianyang, has decreed that disciples must not casually mention her name. Time flows like a long river, gradually ebbing away. All the tumultuous waves ultimately transform into gentle streams. It has been 20 years since the great battle between humans and demons, and the striking figure of the woman wielding the azure staff has slowly faded from the collective memory. What of the father of our seventh master uncle? Zhanxi inquired. With the fairy Qihua gone, surely he must look after him. Hush, Zilluo cautioned, placing a finger to her lips and casting a furtive glance around. Only when she confirmed their solitude did she whisper, You must not speak of this within the sect, especially not in front of our seventh master uncle. Zhanxi regarded her with curiosity. He must be of ill repute, she mused, noting the uncharacteristic displeasure on the usually gentle Zilluo's face when mentioning this individual. To form a bond with the fairy yet remain indifferent to her, how can that be? Our sect is not one to be shunned. Zhanxi's thoughts wandered momentarily. Although this is a male-oriented cultivation novel and the original text offers scant details about the fairy Qinghua's past, if one were to elaborate, would it not follow the typical melodramatic trope that the demon lord might be the father of Gu Beiying? In conclusion, my dear Zhanxi, please refrain from mentioning this matter in front of Uncle Seven, Zilluo cautioned. In the past, disciples from another sect have used this incident to humiliate Uncle Seven, resulting in him breaking a leg. I surmise he is quite sensitive about others discussing his father. Zhanxi nodded, acknowledging her words. It is indeed fortunate that you have returned from the mountain unscathed. I shall advocate on your behalf with Uncle Six. Zilluo patted Zhanxi's shoulder, advising her to take the next few days to recuperate. Zhanxi smiled in gratitude, expressing her thanks. Thank you, senior sister. Within the Miaokong Hall, a pile of spiritual fruits was arranged in the shape of the yin-yang taiji, yet at that moment, a piece had been abruptly removed from the yang side, leaving a noticeable gap. The cool night breeze rustled through the expansive hall, accentuating the autumn night's chill. Zhanxi was ardently munching on a fruit when the moonlight Taoist remarked, "Junior brother, do mind your demeanor." Zhanxi inquired, "What have you noticed?" Silence enveloped Miaokong Hall for a while. After a brief pause, an impatient voice broke through. "Brother, your divination has been inaccurate 8 out of 10 times. There is no need to take it to heart." The young man reclined on the soft couch before the long table, his posture rather casual, one hand languidly draped over the armrest. His long hair, bound with silk, cascaded down his shoulder, enhancing the glossy and vibrant sheen of his dark locks. The moonlight Taoist gently said, "Indeed. This young lady has found the Qingyi Nianhua stick in the martial arts academy. Is that not the technique of the esteemed Qinghua fairy?" Zhao Mai expressed mild surprise, pondering if this meant that the Qinghua fairy had chosen her. Gu Beiying scoffed. A mere foundation establishment novice who cannot even discern an illusion must have stumbled upon this by pure chance. He recalled the disheveled woman he had seen during the day, her tattered robes and face smeared with dirt, and his expression darkened as he coldly huffed, "My mother, how could she possibly have chosen her? It might not merely be a coincidence." The moonlight Taoist gazed at him with a smile. "What if I told you she executed Mirage Flower, Water Moon?" The young man was momentarily taken aback before retorting, "Impossible." "It is true," Zhanxi interjected eagerly. "I can attest that during the sex assessment, Yang Zhanxi indeed performed the Mirage Flower, Water Moon technique. Mirage Flower, Water Moon is the first level of the Qing Nianhua gun. It appears simple. Yet without a true understanding of the technique's core principles, it cannot be mastered. If this was the intention of the Qinghua fairy, perhaps this girl harbors some hidden fortune." Gu Beiying, the moonlight Taoist, remarked with a smile, "Perhaps this girl can lead you to your mother." Gu Beiying's gaze flickered, his fingers tightly gripping the spiritual fruit. After a moment, he rose, smirking as he replied, "What does that have to do with me? I have no desire to find her at all." Chapter 41. The golden egg. A beam of sunlight streamed through the cracks of the small wooden building, accompanied by the resounding crow of the rooster. Early in the morning, a loud knocking echoed against the wooden door. Zhanxi got up to open the door, inquiring, "Who is it?" As the door swung open, Tian Fafang stood at the threshold, cradling an object in her arms. Upon spotting Zhanxi, she hastily thrust the item into Zhanxi's hands, exclaiming, "Junior sister, here is the item you entrusted me to safeguard," returning it to its rightful owner. Zhanxi glanced down to discover a resplendent golden egg resting in her palm, emanating a familiar warmth. Tian Fangfang clung to the doorframe, half of her body concealed outside, her gaze upon the golden egg fraught with trepidation. "What is it, senior brother? Is there something amiss with this egg?" Zhanxi inquired. "I cannot say for certain," Zhanxi replied, bewildered. Nevertheless, the egg nestled in her embrace appeared remarkably docile. After a moment's contemplation, she decided, "Very well, I shall seek out Master Lu to have him examine it." Upon arriving at the Miaokong Hall, Zhanxi encountered Zhanxi, who was engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Zhanxi's presence, he beckoned her over, saying, "Zhanxi, you come regarding the altercation that transpired in the sect yesterday, correct? Ziluo has already informed me of the incident. Considering you were startled and disoriented, I shall only impose a minor penalty to serve as a warning. You are to clean the outer courtyard of the sect for 7 days, and transcribe the Qingjing Jing 10 times. Zhanxi thought to herself, "What a scoundrel Huayu is." "I understand your discontent," Zhanxi continued, his tone laced with deeper significance, "but rules must be upheld. You are new to the mountains. Consider this a valuable lesson. I trust you will grow from this experience." Zhanxi looked up to find Zhanxi maintaining a rather irreverent demeanor, as if his previous words were merely casual remarks. After a brief pause, she clasped her hands respectfully and replied, "Disciple understands. Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Uncertain whether it was merely her illusion, Zhanxi felt as though the egg in her hand trembled slightly. Zhanxi stepped forward, took the golden egg, caressed it gently, and scrutinized it for a considerable time before shaking his head and stating, "Its shape bears some resemblance to that of a Rakshasa bird's egg. Yet the color is entirely dissimilar. Moreover, it exudes no aura of malevolence. Within 3 days, we shall ascertain its true nature." In light of Zhanxi's remarks, Zhanxi deliberately sought out a wooden box, lining it with soft fabric to carefully place the golden egg within, covering it with a handkerchief. When Tian Fangfang arrived and beheld the scene, Her expression was quite telling. She likely thought Zhanxi was somewhat peculiar, but refrained from saying so directly. Ultimately, she remarked, "Junior sister Zhanxi certainly possesses a tender heart, showing such care for an egg." Zhanxi replied, "After all, it is my fortune. This is akin to opening a blind box. Until the day of unveiling, no one can predict what it may yield. The anticipation is rather thrilling. However, considering my physique, I suspect it may not produce any rare finds." Subsequently, she delivered the night vine branch to the Li Danshu Hall. During this mountain expedition, other disciples filled their Qiankuan bags with an abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits, enjoying a bountiful harvest. Yet, she had her Qiankuan bag snatched away and narrowly escaped, salvaging only a blind box, a golden egg, and that solitary night vine branch. Fortuitously, Zhanxi had not released her grip when she fell into the black swamp. After enduring such trials, her journey had not been in vain. Li Danshu, in high spirits, instructed his disciples to secure the segment of night vine branch. Turning to Zhanxi with a beaming smile, "Well done, child. This night vine branch is exceptionally fresh. Today, I shall concoct the exquisite essence of radiant beauty elixir for you. After 7 days, you may come to the hall to retrieve it." Zhanxi bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, fourth master uncle." "No need for thanks," Li Danshu replied, waving his hand, revealing a sleeve singed at the edge by the alchemical flames. With a genial tone, he added, "We are all family here." Zhanxi thought to herself, "What a deception. If he only knew that I nearly sacrificed my life for that night vine branch on Gufeng Mountain." In the ensuing days, Zhanxi busied herself with the punishment of cleaning the outer courtyard of the sect. Autumn had arrived, and leaves danced down, creating a golden carpet. Just as she finished sweeping, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the leaves anew. That scoundrel, Huayu, secretly bribed fellow disciples to practice their swordplay nearby while she was cleaning, the sword energy sending leaves swirling everywhere, adding to her burdens. Why was the male protagonist able to overpower her so effortlessly? No nefarious antagonist is without guilt. After laboriously cleaning for 3 days, on the 4th morning, Zhanxi awoke from her slumber, sensing a cacophony within her room. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and noticed that the dawn had barely broken. The rooster had yet to crow. In the dim morning light, she observed her room in disarray, as if a tempest had ravaged it. With bedding and cups strewn across the floor, the wooden box at the foot of her bed was empty. A handkerchief lay crumpled on the ground, and a heavy object pressed against her abdomen. Zhanxi looked down to find a golden egg gleaming before her. She gently picked up the egg and set it aside, preparing to rise and gather the scattered cups and plates when suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. "Is it about to hatch?" Zhanxi's heart raced with exhilaration. Within the confines of the eggshell, a faint movement of a white mass could be discerned. Moments later, a soft, fuzzy paw emerged, accompanied by a gentle, mewing sound. Zhanxi craned her neck for a closer look and found herself gazing into a pair of jade-green eyes, momentarily taken aback. A cat? To her astonishment, what had hatched from the eggshell was a snow-white kitten. Despite her myriad speculations, she could never have imagined that a cat would emerge from such an egg. Setting aside all else, the fundamental question remained, how could a cat possibly be an oviparous creature? While the realm of immortal cultivation novels may not adhere to scientific principles, the emergence of a cat from an egg was simply too nonsensical. The kitten, wobbling unsteadily, took a few tentative steps before licking Zhanxi's fingers, evoking an overwhelming sensation as if her heart had been struck. Nonetheless, this extraordinary event surpassed her comprehension, prompting her to wrap the kitten in a cloth and tidy herself before venturing outside to seek the counsel of Xianlingzi. Upon stepping outside, she unexpectedly encountered Tian Fangfang, who was on her way for a morning exercise. Noticing the bundle in Zhanxi's arms, Tian Fangfang's expression shifted, and she eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Did you give birth? When did this happen?" She resembled a nosy relative visiting a new mother, poised to inquire, "Is it a boy or a girl?" Zhanxi presented the kitten to Tian Fangfang, who immediately erupted with joy. "It's a cat! A cat!" she exclaimed, dancing with glee. "How adorable! Zhanxi, my junior sister. May I hold it?" Zhanxi. She handed over the swaddled bundle, and Tian Fangfang wiped her hands vigorously on her gauzy robe before cautiously extending her hand to receive the kitten. Her gaze upon the creature mirrored that of a mother beholding her infant. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Zhanxi remarked, "Let us proceed. I must visit Miaokong Hall and consult with Master Lu to discern the nature of this being." Regardless of its species, it is undeniably charming. Tian Fongfong sighed wistfully. Zhanxi, I envy you. I too wish for a kitten such as this, truly a blend of iron will and tender affection. Zhanxi feigned ignorance. Let us go, let us go. If we tarry, others will gather to gawk. Upon arriving at Miaokong Hall, Zhanxi was already awake, for his age had diminished his need for sleep. Rising early to tend to the flowers and grass, he was momentarily taken aback by the arrival of Zhanxi and her companion. Before he could utter a word, Zhanxi thrust the swaddled bundle beneath his nose. Master Lu, I found this egg, and it has broken. Zhanxi leaned closer, and the timid kitten peered up at him, nearly causing him to stumble. This is a cat. How could a cat hatch from an egg? His astonishment exceeded even that of Zhanxi's. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Master Lu, do you also know nothing of this cat's origin? I have never witnessed a cat hatching from an egg, Zhanxi replied, perplexed, as he reached out to gently poke the kitten's head. The kitten tilted its head in response to his touch, and he said, it appears to be an ordinary cat. That is not a cat. Came a voice from the back of the hall. Zhanxi? Zhanxi glanced at the kitten, then at Gu Beiying, junior brother. I recall that the Silver Lang lion does not resemble this. Zhanxi inquired, what is the Silver Lang lion? Zhanxi cleared his throat. The Silver Lang lion is an ancient divine beast, once recorded in celestial texts, but it is believed to have gone extinct approximately 500 years ago. He paused before continuing. The celestial records state that to the east of the Northern Sea, there exists the Silver Lang, resembling a lion, with a silver body and snowy paws, subsisting on clouds. Yet, this little kitten yawning does not at all appear to resemble a lion. Gu Beiying remarked. It is both a Silver Lang lion and not. This cat possesses a trace of the Silver Lang lion's bloodline, but it is exceedingly faint, negligible even. This meager bloodline will remain dormant until its natural end. Thus, he turned to Zhanxi. You may regard it as an ordinary domestic cat. Only a trace of bloodline. Zhanxi expressed a hint of regret, lamenting the loss, for even as a spirit beast, it would hardly suffice. However, Zhanxi held a different perspective. It is said that the Goofing Mountain is fraught with perilous beasts at night. Yet, upon her emergence from the Black Marsh, she encountered no danger, and even spent a night beneath a tree, unharmed. At the time, she attributed her safety to the protection of the Owl Yuan Pearl, but what if it were due to this egg? Given its divine beast bloodline, perhaps the ferocious beasts of Goofing Mountain sensed it and dared not approach. Although this kitten appears unremarkable now, it belongs to the feline family. Who knows if it might one day develop into a lion? The star-picking apprentice. Tian Fongfong interrupted Zhanxi's meditation, gazing at the kitten and said, whether it's a cat or a lion, it's yours now. Shouldn't you give it a name? Zhanxi replied. She had never been adept at naming things and casually suggested, let's call it Mimi. Good idea. Zhanxi clapped his hands. Gu Beiying furrowed her brows, questioning. What is so good about that? The ox maiden, with her heart aligned with her gaze, tenderly remarked, our Zhanxi is quite good at naming. Zhanxi chuckled. Then let us name it Mimi. Zhanxi, feeling no need to correct Zhanxi, contemplated that Mimi indeed sounded far better than her original suggestion. After a moment, she approached Gu Beiying and inquired, why do you always steal glances at me? The young man, taken aback at first, then appeared perplexed. Who is watching you? You. Gu Beiying lowered his gaze upon her, slightly raising an eyebrow. Why would I look at you? Are you particularly attractive? Zhanxi responded candidly, I think I look all right. The young girl before him possessed an elegant figure and calm eyes. Her features were indeed delicate and charming. Yet the prominent dark marks on her right cheek rendered it difficult to deem her beautiful. Gu Beiying scoffed derisively. What arrogance! Seemingly disinterested in further conversation, he turned and swept away. Zhanxi observed his retreating figure, understanding in her heart. A seemingly ordinary new disciple like herself was truly not worthy of this prodigy's attention. It seemed that Gu Beiying's repeated glances were prompted by that book, The Green Girl and the Flower Stick. After all, in a certain sense, she could be considered a disciple of Gu Beiying's mother, thereby establishing some connection. However, the book Qingyin Yanhua Gun does not exist in the original work, nor does Gu Beiying bear a name therein. Yet, one event after another has intertwined her fate with this narrative in various manners. Zhanxi lowered her head, gazing at the crimson mark in her palm. Chapter 43. The emotional arc. As night fell, a layer of autumn mist enveloped Goofing Mountain. Before long, winter would arrive. On the Duzhou continent, in the realm of cultivation, the distinction between cold and heat is not pronounced. The essence of cultivation lies in the heart's resolve. The cycles of seasons and the passage of time are but fleeting moments. However, the founding master of Taiyin's sect, Yushan Saint, possessed a playful disposition and was disinclined to lead a monotonous life. Thus, he lifted the seasonal restrictions of Gufeng Mountain, rendering each season indistinguishable from the human realm. Spring blossoms and autumn moons, summer rains and winter snows, each season offers its unique scenery. A youth sat by the window, his hands cradling his head, gazing at the distant peaks. The night breeze tousled his hair, blurring his gaze. Suddenly, a figure entered, a young boy, fair and delicate, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, exuding an enchanting charm. Clad in a pink gauze robe adorned with an embroidered pinkish-purple rose at the chest and a matching headband, he appeared more graceful than many girls despite being a boy. This was the favored disciple of the Moonlight Taoist, named Dong. Gu Beiying, the son of the Qinghua fairy, was exceptionally gifted, having attained the golden core stage at the tender age of 14, and now reached the latter stages of the spirit division. Yet, his true strength surpassed mere classification. It is said by all that he not only inherited the beauty of the Qinghua fairy, but also her spiritual roots, and perhaps, in the future, he shall become the second genius to ascend successfully in the Duzhou continent. Furthermore, he is still so young. However, the ordinary folk remain unaware that Gu Beiying is afflicted with a congenital deficiency in his spiritual veins, should he refrain from cultivation. The backlash from his spiritual veins would undoubtedly endanger his life. Yet, if he continues to cultivate, the stagnation of his spiritual veins will eventually lead to his own techniques consuming him. To abstain from cultivation means certain death, while to persist merely prolongs the inevitable. Thus, over the years, Gu Beiying has seldom made appearances in the sect, not due to arrogance or haughtiness, but rather because, for the most part, it has been Zhanxi and Minong accompanying him in search of spiritual herbs and medicines to mend his spiritual veins. Minong, a direct disciple of the Moonlight Taoist, may not possess a high level of cultivation, yet he is gifted with a natural spiritual insight, capable of discerning various spiritual herbs and elixirs. Whenever a disciple in the sect faces a perplexing ailment, Minong's concoction of spiritual remedies often leads to miraculous recoveries. Last year, Zhanxi and Minong accompanied Gu Beiying to the western continent, yet they returned empty-handed, wasting a year in vain. Despite Gu Beiying's reluctance, the elemental energy within him continues to accumulate. It will not be long before he fears another breakthrough. However, for Gu Beiying, each breakthrough draws him closer to death. Speak such words before the sect leader, the youth scoffed. What purpose does lamenting with me serve? Uncle Master, the young boy exclaimed, tugging at Gu Beiying's sleeve, nearly pulling him down from the window. Why have you been so distracted these days? They say you have taken a liking to a new female disciple named Yang Zhanxi. Is it true? With a sudden puff, Gu Beiying spat out a mouthful of tea, his gaze towards Min Dong brimming with ire. Whom did you hear that from? He inquired. From elder uncle, Min Dong replied. He said you keep stealing glances at that female disciple. Is she truly as beautiful as they say? Gu Beiying slammed the teacup onto the table with force, turning to Min Dong with indignation. If you're so curious, go and see for yourself. He stormed out, leaving the young boy standing behind, gazing at his retreating figure, muttering, if he doesn't want to talk, then why get so angry? Meanwhile, Zhanxi stood in Li Danshu's alchemy room, as a young boy emerged holding a box, which he presented to Zhanxi's senior sister. The Su Fu Yu Rong Dan is ready. Zhanxi accepted the box, her gaze falling upon the pill within. It resembled a chocolate bean and exuded a fragrant aroma of herbs. She turned to Li Danshu, who was seated before the alchemical furnace, and inquired, Elder Uncle, should I chew this pill or take it with water? Should I consume it all at once or in portions? Do as you wish. Li Danshu waved his hand dismissively. There are no strict rules. Consume it however you prefer. Zhanxi then asked, after taking this pill, when will the scars on my face disappear? Li Danshu glanced at her, responding, not long, at least a year, at most 2. 2 years? Zhanxi exclaimed in astonishment. Why must it take so long? Li Danshu adjusted his hat, clearly displeased with her dramatic reaction. Of course, do you think this is some miraculous elixir? Zhanxi retorted, isn't it? Clearing his throat, Li Danshu gently waved his fan and remarked, the scars gracing your visage are the result of the malevolent aura from the beast. It is improbable for an ordinary person to recover completely from such an affliction. The efficacy of this elixir may be somewhat gradual. Yet the prospect of regaining your former appearance is indeed commendable. Furthermore, a woman's inner elegance suffices. One need not place excessive importance on outward appearances. Zhanxi observed the soot smudged across Li Danshu's face in the charred fabric of his gauzy robe, finding his words lacking in persuasiveness. Yet, at present, she had no alternative means. An inner disciple earns a mere 30 spirit stones per month, hardly sufficient to procure even a mid-tier spiritual herb, let alone anything more substantial. Go on, Li Danshu gestured dismissively. Upon exiting the alchemy room, Zhanxi made her way toward the small wooden building. After several days of recuperation, she felt nearly restored. Starting tomorrow, all inner disciples would embark on a collective journey of cultivation and lessons. In a certain sense, she had finally entered the elite ranks of the Taiyin sect, poised as a promising candidate for meticulous training. Yet, as she gazed at the crimson marks on her hand, her unease deepened. Not only had the scars intensified since Mimi emerged from her egg, but they also faintly resembled the outline of a flower, further stirring her apprehension. As these thoughts occupied her mind, she suddenly sensed a powerful gust approaching from behind. Instinctively, she sidestepped, drawing the iron staff from her waist and countering with a swift motion, only to find herself face to face with a shimmering silver streak. Before the waterfall in the outer courtyard, the air resonated with the crisp sounds of clashing weapons. The moonlight, shrouded in mist, illuminated the flowing water, rendering it as white as snow. Yet the snow was no mere illusion. Countless salt-like flakes danced around Zhanxi, delicate and cool, akin to myriad fallen blossoms that settled in strands of hair and the palms of hands, much like fragmented moonlight that gently entwined itself around the hem of a skirt. In the next moment, the snowflakes suddenly transformed into sharp blades, hurtling towards Zhanxi. Her gaze sharpened as she retreated a step, gripping her iron rod tightly and striking forward. In an instant, a cascade of fragrant hues surged forth from the tip of the rod, as numerous blooms burst open, enveloping the icy blades in a mesmerizing embrace, a dance of floral snow swirling atop the moonlit peak. Yet amidst this floral snow, there remained a silver lance, imbued with a murderous aura, advancing with an unstoppable force, sweeping like a tidal wave. Zhanxi found herself immobilized, overpowered by the immense primordial energy contained within. The tip of the spear halted just before her throat. As the swirling blossoms gradually dispersed, the face of the young man wielding the spear was revealed. Under the night sky, the youthful figure in white exuded less of the brashness typical of daylight, now radiating a captivating brilliance reminiscent of spring. Seventh uncle? Zhanxi gasped in astonishment. Gu Beiying sheathed his silver spear with a cold huff, remarking, "The Qingyi flower stick is but this." Zhanxi fixed her gaze upon him in silence. Just days prior, she had clashed fiercely with Huayu, and Gu Beiying had intervened unexpectedly. At that moment, she had been too intrigued by his identity to observe his appearance closely. Subsequently, due to Mimi's birth and a brief encounter with Gu Beiying in the presence of others, she had felt too shy to stare. Now, presented with the opportunity to scrutinize him, she could not help but marvel inwardly at how Gu Beiying's striking features seemed almost implausible for a male lead in a popular narrative. His allure was distinctly different from Mu Xingxiao's vigorous and untamed handsomeness. The figure before me appeared with crimson lips and pearly teeth, exuding an extraordinary grace typical of youth. The moonlight cast a cool hue upon his white robe, accentuating the striking vermilion of his headband and garment, making them almost blinding, while his features were rendered as exquisite as a crowned jade. Yet, to label him merely as a poised and indifferent young gentleman would be an oversight. The boy's brows and eyes shone with clarity and vitality, particularly his captivating eyes, deep and luminous like a cat's pupils, harboring an elusive pride. Even the smile gracing his lips bore a hint of audacious arrogance. This visage was undoubtedly a weapon of beauty. It is widely acknowledged that in male-oriented narratives, handsome male characters often meet an untimely fate or embody the role of the antagonist. Zhanxi could not recall any villain bearing this name, nor did such a character appear in the original text. Yet, his appearance clearly suggested he ought to belong to the male protagonists of female-centric literature. Noticing Zhanxi's unwavering gaze upon him, Gu Beiying furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you staring at?" With a gentle tone, Zhanxi responded, "Why did the seventh master uncle just attempt to strike me?" The mention of this matter incited a sense of vexation within her. Unless it was an extraordinary magical tool that could be summoned at will and concealed within one's body, ordinary artifacts must be carried on one's person. Under other circumstances, this would suffice. However, Given that she practiced with a staff, it was quite cumbersome to carry it daily, ultimately leading her to secure it at her waist to free her hands. Naturally, this arrangement was hardly elegant. Gu Beiying cast a sidelong glance at her, seemingly disinterested in further conversation, and began to depart. Zhanxi called out to him, "Master Uncle." The youth halted momentarily, asking, "What is it?" Zhanxi took a step closer, tilting her head to gaze up at him, thus narrowing the distance between them. Gu Beiying seemed taken aback by Zhanxi's unexpected behavior. He paused momentarily before inquiring warily, "What are you trying to achieve?" "Seventh uncle, are you not curious as to why the Qingyin Yanhua stick has chosen me?" Zhanxi began. Gu Beiying, momentarily stunned, averted his gaze and retorted coldly, "What nonsense is this? What does it have to do with me? The Qingyin Yanhua stick was inscribed by the fairy Qinghua. Seventh uncle, are you merely observing my stick techniques in secret?" Initially turning away, Gu Beiying, upon hearing her words, shot an irate glance at Zhanxi. "What are you babbling about? Who has been secretly watching you? You wish to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the fairy Qinghua. Hence, you are testing me." Zhanxi continued, undeterred. "Indeed, my aptitude is rather ordinary, and I cannot claim to be exceptional at this point. If that is the case, seventh uncle, I would appreciate your guidance in my practice. When I perfect my stick techniques, it will also reflect well upon you." Gu Beiying, unable to contain his frustration, snapped, "Who is this you that will bring me honor? Who is your uncle?" He was momentarily at a loss for words. After spending so many years at the Taiyan sect, due to his seniority and handsome appearance, the disciples always addressed him with warmth and politeness. Yet, here was Zhanxi, his own junior, displaying such blatant disrespect. Was it truly the case that the Qingyin Yanhua stick selected its bearer based solely on audacity? Taking a step back, as if to distance himself from Zhanxi in disdain, he scoffed. "Then dream on, for I have no time to instruct a rotting log." With that, he refused to cast another glance at Zhanxi and strode away with purpose. Zhanxi observed his silhouette vanish into the embrace of night, her thoughts swirling in contemplation. Might Gu Beiying be a new character orchestrated by the original narrative? This youth appeared as a result of her presence, yet he seemed devoid of malice toward her. At worst, he merely regarded her with indifference. To assert that the original text deliberately crafted such a rival for her seems an extravagant misallocation of resources. Moreover, this opponent appears tailored to her preferences. Were this a romantic simulation game, Zhanxi would undoubtedly choose to pursue him first. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhanxi, could this be a romantic subplot? Regardless of whether Gu Beiying's appearance signifies a romantic line established by the original narrative, Zhanxi had no time to ponder. At this juncture, advancing her career took precedence. Within the Taiyan sect, all inner disciples, whether newcomers or veterans, underwent assessments every 4 months. The top performer was rewarded, while the bottom faced penalties. Zhanxi was indifferent to accolades and unafraid of repercussions. Yet there was still the persistent nuisance of Huaiwe, who frequently sought to trouble her. Maintaining a low profile and cautiously attending to her affairs could provide temporary respite, but given the original narrative's merciless nature, she might already be ensnared in a trap, destined to fulfill the role of a doomed supporting character. After much consideration, the conclusion remained clear: diligent cultivation was essential, for only true strength held significance. Huaiwe had already reached the golden core stage, while Zhanxi, with effort, was nearing the midpoint of the foundation establishment stage, albeit still at some remove from Huaiwe. Overcoming challenges beyond her current level was not a guaranteed success, and before the next assessment for inner disciples, she must at least narrow the gap between them. In recent days, Zhanxi has immersed herself in her studies, dedicating herself with such fervor that she often neglects sleep and food, rising early and returning late, exhibiting a level of diligence rarely seen even among those preparing for examinations. Within the sect, apart from the theoretical lectures by the Moonlight Taoist, the inner disciples also attend various smaller classes taught by their esteemed seniors. For instance, there is the Talisman class by the 3rd senior uncle, Cui Yufu, the Alchemy class by the 4th senior uncle, Li Danshu, and the Divination class by the 5th senior uncle, Zhao Mai. These courses promote a comprehensive development of virtue, wisdom, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, epitomizing a holistic education. Among these, Zhanxi particularly enjoys the alchemy class. The spiritual herbs and fruits, along with the alchemical materials, are provided by the sect. As new disciples, they are currently using only low-grade spiritual herbs. However, Zhanxi's failure rate in alchemy is remarkably low, thanks solely to the assistance of the owl origin pearl. In alchemy, The most crucial aspect is mastering the fire control. And the owl origin pearl functions like a constant temperature automatic heater, maintaining the heat with impeccable precision, allowing Zhanxi to simply add the materials. While others might produce a single energy replenishing pill from a heap of ingredients, she can yield 3, impressing evenly Danshu. On one occasion, Tian Fangfang was astonished to see Zhanxi placing 3 energy replenishing pills into Mimi's bowl, exclaiming in disbelief, "Are you giving this to it to eat?" Zhanxi replied nonchalantly, stroking Mimi's chin, "It's just a nutritional supplement." Mimi did not waste the energy replenishing pills, showing remarkable growth. Within a month, it had doubled in size, shedding its kitten appearance. Now, at the very least, it has become a plump cat, although its affectionate nature remains unchanged. Lately, Zhanxi often finds herself awakened not by the crowing of the morning rooster, but rather by the substantial weight of Mimi's backside landing on her. She pondered that even if Mimi might not develop into a silver lion, at the very least, she could achieve the weight of one. Beyond attending classes and indulging in feline companionship, as well as engaging in her own cultivation at the Rainbow platform, Zhanxi also cherished her visits to the sect's library. Unlike the Martial Arts Academy, which was filled with various martial techniques, the library boasted a vast collection of texts encompassing a wide array of subjects. It contained literature on the customs and traditions of various nations within the Duzhou continent, exclusive gossip from the cultivation world spanning centuries, literary works, social laws, medical knowledge, natural sciences, and even children's literature. The library was seldom frequented, and as the lanterns outside flickered to life, Zhanxi gazed out the window, observing the onset of night. After Zhanxi departed, a figure leaped down from a shelf in the library. Dressed in white with crimson embroidery, it was Gu Baiying. He approached the spot where Zhanxi had just stood and retrieved the book she had been reading for the afternoon, which was titled Surprising 100 Fantastical Stories You Never Knew About the Cultivation World. Gu Baiying. Over the past few days, having noticed Zhanxi's frequent visits to the library, he hesitated for a long while but ultimately decided to follow her. Contemplating that as someone chosen by the Qing Yinyan Huagan, she might possess some unique qualities. However, each day Zhanxi perused either practical tips for cultivating flowers in Dongji Gufeng Mountain or transportation atlas of Northwest Duzhou, showing no signs of anything extraordinary. Gu Baiying harbored serious doubts about whether the Qing Yinyan Huagan had indeed chosen the right person. He exited the library and made his way towards his residence, the Carefree Palace, which was adjacent to the Miaokong Palace of Xianlingzi. It was said that in the past, the celestial maiden Qinghua had resided there. As night descends, the Hall of Leisure is enveloped in swirling mists. The palace of the immortal Qinghua concealed within, appearing like a shimmering sea of clouds, increasingly ethereal and dreamlike. However, Gu Baiying harbors no fondness for this. In contrast to the elusive and insubstantial realm of the immortals, he seems to prefer the vibrant and animated world of mortals. Over the years, his time spent within the sect has been scant, perhaps not solely due to his endeavors in seeking herbs to mend the spiritual veins, but also because, deep within, he has never truly appreciated these fantastical heavens. They are excessively beautiful, overly fragile, and far too unreal. What is it? Gu Baiying said impatiently. Do not shout so. It is utterly deafening. A child stood before him, breathless from running, his flushed face accentuating his appearance like a young attendant serving under an immortal. Uncle Master, he said, I wish to visit the Black Marsh today to see how the Qin insect is faring. However, the outcome. The Qin insect was a seed of celestial herb obtained by Master Xiaoyang a decade ago from a secret realm. Legend has it that thousands of years prior, an immortal ascended to the heavens, leaving behind a mystical guqin from which this spirit herb sprouted. This herb resembles a larva but is, in fact, a spiritual plant. When consumed, it germinates within the spiritual root, gradually mending the deficiencies of the spiritual veins as the Qin insect grows. The seeds of the Qin insect are exceedingly rare. Master Xiaoyang endured great hardships to acquire but a single seed. This spirit herb thrives only in places rich in miasma, and the Black Marsh, nestled on Mount Gufeng, is the only locale dense with such vapors. Master Xiaoyang placed the seed at the bottom of the Black Marsh pool, secured by enchantments, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary beings. Yet, even if a common person were to enter the Black Marsh, the miasma would swiftly claim their life. Now a decade has passed, and the seed is on the cusp of ripening. With a sorrowful expression, lamented, Master Uncle, the Qin insect has vanished. Master Uncle, the Qin insect is gone. In the vast hall, the wind stirred the fallen leaves outside. sending them swirling through the window to settle on the long table adorned with spiritual fruit cups, rendering the atmosphere even more desolate. The hall was enveloped in silence. After a brief pause, the youth turned to and spoke slowly. "What did you say?" "The Qin insect is missing," replied, shrinking back slightly, seemingly intimidated by Gu Beiying's gaze. He knelt decisively on the ground and began to wail. "Today, I ventured to Gufeng Mountain, anticipating that the Qin insect seeds would be ripe in a few days. However, upon reaching the Black Marsh, I discovered that the prohibitions had been tampered with. I used my Yuan force to scour the entire depths of the Black Marsh and found no trace of the Qin insect. How could this be possible?" Gu Beiying rose, his expression darkening. "Are you certain you did not misjudge?" Master Uncle knelt on the ground, his face contorted in despair. There was only one living creature in the entire Black Marsh, making it easy to locate. Now, with nothing left, how could I have been mistaken? Gu Beiying's countenance grew grave. "The existence of the Qin insect is known only to you, me, fifth senior brother, and the master. Even if by chance someone were to learn of it, they would not dare to risk exposure to the miasma to collect it, unless it were a fortuitous discovery." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Only intersect disciples are permitted to harvest spiritual herbs and elixirs from Gufeng Mountain." He cast a cold glance at, "Investigate which disciples entered Gufeng Mountain during the year I was absent." S expression faltered, hesitatingly uttering, "Actually, Master Uncle." Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Gu Beiying's gaze sharpened. "Do you know who it is?" I inquired with senior sister Ziluo. As Mending carefully considered his words, previously there was a female disciple whose face was scarred by demonic energy. The fourth master instructed her to seek a branch of the night vine to refine into a beauty elixir, which, once consumed, would enhance her appearance. The night vine only flourishes at the edge of the marsh, and according to the account of that female disciple, she was treacherously harmed by her peers and fell into the dark marsh, narrowly escaping. Mending could not continue. Only one person had fallen into the dark marsh in a decade, and who else could it be? Scarred by demonic energy, the youth fixed his gaze upon him, his tone suddenly turning perilous. "You cannot be suggesting that the name of that female disciple is Zhanxi? Master Uncle, how do you know?" Mending inquired in astonishment, lifting his head, and then realization dawned upon him. "Ah, Sixth Master must have mentioned that you often watch her, so it is only natural you would know." "I did not watch her." Gu Beiying gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with emphasis. Mending shrank back, whispering, "Then, what shall we do now?" The seed, painstakingly nurtured for 10 years, would vanish without a trace. Who would not be driven to despair? The hall was enveloped in a deathly silence. "Let us not disclose this matter to the sect leader or fifth senior brother just yet." After an indeterminate time, the youth's voice emerged, laced with a chill. "The Qin insect seed, upon entering the spiritual meridian, will resonate. I shall first investigate. If it truly is her." He glanced at Mending, who, terrified, lowered his head, hearing a chilling admonition from above. "You must find a way to retrieve the seed." In the small wooden cabin, Tian Fong had already made herself at home, squatting on the ground and petting the cat. Mimi had plumped up, sprawled on the ground in a large character shape, while Tian Fong scratched her chin, her face radiating satisfaction. Tian Fong, too, found solace for her soul, her expression oscillating between ecstasy and despair. She circled around the prostrate Mimi, seated herself beside the soft couch, and poured herself a cup of tea. "Isn't it possible to avoid such functions?" Zhanxi remarked after sipping her tea. "Didn't you hear Huayu's ominous declaration the other day? He will eventually eliminate me." "Fear not," Tian Fong reassured, patting her chest. "Senior brother will protect you and ensure your safety." However, her gaze fell upon Zhanxi's iron staff, and she commented, "Junior sister, that staff of yours is rather unsightly." The iron rod was a standard issue for the new disciples of the Taiyan sect, and after prolonged use, it bore the wear of spiritual energy, rusted and tattered, resembling something a beggar might scavenge. In the Taiyan sect, it was rare for women to wield staffs, and with such an unattractive one at that, it was indeed hard to describe. "What can I do?" Zhanxi shrugged her shoulders. "I simply lack the spiritual stones to purchase a new one from the Golden Pavilion." She sighed. "If only every member of the Taiyan sect could offer me a single spiritual stone." Zhanxi shook her head, despairing over her financial woes. "Oh." Tian Fong embraced Mimi and sat across from Zhanxi, leaning in conspiratorially. "I've heard that in a few months, there will be an assessment for the inner disciples. Our sixth master, Lingzi will select the most talented among the new disciples to be his direct apprentices. She spoke mystically. I've also heard that direct disciples have the privilege of choosing their weapons from the Taiyan sect's armory, where all the weapons are of exceptional quality, the least of which are at least mid-grade spiritual tools. Junior sister, do you think that if we become direct disciples, it would signify our rise to prominence? Zhanxi mused. She sometimes held a certain admiration for Tian Fangfang. Most mortals pursue cultivation for the sake of formidable spiritual power, seeking to master transcendent techniques or escape the confines of ordinary lifespan in pursuit of immortality. However, Tian Fangfang's approach to cultivation seemed to embody a desire for worldly advancement. As if she aspired to become a prosperous landowner, relentlessly striving for fame and fortune, ultimately ensuring a life free from want. Yet, each person has their own aspirations, and if she finds joy in her pursuits, that is all that matters. Indeed, senior brother, I believe you will surely achieve remarkable success, Zhanxi replied. After completing her evening grooming, she joined him on the bed. After a day filled with classes and self-study, fatigue soon enveloped her, and she drifted into slumber. As she slept, a shadow suddenly appeared at the window. Moments later, an intruder entered the room. In the dead of night, a figure stood silently at her bedside. Had Zhanxi awakened at that moment, she would have been struck with terror. A white cat, resting at the head of the bed, opened its emerald eyes wide, fixated on the unexpected visitor. Gu Beiying glanced at the feline and extended a finger to scratch its chin. The white cat, relishing the attention, squinted in delight, emitting a soft purring sound. The woman in bed shifted, one leg draping over the quilt. The moonlight illuminated the room, highlighting her leg in a rather ungraceful manner. Gu Beiying, finding the sight distasteful, averted his gaze, and with a flick of his finger, the quilt flew up, covering her from the chest down with impeccable precision. He turned his head once more, exerting force with his palm, and in an instant, a thread of elemental energy penetrated his opponent's chest, vanishing like a fleeting silver ray. Gradually, a green luminescence began to emerge from Zhanxi's chest, reminiscent of the delicate shadows cast by willows along the riverbank in spring. Infused with vibrant vitality that filled the entire room, Gu Beiying abruptly withdrew her hand, her expression unexpectedly grim. The Qinchong seed was indeed present within her. Chapter 47. The path of dual cultivation. Zhanxi remained oblivious to the events that transpired during the night. With Mimi by her side, her sleep was considerably more secure. Even though Huawei harbored ulterior motives, Mimi served as a reliable guardian. A restful night's slumber endowed her with the vigor to wholeheartedly engage in her cultivation during the day. Moreover, it was unclear whether it was merely her recent perception, but Zhanxi felt her spirit had greatly improved since her arrival at Taiyan sect. Each time she channeled her elemental energy through the spiritual veins, the process flowed seamlessly. Zhanxi estimated that with continued effort, she was not far from breaking through to the next realm. In the Miaokong Hall, several individuals were seated. Cui Yufu, Li Danshu, Zhao Mai, and the Moonlight Taoist were present, while Zhuan Lingzi emerged from the rear of the hall and inquired, "Is the seventh disciple not here yet?" "He has arrived," Zhao Mai replied, gesturing towards the entrance, where Gu Beiying stepped inside. The 7 disciples of the Shanyang Zhenren each possessed their own law hall. However, in the absence of their master, Shanyang Zhenren, the 7 disciples preferred to convene in Zhuan Lingzi's Miaokong Hall for discussions of significant matters. For instance, Cui Yufu's was cluttered with various talismans and formations. A misstep could lead to a disastrous regression of 10 years in cultivation. Li Danshu's numerous alchemical furnaces were scattered everywhere, and he was notoriously stingy. Despite his own failures in refining, he insisted on blaming external interference for the flawed results, causing others to compensate him a few times before they ceased their visits out of fear. Zhao Mai, having spent years away from the temple, saw bamboo shoots sprouting repeatedly within its confines. Occasionally, disciples, driven by hunger in the dead of night, would sneak in to pilfer a couple to sate their appetites. As for Gu Beiying, his fierce temper was well known. Anyone daring to intrude upon his domain would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After much contemplation, it became evident that Xian Lingzi, with his gentle demeanor and abundant delicacies within his temple, was the most suitable for discussing significant matters. After all, should discussions extend late into the night, there would be provisions to partake in. The Moonlight Taoist cleared his throat twice and spoke. "The purpose of summoning you all here today is, in truth, to deliberate on the secret realm of Li Ergua. Across the Duzhou continent, secret realms lay scattered, elusive and challenging to uncover. Some harbored spiritual treasures, and celestial herbs, while others concealed profound scriptures and techniques. In essence, discovering these realms necessitated considerable fortune. 2 decades prior, the war between the human and demon clans ravaged the secret realms of Duzhou, leaving them in ruins. The secret realm in Li'ergua could only be considered a minor one. It had opened once a decade ago, during which disciples from Tai Yin's sect had ventured forth. Though the fortunes gleaned were not particularly precious, yet still better than nothing. Cui Yufu, aged 68, appeared as though he were merely in his early 40s. With a robust physique and fierce features, his head was shaved completely, and despite donning a white gauze robe, he resembled a formidable monk. His rolled-up sleeves revealed muscular arms adorned with black talisman tattoos, said to have been inscribed through needles piercing the skin, spreading from his arms to his entire back. If an enemy were to attack Cui Yufu, the talismans on his body would activate a formation. The Moonlight Taoist spoke leisurely. Indeed, regarding the secret realm of the Li'er Kingdom, all major sects in the cultivation world share this intention. The secret realm of the Li'er Kingdom has existed for hundreds of years, and the spiritual herbs and elixirs within have been scarcely harvested. Every major sect wishes for the talented newcomers among their disciples to venture into this secret realm, ostensibly to acquire opportunities for spiritual herbs, but in truth, to temper their character through the challenges presented by the realm. Cui Yufu furrowed his brow, questioning why they should seek refinement in the Li'er Kingdom. After all, there are plenty of ways to hone disciples within their own sect. Through examinations, perhaps? Li Danshu glanced at Cui Yufu, scoffing. The disciples do not share your perspective. Although Cui Yufu appeared to be a martial-minded monk, he was, in fact, a fanatic of examinations. Unlike Li Danshu, who often innovated in alchemy, the study of talismans relied heavily on rote memorization. The Dojo continent boasts a plethora of talisman techniques, with thousands of variations even among cleansing spells. Yet, Cui Yufu's examination questions were notoriously unconventional, resulting in a low pass rate. The disciples dreaded him above all. Compared to being reduced to the same level as you in alchemy, examinations are certainly preferable, Cui Yufu retorted. Whenever these two were together, a quarrel was inevitable. Zhu and Lingzi hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Since other sects are proceeding this way, we might as well follow suit. However, for this journey to the secret realm, do you have any candidates in mind, senior brother? The Moonlight Taoist replied leisurely. A total of 6 slots have been allocated. Ziluo has already visited once, so there is no need for him to return this time. The sect's winter has the Spirit Immortal Aperture, which facilitates the gathering of spiritual herbs and fruits. Meng Ying is about to emerge from her seclusion, and during this time, she may utilize the secret realm for sword testing. As for the others, you may select from among your disciples. My disciples? Xian Lingzi was taken aback. Are you not seeking to accept direct disciples? The Moonlight Taoist smiled gently. Those who perform exceptionally well in the inner sect assessment will become your direct disciples. After a brief pause, he added, the qualification to enter the secret realm of Ear Country will serve as a reward for this assessment. Xian Lingzi. He shifted awkwardly, glancing at the fruit platter before him. Senior brother, this may come across as somewhat miserly for our sect. No matter. The Moonlight Taoist continued. The golden shopkeeper of Huarjin Lu has stated that additional rewards will be provided for this assessment. Upon hearing this, Xian Lingzi finally sighed in relief. Zhao Mai turned to Gu Beiying and suddenly inquired, Junior brother, why are you silent? In recent days, Gu Beiying had seemed distracted, and no one knew what occupied his thoughts. Gu Beiying rose, his demeanor unperturbed, and said, I have heard everything you mentioned, and I have no objections. He picked up a spiritual fruit from the table and took a bite, maintaining an air of indifference. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he strode out of the hall. What is the matter with him? Xian Lingzi nudged Zhao Mai. He seems to be troubled. Zhao Mai pondered. Yesterday, I cast an omen for him. What is the situation? Li Danshu also leaned in. The day of the Red Phoenix star stirs, and the courtyard is filled with peach blossoms. Zhao Mai tugged at his beard, his expression inscrutable. 7th junior brother, it seems you are destined for romantic fortune. Unbeknownst to the group in Miaokong Hall, Gu Beiying remained unaware of their ramblings. The matter of the Qin insect seeds remains unresolved to this day. Setting aside other concerns, once Master Xiaoyang emerges from seclusion and learns of this issue, it is feared he will suffer a significant blow. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside, and he looked up to see Mendo rush in. Gu Beiying remained silent. while Mindo caught his breath and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, I have found a solution." "What solution?" The youth's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, "What is required?" With a sudden crack, the spiritual fruit in Gu Beiying's hand split in two. The hall was devoid of any attendants. As late autumn transitioned into early winter, the wind swept in from outside, and the youth, who had previously been oblivious to the changing seasons, felt for the first time that the thin robe of Taiyin's sect offered insufficient warmth. Otherwise, why would he shiver so? After a moment, Mindo abruptly knelt down with a thud, lowering his head and murmuring, "In recent days, I have scoured all texts related to the Qin insect. I have learned that although the Qin insect seeds are akin to grass, they resemble insects. Once they parasitize a human body, they can only sprout after breaking through the soil. However, the Qin insect is also quite formidable. If two individuals cultivate together, their spiritual veins intertwine, and the Qin insect will naturally choose the one with the greater cultivation to inhabit. Yang Zhanxi only possesses foundational cultivation. Thus, Master Uncle, if you were to cultivate together with her, the Qin insect would naturally transfer to your body." Gu Beiying listened, a series of cold laughs escaping his lips. With audacity, Mindo dared to cast a glance at him and suggested, "Master Uncle, you should consider yourself fortunate. After all, Yang Zhanxi is a woman. If she were a man." The youth did not respond with anger but rather a sardonic smile, his strikingly beautiful eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity that was both captivating and intimidating. In a chilling voice, laced with mockery, he retorted, "Are you implying that I should express gratitude for her being a woman?" The disciple hastily countered, "But surely, compared to chastity, isn't life of greater significance? Master Uncle, you ought not to be so antiquated. Dual cultivation between genders is entirely natural. Chastity will not increase in value." Merely a fleeting night. In the next moment, his mouth was obstructed by a spirit fruit that had been nibbled, leaving him to emit futile sounds of protest. Gu Beiying, incensed, flushed with rage and gritted his teeth, commanding, "Silence." Mindo, cowed, ceased his chatter. After a pause, Gu Beiying, with irritation, inquired, "What are the other options?" Mindo extracted the spirit fruit from his mouth and asked, "What options?" The youth fixed his gaze upon him, suppressing his frustration, and articulated each word with deliberation. "Apart from this, are there no other alternatives?" Mindo's response was particularly vexing. Moreover, Yang Zhanxi has only recently been infested by the seed. If we attempt to extract it, the seed will wither immediately. Even if we wish to devise another method of separation, we must wait until the seed has sprouted. As Gu Beiying furrowed his brows in contemplation, Mindong seized the opportunity to suggest, "Master Uncle, perhaps you should consider cultivating together with her. Such dual cultivation would be mutually beneficial, although it may entail some sacrifices on your part. However, a true man should not shy away from such losses." Gu Beiying, unable to contain his fury, clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, Mindong was enveloped in a surge of elemental energy and sent tumbling out the door, disappearing into the autumn hues beyond the serene hall. The young man rose to his feet and approached the window, his hair fluttering in the breeze. Yet his posture remained erect, akin to a resplendent spear, radiating an unadulterated sharpness. Outside, the peaks of Gufeng Mountain were veiled beneath a shroud of mist, resembling a delicate veil of haze. He gazed for a while before muttering through gritted teeth, "How could I possibly engage in dual cultivation with her?" Zhanxi was unaware that merely a few months into her tenure at the Taiyin sect, arrangements for dual cultivation had already been made for her. During this time, she had been wholly immersed in her cultivation journey. A muffled sound echoed from the forest, accompanied by the tremors of the earth, as a cascade of leaves was lifted into the air, suspended momentarily. Beneath the trees, a woman clad in a pale green gauze robe rose, her gaze fixed upon the levitating leaves. After a brief pause, she extended her finger, causing the suspended leaves to vanish in an instant. Witnessing this, Zhanxi's face blossomed with a smile. She had finally broken through to the second stage of foundation establishment. Having recently entered this narrative, she had been ensnared by a beast in the depths of the water, perhaps awakening her latent potential. Or perhaps it was the ample energy of the Shiyu Pearl at that moment that propelled her to ascend 3 levels, from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. Subsequently, the power of the Owl Essence Pearl waned increasingly, and after spending the night at Gufeng Mountain, it simply ceased functioning altogether. For a modern individual, embarking on the path of cultivation anew is no simple feat. In recent days, she had been assiduously studying, and had finally achieved some modest gains. However, Zhanxi gazed at the rusty iron rod in her hand, unable to execute the second level of the green Ninhua rod technique, no matter how she tried. Encountering a bottleneck in her studies, and with the compiler of the instructional materials nowhere to be found, Zhanxi pondered whether to seek guidance from a senior master. Just as she was contemplating this, she noticed many young disciples practicing near the Rainbow Terrace hurrying in one direction. Curious, Zhanxi grabbed a disciple and inquired, "Esteemed brother, where are you all rushing off to in such haste?" Zhanxi watched his departing figure and murmured to herself, "Mengying?" The name seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and Zhanxi abruptly looked ahead. That's right, Mengying. Mengying, in the zenith of the nine heavens, was one of the male protagonist's 8 wives. In the novel The Zenith of the Nine Heavens, the male protagonist's 8 wives each possessed their own unique qualities. There was the gentle and obedient childhood sweetheart, the aloof and proud daughter of heaven, the spoiled and devilish sexy vixen, and the quirky and mischievous medical girl. From mature women to lowless, from wives to goddesses, the author had seemingly incorporated every style imaginable. Among them, Mengying was the aloof and proud daughter of heaven. Back then, among the male protagonist Mu Xingxiao's 8 wives, the most fully developed characters with the most screen time were the childhood sweetheart Lu Yunxin and the aloof Mengying. Lu Yunxin was gentle and considerate, and shared bonds forged in adversity, making her suitable as a wife. Mengying was breathtakingly beautiful, her cultivation skills extraordinary, exuding an icy demeanor akin to the summit of a glacier, stirring an innate desire for conquest within those who beheld her. Caught between 2 wives, the male protagonist found himself in a quandary, either breaking one heart or incurring a debt of affection to the other. Zhanxi wished to exclaim that such behavior was absurd. If one possessed even a modicum of sense, they would not find themselves inebriated to such an extent. As she moved forward with the crowd, a flicker of curiosity blossomed within her. She had already encountered Lu Yunxin, a truly charming and endearing young woman. Yet, she pondered how stunning the renowned beauty Mengying truly was in reality, as she was famed for her allure in the original story. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a voice rang out ahead. "Look, senior sister Mengying is here." Zhanxi lifted her gaze to see 2 women emerging from the Miaokong Hall. The woman on the left donned a gray-blue gauze robe, appearing to be in her 40s, with fair skin and striking features highlighted by a touch of crimson on her forehead. Her elongated eyes and deep-hued lips imparted an air of sternness to her beauty. The robe was devoid of any superfluous wrinkles, the collar impeccably neat, and her posture was impeccably straight, as though each step she took had been meticulously calculated, precise to the last detail. Beside this austere figure stood a young girl clad in a flowing white gauze robe, cinched at the waist with a moonlight blue sash. Her dark hair was elegantly styled, cascading like clouds, and her silhouette radiated an ethereal grace. Zhanxi was momentarily taken aback. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in white she had encountered during her practice of the staff technique, a vision that lingered in her mind. Chapter 49. Mengying below, infatuated disciples began to call out, "Senior sister Mengying, look here, over here." The girl in white turned her head, revealing her enchanting visage. In an instant, the inexperienced disciples surrounding her were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with wonder. Zhanxi silently marveled, how exquisite. Unlike the delicate and demure beauty of Lu Yunxin, Mengying's allure, as depicted in the original text, possessed a distant charm that was not to be trifled with. Between her brows, akin to the woman beside her, rested a dot of vermilion, though lacking the latter's rigid decorum. With a face like peach blossoms and an ethereal presence, she stood there like a goddess from Wushan, leaving one at a loss for words to adequately describe her. Yet, her beauty was not her sole attribute. A black longsword hung at her waist, abruptly shattering the divine aura that surrounded her, adding an air of fierce resolve to her enchanting presence. Zhanxi thought, indeed, this must be Mengying. In the original narrative, she was the pride of the Taiyan sect, groomed to become its future leader. However, the male protagonist, Mu Xingxiao, shone brilliantly during the sect's assessments, capturing the attention of various esteemed masters. Eventually, even the sect leader praised him in person. Initially, Mengying dismissed him, believing he merely stumbled upon fortune. It was only later, when she and Mu Xingxiao ventured into a secret realm and he saved her, that her perception of him began to shift. Coupled with the subsequent provocations from rival sects, which Mu Xingxiao addressed with resounding prowess on behalf of Taiyan, her disdain transformed into admiration, ultimately leading to her being embraced into his harem. In the original tale, The romantic arc between Meng Ying and Zhanxi was relatively fulfilling compared to that of his other wives. Nonetheless, Zhanxi found it all rather glaring, particularly at this moment. Witnessing Meng Ying's exquisite beauty fills my heart with a sense of regret. Such a celestial being has only engaged in a mere eighth of a love affair, which truly incites the wrath of both mortals and deities alike. It seems that it will not be long before the male lead, Zhanxi, captures Meng Ying's attention. Once he dazzles everyone during the inner sect assessment, she shall embark on the first leg of their journey to melt the ice between them. However, Zhanxi glanced at the crimson mark on her palm, pondering deeply as the narrative thread began to unravel. Will Zhanxi still shine brilliantly in the inner sect examination this time? Junior sister Zhanxi. A resounding call echoed in her ears, and in the next moment, Tian Fangfang's arm draped over Zhanxi's shoulder as she smiled amiably. So this is where you are. Well, who is this fairy sister? Absolutely stunning. Zhanxi felt a pang of discomfort in her shoulder from the embrace, and as she attempted to gently remove the arm, she looked up only to meet Meng Ying's gaze. Whether it was merely her imagination, Zhanxi sensed a hint of scrutiny within that look. Yet, it was fleeting. As Meng Ying quickly averted her eyes, murmuring something to the older woman beside her before they departed together, all the new disciples watched as they disappeared into the distance. Tian Fangfang inquired of her fellow disciples, "Hey, brothers, who were those two just now?" That was the esteemed Yueqin and her disciple, senior sister Meng Ying. One young disciple blushed, his eyes filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Senior sister Meng Ying is a fairy, isn't she? No fairy could surpass her beauty. Did you see? It seemed like she glanced at me." "Nonsense. She was clearly looking at me." "Was she looking at you?" "More like glaring at you." Zhanxi remained silent. Yet she couldn't shake off the lingering weight of Meng Ying's final gaze. Meanwhile, Meng Ying walked alongside Yueqin towards the Frost Moon Palace. The young woman in white spoke softly, "Master, I just saw young Zhanxi." Yueqin paused and inquired, "Are you referring to the female disciple who discovered the Qingyin Yanhua staff?" Meng Ying nodded, her gaze drifting into the distance as she mused. "Throughout all these years, I have visited the martial arts academy numerous times. Yet I have never once found that Qingyin Yanhua staff." Yueqin halted her steps, turning to the girl beside her with a disapproving tone. "You practice swordsmanship. Even if you were to find the Qingyin Yanhua staff, it would not align with your method of cultivation. Now that you have transcended to the nascent soul stage, why do you still cling to this obsession?" After a moment of silence, Meng Ying finally spoke, "Master, the sect leader once told me that the future of Taiyin sect would rest in my hands, and I must strive earnestly. In the realm of cultivation and dojo, it is rumored that the next leader of Taiyin sect will be none other than Meng Ying of this generation, and there is truth to this assertion. From her childhood, she had indeed been nurtured as the successor to the sect leader. Her master had stated that had the celestial maiden Qihua not encountered misfortune, the position of leader would rightfully belong to her." With her gaze lowered, her eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterfly wings, enchanting in their beauty. Meng Ying continued, "I believe that perhaps only by locating the Qingyin Yanhua staff and earning the recognition of the celestial maiden Qinghua will I be deemed worthy of shouldering the burdens of Taiyin sect." She sighed softly, pondering the fact that the celestial maiden had chosen Yang Zhanxi, and Yang Zhanxi was impossible. Yueqin sharply interrupted Meng Ying's words, seemingly realizing her tone was somewhat severe. After a brief pause, she softened her voice. "I have inquired about Zhuan Lingzi and gathered information regarding Yang Zhanxi. While she may possess extraordinary experiences, it is concerning that she only entered the initial stage of qi refinement at the age of 17, which has delayed her progress for many years. Recently, her performance in the sect studies has not been remarkable, though the selection by Fairy Qinghua may hold its own significance. You must not let it lead you to doubt yourself." Yueqin gazed at her. "Since the great war between the human and demon races, our Taiyin sect has suffered severe injuries to its vitality, rendering it less formidable than before. Currently, sects such as Qihua and Yinfeng are watching us closely. The health of our sect leader is deteriorating. In short, the future of Taiyin sect requires you to guide the disciples forward. Your recent breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is indeed a commendable achievement. Given time, you may even surpass Fairy Qinghua." She gently patted Meng Ying's shoulder. "I understand that you carry a heavy burden in your heart, often overthinking matters. At times, I hope you grasp the weight of your responsibilities and dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Yet, there are moments when I wish for you to remain oblivious to such pressures, simply desiring that you live a more carefree life." A flicker of guilt and compassion appeared in the woman's eyes, causing Meng Ying, who observed her, to feel a twinge of shame. She quickly responded, "I will remember the words of my master, and I shall no longer belittle myself. After the intersect assessment, I will join my fellow disciples to venture to the secret realm of Liur Kingdom. Following the sword trial, I will devote myself earnestly to cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough." Yuqin smiled and nodded, but as she looked at the white-clad maiden before her, a tinge of bitterness swept through her heart. If not for the current predicament of Taiyin's sect, with Meng Ying's exceptional talents, she should have been a coveted gem sought after by the major sects. Rather than facing such circumstances, it is indeed lamentable to attribute their decline to the inadequacies of their sect, which pales in comparison to its former glory. When the first snowfall graced the foot of Gufeng Mountain, it had already been over 3 months since Zhanxi entered the inner sanctum. The cascading waterfall at Shuhang Terrace, as the elder sisters had described, had frozen into a silver mirror, resembling a spring day suspended in time, still preserving the appearance of water droplets splashing in myriad directions. In the distance, the surrounding forest was draped in a veil of pristine white snow. Fluffy snowflakes descended gracefully, blanketing the ground outside the wooden cabin with a swift accumulation overnight. With each step, the snow reached up to one's knees, exuding a chill and producing a soft crunching sound, akin to stepping into a basin of salt. The rooster had yet to crow, and in the winter, dawn arrives late. The waning moon still lingered in the sky, perched upon the treetops. Mimi lay languidly on a small couch, resting its head on the windowsill, half-closed eyes allowing snowflakes to alight upon its nose, only to melt away quickly. Beneath the tree, the lantern cast a warm glow upon the snowy expanse. Zhanxi discarded her shovel and placed the final carrot into the snowman's face, dusting off the remnants of snow from her hands. Tian Fongfong emerged from the house, rubbing her hands together, and upon seeing the scene, she couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "Oh, you're up early to build a snowman. Aren't you cold, junior sister?" "Not at all," Zhanxi replied, gazing at the snowman. It would be a pity not to make the most of this snow. Being from the south, she had never encountered snow before her journey. When the first snowfall arrived last night, she had joyfully rolled in the snow for half the night. This morning, she was thoroughly satisfied with her snowman creation. Indeed, Tian Fongfong pondered, "I've heard you are from Yueqing, a place further south where snow is a rare sight throughout the year." After a brief moment, she emerged from the small wooden building, a bundle in hand, and together with Tian Fongfong, proceeded to the main temple of the Taiyin sect. The main hall of the sect had only been visited by Zhanxi after successfully passing the first Lian Shanhua assessment and on the occasion of guiding the new disciples. At this early hour, although some disciples were awake, they were either heading to the Hongtai for their training or loitering in front of the dining hall. None would specifically venture to the main hall. As Zhanxi stepped through the grand entrance, she urged the lagging Tian Fongfong to hurry along. The dawn had yet to break. Yet within the hall, hundreds of bright lanterns were lit, casting a profound warmth on this winter morning. The flickering candlelight illuminated the crimson hall, creating a vivid tableau against the walls, reminiscent of a moving mural. The golden statue of the Yushan saint stood majestically within, towering and grand, its features lifelike, embodying an ethereal grace, as it silently gazed down upon them, holding a whisk. Though its expression was serene, Tian Fongfong felt an inexplicable trepidation and softly inquired, "Junior sister, why have we come here, and did you bring what I asked for?" Yes, Zhanxi replied, producing a bundle from her bosom. She unwrapped it to reveal a few scattered spirit fruits and herbs, along with half a steamed bun. "Is this all?" Zhanxi frowned. "Junior sister," Tian Fongfong said with a troubled expression, "spirit herbs and fruits are rare. I am still growing and require substantial nourishment. This half bun was a difficult sacrifice for my dinner." Tian Fongfong received it, her face a picture of confusion. "Thank you, junior sister. But what exactly are we meant to do here?" Zhanxi sighed and remarked, "Tomorrow marks the internal examination. Are you aware?" "Indeed," Tian Fongfong nodded. "Our arduous training over these past months is solely for the purpose of excelling in the internal assessment, thereby securing our place as the cherished disciples of the sixth master. Not to mention making a remarkable impression," Zhanxi continued. "I have heard that the internal examination differs greatly from previous assessments. It is fraught with peril. Once disciples enter the evaluation arena, they often emerge severely injured. Are you concerned about sustaining injuries?" Tian Fongfong inquired, perplexed. "How does that relate to our current endeavors?" Zhanxi gestured towards the statue of the Yushan sage before them, stating, "The Yushan sage is the first cultivator in the entire dojo realm to achieve ascension. He is a pioneer in this discipline, hence paying homage to him is indeed appropriate." Pay homage? To what? Tian Fong was bewildered. To the god of examinations. Zhanxi replied, as he meticulously arranged offerings at the feet of the Yushan sage and urged Tian Fong to join him in bowing. In our locality, there exists a custom. Before an examination, one pays respects to a master in the field to ensure good fortune and guaranteed success. Is that so? Tian Fong asked while bowing. Why have I never heard of this custom before? That is merely a reflection of your ignorance, Zhanxi asserted. Sincerity begets efficacy. Frequent homage will certainly yield favorable outcomes. Early the next morning, Zhanxi and his companion rose before dawn to present offerings and bow before the statue of the Yushan sage, an act that soon reached the ears of several masters. As Gu Beiying, who was slumbering in her chamber, heard the words, she opened her closed eyes and sat up from the soft couch, scoffing. What other reason could there be? Tomorrow is the intersect assessment. Thus, she sought the blessings of deities, hoping that the transcendent sages could bestow upon her a fragment of their fortune, allowing her to navigate through the trials of the morrow unscathed. Gu Beiying impatiently elaborated. Is it not evident? Lingzi suddenly comprehended. Ah, I see now. He chuckled. This girl is rather naive. The intersect assessment of our Taiyan sect cannot be surmounted merely through prayers. It relies solely on genuine capability. Moreover, he continued, this year, in order to select a personal disciple for me, several of our esteemed elders have deliberately heightened the difficulty. For those disciples with prior assessment experience, it may be manageable. But for this batch of new recruits chosen from various regions of dojo, they may not only face failure but also endure significant hardship. He mused. Glancing at the seemingly frail girl, I wonder how long she can endure during the evaluation. Lingzi remarked, if the sages truly possess divine insight, I sincerely wish for their protection to ensure this girl passes smoothly. Brother, your assertion is misguided. The youth beside him interjected, casting a glance of disapproval. Our Taiyan sect has always upheld the principle of meritocracy. Relying on the protection of others is not the path of cultivation. He picked up a spirit fruit from the fruit basket on the table, his fingers gliding over the scars on its surface. If one cannot withstand even this minor adversity, they are unworthy of pursuing immortality. It would be better to pack up and depart from Gufeng Mountain sooner or later. Chapter 51. The Sumeru mustard seed diagram on the night following the worship of the Yushan sage. A blanket of snow enveloped Gufeng Mountain throughout the entire night. On the following day, the dawn was heralded by the crowing of roosters. As Zhanxi completed her morning rituals and pushed open the door, she was greeted by a landscape blanketed in heavy snow. The verdant peaks of Gufeng Mountain were cloaked in a shimmering white, the sunlight tinged with a frigid hue. And even the clouds clinging to the mountain tops appeared frozen, resembling a delicate jade frozen in time, piled at the horizon of the azure sky. Stepping outside, she exhaled into her palms, a veil of damp, white mist materializing before her eyes. The Taiyan sect was commendable in many aspects. Yet it held one flaw, the biting cold of winter. Zhanxi had endured an entire autumn here, yet she still found it difficult to acclimatize to the climate. Lost in thought, Tian Fong emerged from a nearby wooden cabin, noticing Mimi napping at the door. She affectionately ruffled its fur, then, rubbing her hands together for warmth, complained to Zhanxi. It is exceedingly cold today. This attire offers little protection against the chill. The sect's gauzy robes were merely two thin layers, ostensibly designed to maintain the ethereal image of the cultivators. The senior disciples had adapted to the local fashion, yet for the newcomers, it posed quite a challenge. Zhanxi lifted her skirt, startling Tian Fong, who quickly turned away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? If you're cold, just wear some thermal leggings underneath." Zhanxi replied, "It doesn't show from the outside anyway." The vanity prevalent in the cultivation world, prioritizing style over warmth, was truly unwarranted. When age sets in, who will understand the aches of the cold? Today marked the day of the intersect assessment and the selection of Zhanxi's personal disciples. The dining hall was bustling with people, coinciding perfectly with the winter solstice, and the morning meal featured lamb dumplings. Zhanxi and Tian Fong each savored a bowl, instantly feeling much warmer. After finishing their meal, the two proceeded to the competition platform together. On one side of the competition platform sat Master Yueguang, Uncle Yueqin, Cui Yufu, Li Danshu, Zhao Mai, Lingzi, and Gu Beiying. In front of the platform loomed a large, square stone, vast and elongated, devoid of any markings. Zhanxi also caught sight of Huaiwe, who cast a furtive glance her way, suggesting he harbored no benevolent intentions. She pondered whether any unforeseen events might arise during this intersect assessment. As she contemplated, the purple conch atop the platform had finalized the list of last participants and set the registration book aside. The atmosphere gradually hushed as the disciples, standing in formation, sensed that the assessment was about to commence. A total of 400 disciples, all intersect members of the Taiyin sect, were participating in this evaluation. Lingzi rose and proceeded to the center of the competition platform. As this event was to select his personal disciples, it was only fitting that he preside over the proceedings. Lingzi proclaimed, "Today marks the day of the intersect assessment. After deliberation among the esteemed uncles, we have decided to alter the method of evaluation." He extended his hand, and a speck of light the size of a grain of rice materialized in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the luminous speck ascended, gradually unfurling to reveal a painting. It was a long scroll depicting a fierce battle between various beastly creatures and cultivators. At first glance, it resembled a scene from a battlefield. "What is this?" the disciples murmured amongst themselves. Lingzi smiled knowingly at the crowd, and once the chatter subsided, he slowly explained, "This is the Shumi mustard seed map, and it shall serve as the arena for your assessment." Zhanxi's heart raced with astonishment. This examination venue was indeed of an elevated caliber. As soon as Zhanxi contemplated this, the long scroll depicting the battlefield scene suddenly magnified before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed, and he found himself no longer on the competition stage. Instead, he stood in a wild expanse, where the grass grew tall, and a dense forest lay not far away. The clouds hung low, casting a heavy shroud above. At the horizon, perilous peaks and cascading waterfalls glimmered under the bright sun, yet the distant scenery appeared utterly artificial, akin to a poorly crafted counterfeit painting. Only the eerie and desolate atmosphere surrounding him felt palpably genuine. The soft earth beneath his feet, tinged with a murky red hue, faintly exuded the scent of blood. A raven perched upon a branch, its crimson eyes fixated on Zhanxi, emanating an ominous aura. Following the battle between humans and demons, the vitality of the Taiyin sect had sustained substantial losses, with many outstanding disciples perishing. The malevolence and bloodlust of the demon race were unforgivable. Subsequently, an illustration known as the Shumi mustard seed map was created to reflect the brutality of that battlefield. For all disciples participating in the assessment, the very ground you tread upon is a remnant of the cataclysmic conflict between humans and demons. This illustration delineates various demonic cultivators that appeared during the fateful battle, sketched with vital energy. With each demonic cultivator defeated, one's vital energy will automatically increase. The vital energy represented by different demonic cultivators varies. Lower-tier cultivators yield the least, while higher-tier ones offer more. The number of demonic cultivators is finite, and your task is to vanquish as many as possible within the shortest time frame to amass vital energy. The ranking stone outside the competition stage will automatically update the standings every hour based on the vital energy acquired. Zhanxi was intently listening when he suddenly felt something in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a piece of talisman paper, upon which was inscribed a crooked red character signifying stop. Each of you possesses an escape talisman. In the Sumeru seed diagram, although the demonic cultivators are mere illusions, candidates may still sustain injuries during their confrontations with these foes. Should you find yourselves unable to endure any longer, you may crush the escape talisman and leave the examination arena at your discretion. If you encounter a demonic fiend, given your current cultivation levels, there is no need to engage. Simply crush the escape talisman. Lingzi proclaimed, "The contest shall last no longer than 2 days, concluding when the last candidate departs." With those words, the distant peak aglow with golden light and the flowing waterfall gradually faded into darkness, and thus the last vestige of illumination vanished from the scene, rendering the battlefield shrouded in shadow. Chapter 53. Little Shuang unexpectedly encountering a two-headed Azura. On the contest stage, Chui Yufu gleefully remarked, "This lad's luck leaves much to be desired. The two-headed Azura is." His family expelled this cultivator from their clan, and his compatriots stabbed him in the back, while former friends felt shame in associating with him, all whispering vile and twisted insults behind his back. Chapter 55. The Tomb of the Dead within the Sumeru seed diagram. Zhanxi trudged forward with a staff in hand. In the examination arena, the passage of time felt suspended. The sky neither brightened nor darkened. "Master Uncle, what is the weakness of the tomb of the dead?" Zi Luo inquired. Li Danshu remained silent, gazing at the figure within the clear heart mirror. A crimson tongue. Chapter 57. The Demoness Curse. To my utter astonishment, the worship of the deity proved to be genuinely effective. As Zhanxi grasped this realization, she was yet to relish her joy when she heard the exasperated voice of Huaiwe. He was an unremarkable-looking man, with hair and eyes of a fiery hue. His gaze was devoid of emotion, regarding Zhanxi as one might regard an insignificant ant. Chapter 59. The Disciple of Direct Transmission. Zhanxi experienced an elongated dream. In it seemed as though someone was urgently whispering in her ear, their voice filled with a sense of urgency. In the distance loomed large, indistinct shapes. With a single utterance from Master Xiaoyang, Zhanxi became the direct disciple of Zhuanlingzi. The sect was replete with numerous formalities, and the ritual was conducted by Zhao Mai, who cast divinations to select an auspicious time. Chapter 61. A Test. Within the confines of the room, Mu Qingxiao was meticulously folding several garments and stowing them into a bundle. He was not a pampered scion like those of Huaiwe, accustomed to having attendants wherever they went. He possessed no penchant for such indulgences. That very night, Zhanxi exchanged her prizes with Mu Qingxiao and acquired the celestial garment of Tianji. This exquisite attire, woven from silkworm silk, was impervious to ordinary weaponry. Chapter 63. Serving Water. Several days passed, and the auspicious date divined by Zhao Mai arrived. A ceremony was held within the sect to honor the master-disciple bond, and before all the disciples of the sect, Zhanxi and her companions officially became. Zhuanlingzi found himself momentarily choked by his own words. I have heard that the young lady Lu, the childhood companion of Brother Mu, is about to join the Taiyin sect, alongside Brother Mu. Chapter 65. A Mutual Gaze. I wonder how many sleepless souls there were that night, and how many in the entire sect awaited the spectacle of the following day. Regardless, Zhanxi slept soundly. The next day, miming. This child is relentless, Zhanxi casually remarked. There are indeed many, such as our neighbor, Uncle Seven, who is handsome, possesses great cultivation, and is not unruly. Chapter 67. The Armory. In the end, Zhanxi could not fathom why, upon mentioning her and Mu Qingxiao's impending expedition to the secret realm, both Mindong and Gu Beiying appeared as if facing a formidable foe. Thus, Zhanxi was completely unaware of the events occurring within the Jinhua Hall. However, when she received the list for the trial in the secret realm of Liar Country, she couldn't help but feel perplexed. Mu Qingxiao. Chapter 69. Unmovable. Zhanxi took a step back. I shall choose last. Please, esteemed brothers, go ahead. She could not seize Mu Qingxiao's opportunity, lest the original world issue a warning. Therefore Zhuanlingzi kept his word, and as soon as he exited the armory, he headed straight for Jinhua Hall. Within Jinhua Hall, several fellow disciples were gathered, deliberating the matter of the journey to the secret realm of Liar Country. Chapter 71. The Fairy Wand. Zhanxi initially thought that since she had not succeeded in drawing a magical artifact from the armory, the matter would come to a close. Yet unexpectedly, the handsome Xiaoyang Junren. Zhanxi weighed the item in her hand. It was indeed much lighter than the previous iron rod. This is an intermediate magical artifact. If the junior sister finds it unsatisfactory, the remaining sticks in the building will. Chapter 73. The Kingdom of Lier. The Kingdom of Lier is situated in the southernmost part of the map of Duzhou, an island upon the Western Sea. This island, being self-governing, is named for its resemblance to a human ear. Indeed, the merchant chuckled, for the cultivators in the sect often enjoy handling a few, as winning is considered auspicious, bringing joy when venturing into the secret realms. Upon seeing this, several elders. Chapter 75. Provocation. Mu Qingxiao stood protectively in front of Tian Fangfang. Junior brother? Tian Fangfang was taken aback, as Mu Qingxiao was typically solitary and reticent, rarely engaging. The sudden appearance of an uninvited guest ignited the ire of the Qi Hua sect once more. Meanwhile, Tian Fangfang inquired, Uncle Master, what brings you here? Gu Beiying cast a glance at Zhanxi, who was perplexed. He heard him say, the Panhua staff carries a purifying incantation that wards off evil spirits. As Yang Zhanxi approached him, the talisman proved effective against the demonic insects. Chapter 78. The first team building. Zhanxi fixated on him, remarking, Uncle Master, your competitive spirit is quite fierce. This youth resembled a defiant wolf cub. Whoever provoked him would surely face his wrath. Ultimately, everyone from the Tai Yin sect attended. For leaving Meng Ying alone at the inn would make it appear as though they were ostracizing her. Chapter 80. The statue do not speak such nonsense, Tian Fongfong chided, shoving an ear of roasted corn into his mouth. How can you curse our little master uncle like that? Upon reflection, how many of us have had the fortune to encounter a celestial maiden? Do you know what a mermaid is like? Mendong inquired curiously. Zhanxi paused momentarily and replied, the mermaid I am familiar with is a young lady. Chapter 82. The demon mermaid. Two individuals entered from outside. A man and a woman. The man was Zhanxi, whom Bai Ri had encountered at the gambling house. He was the blue-clad young master who relished in misfortune and loved to speak derisively. The demon mermaid? Mendong had recently heard Zhanxi's tale and was still deeply impressed. He asked, is it the mermaid that caused trouble in the Air Kingdom 40 years ago? Chapter 84. The search for the demon. 40 years prior, the realms of humans and demons had not yet plunged into warfare, and the three realms enjoyed a semblance of peace. Although the Air Kingdom harbored a secret realm, the abundant spiritual energy in dojo rendered such a place unremarkable. The people from Qihua sect listened to the flattery and gratitude of the kingdom's ruler for a while, and in conclusion, the ruler said, since you have all decided to jointly subdue the demons, it would be prudent to stay within the palace tonight. Chapter 86. The archives from 40 years ago. The following morning, when Zhanxi awoke, the sun had already risen. The Air Kingdom, located in the south, experienced long days and short nights. As Zhanxi sat up from the bed, he noticed. Imitation? Gu Beiying glanced at Zhanxi. Indeed. The events of that time were quite significant. The people of the Air Kingdom were well aware. Perhaps there are individuals, or perhaps beings of a different nature, who observe. Chapter 88. Together in slumber the daylight hours slipped away swiftly, and nightfall arrived in the blink of an eye. Zhanxi perused the documents sent by the maid repeatedly, yet found no fruitful insights. The tea within the pot had long since grown cold. Zhanxi poured 2 cups for Mendong and Tian Fongfong, who were parched after a day of toil. Without further ado, the following day, Zhanxi was roused from her slumber by the gentle patting of Mimi. The plump white cat traversed across her chest, leaving behind 4 gray paw prints, its tail swaying gracefully as it brushed against her. Chapter 91. The Emperor of Shengning Zhanxi and Gu Beiying exchanged a glance, both feeling a twinge of discomfort. After all, the task of compiling flattering booklets extolling the virtues of the former sovereign held little significance. Zhanxi glanced up at the bookshelf where Mimi sat, its chubby visage leisurely gnawing at its tail. Chapter 93. Spouses. Gu Beiying let out a muffled grunt, remaining reclined for a considerable time. The room was enveloped in silence. Zhanxi propped herself up from Gu Beiying's chest, and upon looking up, she beheld. Such unabashed praise made Zhanxi's teeth ache slightly, and she found herself puzzled, inquiring, could it be that the former sovereign possessed no flaws? Princess Liju. Chapter 95. The secrets of Yin-Yang, a pure Yin body? Zhanxi questioned. This creature specifically targets women of pure Yin constitution. Could it be that this enhances its demonic power? This is indeed unheard of. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and the maid stepped forward, coming to the side of Princess Zhu, whispering, Your Highness, just now, Gu Xianchang sent a message, inquiring about your birthday. Chapter 97. The result. Tian Fongfong assisted Mu Xingxiao in unwrapping the gauze robe from his shoulder, revealing a deep bite mark, approximately the length of a palm, sharp and crimson with blood. The sovereign of Liar Country was quite pleased. Chapter 99. The celebration banquet. This implies that the perpetrator must be a demon, yet the demonic aura appears to be gradually fading? Meng Ying inquired. It is not fading. Rather, it is concealing itself, Gu Beiying replied. Noticing the sympathetic gazes from Zhanxi and Tian Fongfong, Rongyu comforted. Nonetheless, it matters not. It is not only my senior brother. In fact, yesterday, we went with the Qihua sect to capture the Bishi. Chapter 101. The Demon Revealing Array. The Demon Revealing Array can only be crafted by a talisman master, and to become such a master demands exceptional spiritual talent. There are but a few talisman masters capable of creating a Demon Revealing Array in the Zhou continent. The youth possessed azure eyes as deep as the sea, his features exquisitely beautiful as if painted, holding a beguiling charm intertwined with an indefinable fragility. And his, did you deceive me? Rongyu's countenance suddenly darkened, the silver scales on his face appearing to darken ominously, his nails extending sharply in an instant, transforming into black claws. Chapter 104. Ainli, you know me? Ainli inquired, somewhat anxious. "Of course, I know you," Zhanxi replied. "Were it not for you, I would not have found myself in this predicament." Chapter 106. The Birth of Fate. Beyond the South Sea, there exists a race of merfolk, dwelling in the water as fish do, tirelessly weaving and crafting. Their tears, when shed, can transform into pearls. Heavenly is one such mermaid. Unlike others, the Serpent Witch clan exists beyond the realms, and it is said that their priestesses can bridge the human world and the celestial realm, fulfilling the desires of mortals. It is commonly believed that the tears of mermaids are the most priceless treasures in the world. Yet, Heavenly feels that even a multitude of his tears pales in comparison to a single drop from Princess Liju. Chapter 109. The End of Fate. The night outside the palace was filled with a chilling breeze. The scales on the mermaid's face darkened ominously, revealing an unsettling shade of black. Cultivators engaged in a fierce battle with him, while the mermaids enchanting. The savage waves halted abruptly upon encountering a silver ripple. This. Minging was momentarily stunned, countless surging. Observing the royal family's cryptic demeanor, Ing could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He had not forgotten the man's stipulation. The secret realm of the Lear Kingdom opens once every decade. Chapter 112. The conclusion of the tale. The remnants of the situation lay bare before everyone, unmasked and evident. What mere folk, the black mist has entirely dissipated, leaving only the cold, desolate night and the distant sound of the tides from the western sea. If we don't collect it, it would be a missed opportunity, Tian Fongfong asserted with conviction. Those materials are of excellent quality, especially the two orbs belonging to Emperor Shengning. If taken to the Golden Painting Pavilion, they would be worth at least. Chapter 114. Mount Wudong. The secret realm of the Lear Kingdom is not quite as Zhanxi had imagined. Although it is a place filled with peril and the unknown, it resembles more of a scenic area. It could be considered the last moment of peaceful coexistence before Mount Wudong. As Zhanxi approached the lakeside, she realized the water here was crystal clear, as transparent as the air itself, revealing. Chapter 116. Celestial Song Vine. She extracted the essence of the silver chestnut from the underground royal tomb. Not for any particular reason, but simply to ensure that the beautiful merfolk would not live a life where her beloved could not remember her name. After satiating themselves with melons and grilled fish, the group prepared to continue their journey. As Mu Xingxiao departed, he plucked all the beautifying herbs by the mirror lake and stowed them in his bag of holding. Chapter 118. Golden Flower Tiger. I believe we have arrived at Mount Wudong. Nie Xinghong unfurled her fan. The mountain holds its own opportunities. We need not continue together. Let us part ways here. Even Mindun was unaware, indicating that the flower must be quite rare. Zhanxi tugged at his sleeve and said, "Let us depart." "Depart?" Mindun exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 120. Tiger's Den. Tan Tianxin murmured, "Golden Flower Tiger. How could there be a golden flower tiger here?" Jinhua? A stirring within Zhanxi's heart occurred as she reflected on her past choices. Had she opted for a wolf-toothed club instead, the outcome might have been drastically different. The sound of the wind howled around her. The tiger's den was deep and elongated, shrouded in darkness. Yet, at this moment, her priority was to find a way out. Zhanxi meticulously traversed the entirety of the stone chamber, feeling every inch of the walls and floor, even illuminating her surroundings with a light. Suddenly, a layer of azure luminescence emerged on the walls of the chamber, floating ethereally. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the light emanated from the ceiling, cascading downwards. "Yang Zhanxi." The call resonating from her ear jolted her from slumber, causing the vibrant clouds, flowering trees, and the figures of both man and woman to vanish. Gu Beiyin was half. Beside the window stood a wooden table and chair, crafted from timber, with a stone vase atop the table, in which a solitary tuft of foxtail grass stood, remarkably. Gu Beiyin turned his gaze towards Zhanxi. She adorned his pristine white robe. A lake green ribbon akin to a willow entwined at her waist, her long hair, cascading down her back, unrestrained. Zhanxi once believed that even if Gu Beiyin were to pierce the heavens one day, he would maintain an indifferent demeanor. Yet, at times, she felt. Earlier, she had failed to recognize the blossoming tree, but now she discerned that this flowering tree resembled the one in Gu Beiying's carefree palace, which bloomed in winter. The figure in the painting is extraordinarily beautiful. The dim light of the thatched cottage, under the reflection of this enchanting portrait, seems to emit a lustrous glow akin to that of pearls. This woman, with her delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, smiles softly. He turned his head to gaze at the portrait of the beauty hanging on the wall, where she continued to hold a flower and smile gently. resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth amidst the shadows of the room. He approached the portrait, letting his fingertips glide over the paper. Chapter 131, Gutsayu. His fingertips brushed against the soft petals, as if in a void. He gathered a fragment of a dream. This dream swiftly magnified, and Zhanxi heard the urgent voice of the Qinghua fairy. He reserved the smaller room for himself, while the larger one was designated for the Qinghua fairy, although she had never once occupied it. Here, it seemed as if the pair of lovebirds, neither competing nor flying apart, they would drink and peck together, never to be separated. Even in death and rebirth, they must remain together. He spoke eloquently, the pair of love flowers and the pair of wings. Chapter 134, Heritage. Zhanxi extended the flower in his hand to the Qinghua fairy. She accepted it, lowering her gaze to the pair of love flowers resting on her fingertips. This scene echoed the moments spent in the secret realm of yore. Time passed, and the golden waves gradually receded. The overwhelming sensation began to slow. The last trace of writing withdrew from his consciousness, and Zhanxi opened his eyes. Chapter 136, The Pain of Separation. Gutsayu's cultivation was profound, a fact the Qinghua fairy was unaware of at the time. But had not the Demon King already turned to ashes? As Zhanxi pondered, it had been 2 decades since the great war between the demon and human clans, following the demise of the Demon King, which left the demon forces gravely weakened. Chapter 139, Rainy Night. Zhanxi hesitated, contemplating how to persuade the sorrowful youth to depart swiftly, when Gu Beiying suddenly seized her arm and dashed towards the door, exclaiming, "Let us go." "Master Uncle," Zhanxi addressed him, "please come and sit for a moment." Gu Beiying gazed at the rain outside the cave. "There are illumination talismans." The illumination talismans only. Chapter 141, Unexpected Encounter. The group finally converged before the cave. Dong Dong rushed over, inspecting Gu Beiying from head to toe, asking, "Master Uncle, are you all right?" Ming Ying and Mu Xingxiu also chose not to proceed further. Zhanxi inquired, "What is the matter?" As she stepped forward, the thicket ahead led to the kingdom of Li-Er. Chapter 143, Wufan City. The teleportation array came to a halt. Before anyone could take the first step, the disoriented Mimi had already leapt out. Zhanxi called out. Optical illusions in such geographical conditions were not impossible. After traveling for so long, we had yet to spot a single silhouette, nor had we seen any camels. Chapter 145, Su Donyang. Upon hearing this, Donyang chuckled, walking over to Tian Fong and whispering, "It's all right, brother Tian, I will assist you. Little doozy." At that moment, Donyang, having received a portion of gold and silver, also planned to depart from this place. At that time, Donyang was still a young girl. Tian Fong encouraged her to remain in this place. Chapter 147, Su Fu. A middle-aged man entered from outside. This man was tall, clad in a brown robe, and wore black boots. Around his neck hung a string of red beads. Some cultivators offered a handsome price to take Meng Dong away, but Meng Dong's parents firmly refused to sell their son. Eventually, the offers from outside continued to escalate. Chapter 149, The Zhanxi Society. As dusk gradually descended, oil lamps were lit in the earthen house. Dressed in splendid attire, Donyang and Su Fu emerged from the inner room. The ground was adorned with wooden stakes arranged in various patterns, their tips sharpened. As a contest ensued to see who could navigate through the pointed formations first. The loser would have to drink a large bowl of wine, while the victor. Chapter 151, The Saintess. Young lady, could I trouble you for a favor? Zhanxi observed the other person, who was also dressed in finery, their robe embellished with vibrant red and green patterns. Who do you think you are? The young man, already brimming with youthful exuberance, was provoked from his earlier polite demeanor and rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a fight. Chapter 153, The Wish. Those favored by the divine serpent shall have their wishes fulfilled tonight. Upon seeing that Zhanxi and the others appeared skeptical, Donyang hastily urged, "Esteemed immortals, do not doubt." Thus, a decision was reached. Tian Fong felt a twinge of embarrassment and, taking advantage of Su Fu and the others stepping outside, stealthily inquired of Gu Beiying, "Master Uncle, how can we seize?" Chapter 155, Empty City. Meng Ying was the second to rush out. As Tian Fong produced the fire-wolf tooth from her bosom, illuminating the room with a flicker of light. The fire-wolf tooth, a treasure of the fire element, was wielded by Tian. Zhanxi's gaze traversed between the two, her mind evidently pondering. Subsequently, Gu Beiying placed a hand upon the palace door handle and forcefully pushed the door open. Chapter 157, Princess Carrie. With Zhanxi's words, the subsequent murals became remarkably comprehensible. The following paintings seemed to corroborate Zhanxi's assertions. The sand beneath their feet surged increasingly faster, rising beyond their ankles, while the ground inclined perilously, causing them to wobble as they ran. Under ordinary circumstances, this would naturally. Chapter 159, Shun Woman. The wind swept through, causing the Biyua trees outside the palace to rustle softly, akin to thousands of fiery phoenixes preparing to take flight, infusing the desolate courtyard with splashes of vibrant color. The veil had been lifted, revealing a delicate nose and full, petal-like crimson lips. This woman was draped in a gossamer golden gown, the sheer fabric clinging to her form, outlining. Chapter 161, Shun Scene. Zhanxi emerged from the shadows, advancing until she stood before the Shun woman, who gazed at her incredulously and exclaimed, "How did you come out?" "Indeed, young master, what troubles you?" inquired the young maid. Tian Fangfang pondered for a moment, sensing an underlying disquiet, yet unable to discern its source. Chapter 163, The ring of the heart resounds within the confines of the chamber, silvery gunlight intertwined with the azure gust of the staff, erupting into a dazzling array of colors. The woman leapt forward, her azure staff swirling, layer upon layer. Gu Beiying furrowed her brow slightly. "Is this the reason you were unaffected by the illusion?" "I presume so," Zhanxi replied. Zhanxi frowned. "You wish for me to flee?" The merman's scales could not endure for long, and Gu Beiying spoke for herself. "I lack spiritual energy and cannot depart." Chapter 166. A startling revelation on the stove within the room. Hot water was being boiled. A man entered from outside, retrieving an oiled paper package from his bosom, revealing freshly steamed brown sugar cake, still warm. Tian Fangfang remained motionless, after a prolonged attempt to elicit a response. Finally, Mindong summoned his courage and slapped Tian Fangfang across the face, exclaiming, "Senior brother Tian." Chapter 168. The final trial. The scent of blood invaded the nostrils, accompanied by a damp, musty aroma that provoked intrigue. Mu Xingxiao gripped the god-slaying blade at his side, gazing at the figure holding a broken branch, grinning at him. Yang Zhanxi. Gu Beiying was a tempest of anger and astonishment. Too late. The mermaid regarded the collapsed Zhanxi with a faint smile. This is mirror shadow, capable of peering into. Chapter 170. Withered trees blossom. The wind whispered through. The air filled solely with the subdued sobs of damselflies. The delicate nails of the siren gently grazed the gems embedded in the serpent staff, producing a sharp, grating sound. The ornate staff had been cleaved in two. One fragment had turned to dust, while the other was firmly grasped in Zhanxi's hand. Originally, it was a rod forged of iron, its body a deep, obsidian black. Chapter 172. The serpent sorceress's response. "I see nothing." "See nothing?" Tian Fangfang uttered in bewilderment. "What is it that we are meant to see?" The serpent sorceress gazed silently at Zhanxi. Chapter 173. The treasure map, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Zhanxi opened her eyes to find the day already bright. Beneath her lay a soft, peach-pink mattress, and the room was infused with the familiar scent of magnolia. Following the encounter with the demon of the Ear Nation, the secret realm had opened, allowing disciples from various sects to enter together. However, Zhanxi and her companions had inadvertently roused the golden flower tiger and found themselves trapped within the Wudong mountain, caught in a twist of fate. Chapter 175. The second bell tolls. Gu Beiying fled in disarray. His hasty departure led Zhanxi to question whether she had misspoken, yet her immediate concern was far from that. The next day dawned clear and bright. The seasons in Gufeng Mountain were distinct, as early spring arrived. It seemed as though the heavy snow on the mountains had melted overnight, revealing a tapestry of varying depths. Zhanxi could hear the rapid thumping of her own heart, each pulse urgent and strong. She murmured, "Did you not say that the illusion?" Chapter 178. The heartbroken junior master. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the intricately carved lid of the wooden chest. Mimi licked her paw, reclining amidst the silken fabrics, her eyes half closed as she observed the person seated on the ground. Since Mu Chengxiao's arrival at the Taiyan sect, he had traversed the Li'er kingdom, ventured into secret realms, and encountered the snake sorcerer in Wufanqing. With each place he visited, according to his inherent fortune. Moreover, that imposing Gu Beiying stormed into the Miaokong Hall, while Zhu and Lingzi had gone to play chess with the Moonlight Taoist, leaving the hall deserted. Upon reaching the backyard, he had just stepped into the courtyard. Chapter 181. The Shura the green wine in the painted golden tower was sweet and refreshing. The hue of the wine was a lovely pale jade, served in a porcelain cup of pristine white, glistening like a spring day's embrace. Upon hearing the name of her beloved disciple, Yueqin's brows furrowed in concern. What has happened to Mengying? Humph. Zhu and Lingzi huffed lightly. You yourself are often so rigid. Chapter 183. Truth or dare. The atmosphere at the table grew somewhat stagnant. To be precise, it was not just at the table. The gazes of the surrounding disciples had converged upon this matter. The instigator, upon hearing the words, Zhanxi could not help but chuckle softly, thinking to herself how asking such an obvious question was indeed a waste of opportunity. After all, Gu Beiying was currently youthful and impetuous, and Chapter 186. The kiss. The night was enveloped in tranquil silence. The distant revelry was softened by the breeze, becoming mere background noise, while in the mountains of Gu Feng, wild birds nestled within the dense woods, whispering their low, dreamlike murmurs. Chapter 188. Companionship. A night of restful slumber. Yueqin gazed at the crowd. Previously, during your training in Liu Kingdom and Wufan City, you all interacted quite harmoniously and reaped considerable rewards. This time, as we embark on this journey together once more, it can be deemed familiar. Chapter 190. The pact with you. The snowfields stretched endlessly. The biting wind and snow swept in from afar, cutting against faces like a blade. The two pink lotus flowers in Mendong's hairpin were blown askew. The crowd murmured. Mendong exclaimed in anger, do not. Chapter 192. The self-cultivation of a clown. Come quickly. We have discovered the sacred tree. Zhanxi approached them, standing at the precipice, gazing down in unison with the others. From our vantage point, the tree appeared colossal, adorned with numerous spiritual artifacts, broken ones and exquisite ones alike, indicating they were likely not left by the same group. I shall keep you company. Sure, Shu. Mendong looked at the spiritual artifacts upon the giant tree. I can sense an abundance of spiritual energy beneath the roots, yet, here. Chapter 195. The sword tomb. The seal upon oneself has been unraveled. The crowd approached the seal, their expressions grave as they beheld the immense tree. On the surface, this tree appeared unremarkable. It must be the remnants left by the cultivators who entered this place. Gu Beiying stared intently at the surrounding cavern walls. Cultivators? Mendong turned to glance around. What on earth? What transpired during this time that plunged him into such despair, robbing him of the courage to continue living? As Mengying's voice suddenly echoed, the narrative unfolded. Chapter 198. The malevolent sword. Do not draw the sword. The inscriptions on the cave wall were crooked and distorted, seemingly etched with great force born from extreme fear. A chill coursed through Zhanxi's heart as she instinctively raised her gaze towards Mengying. It was likely that the disciples of the Huanyang sect, upon arriving at this location, witnessed the cultivator named Zhanxi draw this sword, resulting in a surge of primordial energy that ultimately consumed his mind, leading to the slaughter of his companions. Chapter 200. Carefree. The warm glow of the illumination talisman gradually faded, bringing clarity to the surroundings. The morning mist, entwined with the cold dew of the night, slowly unfurled between heaven and earth. In the courtyard, a crisp sound resonated as Chai Sang stumbled towards the general's mansion. However, the general's son, brimming with arrogance, pointed at him and scoffed. Did I kill your daughter? Who witnessed it? Is there any evidence? Chapter 202. The weeping spirit of the sword. In the hazy memories shrouded in gray mist, a beam of light suddenly emerged, illuminating Chai Sang's face. This light felt like a glimmer of hope in a moment of despair, reviving the artisan's spirit. Memories seemed to linger here unchanged, white snow, crimson flames. The artisan with white iron, and sparks flying amidst blood that poured forth like bowls of crimson, clanging relentlessly. Chapter 204. The fruit of the holy tree. The radiance enveloping the Wuyo sword dimmed, and the seal was broken. Gu Beiying rushed in, and Tian Fangfang called out, Junior sister, how are you? When the sword tomb collapsed moments ago, a mysterious crack briefly appeared and just as inexplicably vanished. Gu Beiying hurriedly approached, embroidering. Chapter 206. The stay of the grass. Several green ants were lifted by the axe, suddenly torn from the ground. The ants momentarily appeared bewildered, hesitating for a while before following the axe. The Qiankuan bag predominantly belonged to cultivators, and with so many cultivators perishing here, it is evident how perilous this place is. Merely shattering these flowers may not suffice as a solution. Chapter 208. Suspicion. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Gu Beiying supported Zhanxi's back, shielding her in his embrace, the silver spear in his hand quivering, emitting a faint ringing. Zhanxi watched in disbelief as the fervor in Mute Xingxiao's eyes swiftly dissipated, his expression gradually becoming clear, though his face and neck remained alarmingly flushed. This time it was not. Chapter 210. The Supreme Heart Sutra. It has been 10 days since their return from the treasure site. Those 10 days seemed to pass swiftly. Zhanxi and her companions had ventured to seek the sacred fruit, and the disciples within the sect. The library pavilion remained desolate today. Unlike the martial arts hall, which was perpetually bustling, the library pavilion was as silent as a forsaken edifice. It is no wonder this place is so empty. Chapter 212. The Demon King's seal. The persimmon tree in the Miaokong courtyard has blossomed. The flowers are but tiny specks of tender yellow, lacking the refreshing allure of pear blossoms and the vibrant charm of peach blossoms, nestled among the foliage. The Moonlight Elder, advanced in years and adhering to principles of health preservation, shares a palate similar to that of the lesser Yang sage. The fare within the hall is exceedingly bland. Even the confections are devoid of sugar. This taste. Chapter 214. Birthday. A breeze arose on the mountain that night, rustling the leaves, casting the shadows of the persimmon tree's branches upon the ground, transforming the moonlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. Gu Beiying paused for a moment, then inexplicably remarked, "Nonsense. Do you actually like it? If you were to encounter a demon, would you simply capture and slay it?" Chapter 216. Gift. Dong Dong's ramblings to Mu Xingxiao were spoken without intent, yet the listener was attentive. It remains uncertain whether Mu Xingxiao absorbed the words, but Gu Beiying certainly did. Her gaze lingered on the strands of hair, too mundane. Jean Feitsue swallowed her coarse words, addressing the beauty. Chapter 218. Hairpin. Ever since that night, when Gu Beiying delivered the Wuyo staff, Zhanxi had not caught sight of her for quite some time. Hong Su sat on a stool, her face marked by concern. That night, rain began to fall. Chapter 220. Ghost Flower. A disciple, cradling a flower pot, passed by, and upon glancing over, one could see the swaying branches of blossoms. The petals were ethereal and vivid, their hues so strikingly brilliant they seemed almost unreal. You arrive in my courtyard late at night. Surely it is not merely for this. Chapter 222. Gifts. The disturbances caused by the demon clan in the human realm have grown increasingly pronounced. The peaks of Gufeng Mountain have become bustling with activity, as disciples hasten their cultivation to elevate their prowess, while the elders are even more engaged. He has always been one to speak contrary to his true feelings. Zhanxi has long understood this and is not perturbed. The red-haired figure smiled brightly, remarking on the exquisite nature of the feast, reminiscent of the grand celebrations held for the young lady's birthday in the past. Chapter 224. Zhanzhan. This night is more lively than usual. The tension that has hung over Gufeng Mountain for the past month seems to have dissipated considerably, perhaps due to the revelry taking place on the Duoluo platform. Chapter 226. Massacre. The night is already quite deep. The night in Pingyang Town remains as tranquil as ever. The vast plains of Dojo experience a constant shift between sun and rain. In the pitch-black forest, the rain falls incessantly, while the cave flickers with light. Chapter 228. Against the enemy. The flames in the hall flicker precariously in the gusts of wind, yet the green staff stands resolute, like newly fallen snow, infused with a piercing chill and vitality as it meets the oncoming sword's edge. In an instant, a cacophony of screams erupts across the mountains and fields. Zhanxi clutched her head in anguish. For a fleeting moment, a profound sense of fury surged from her heart, where a once compliant spirit now lay. Chapter 230. The 10,000 Kill Formation. Ritual of the 10,000 Kill Formation. The sect leader. Mingying suddenly turned her gaze to Master Xiaoyang. Xianlingzi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Master, think carefully." How utterly cruel. In the night sky, a piercing scream of a beast suddenly echoed, and a large white cat darted into the pillar of divine fire. What could that be? Chapter 232. Has he awoken? Fu Rongluo was taken aback. It is the soul transference technique. Rong Shuang's expression changed dramatically as she gazed at Master Xiaoyang, her eyes betraying her anger. Master Xiaoyang. Rong Shuang turned to him, her tone laden with significance. Do you truly intend to remain a mere spectator? Master Xiaoyang looked at Gu Beiying, remaining silent for a long moment. Chapter 234. The Haunting Spirit. The brilliance of the divine fire pillar was blinding. In an instant, the surroundings plunged back into darkness. The cacophony of voices and the clashing sound of swords echoed from Mount Gufeng. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted in the sky, illuminating the rainy night as brightly as day. The rain intensified, pounding into the muddy ground, splashing droplets everywhere. Chapter 236, Abyss of Extreme Ice. The ice and snow had solidified, sealing the entire mountain range. The abyss of extreme ice was deep and extensive, the mountain peak resembling a crystalline sword thrusting into the heavens, while the bottomless chasm at its foot. And now, that flower had vanished, completely gone, without a trace. Was it due to the influence of the owl origin pearl? Zhanxi pondered in a daze. Chapter 238, The Demon Empress. Who are you? The ice abyss extended infinitely, with no visible end above or below. Within the boundless mountain belly, four figures emerged. Zhanxi remained silent. Originally, there should have been no connection. Had she not pulled Lu Yunxin back then, she would have fallen into the ravine instead. Chapter 240, 5 Thunder Platform. In the depths of the extreme ice abyss, a bone-chilling cold emanated from the abyss, intensifying as one ascended, rendering spoken words brittle in the frigid air. Zhanxi glanced at her head. A flicker of compassion crossed Jing's eyes. It is often said that the ways of heaven are capricious, fraught with traps. And indeed it proved true. Back then, I believed sealing your demonic bloodline and hiding you away would suffice. The Demon Clan and young Zhanxi were akin to two entirely unrelated threads. When departing from Leo country, she would rather harm her own cultivation than allow the merman to take possession of her too. Chapter 243, Death Tidings. The ice abyss grew even colder as night fell. In the extreme ice abyss, the exit appeared endless, where day and night could not be distinguished by the rise and fall of the sun and moon. Zhanxi seemed to have no habit of laziness. Or perhaps it was the relentless chill of the extreme ice abyss. In such a place, it was better to rise and move one's limbs than to sleep for another moment. Chapter 245, The Emergence of the Qin Insect. The rain fell like smoke, obscuring everything between heaven and earth. Only the figure of the true person remained ethereal, as always, cold and composed. The sect leader? Gu Beiying furrowed his brow. The ice abyss was enveloped in a deathly silence, where even the outlines of statues against the icy walls were barely discernible. Zhanxi's shadow had completely vanished. The place where she once Saturday. Chapter 247, Awakening of the Bloodline. Awakened? A surge of joy welled up in Jing's heart. Perhaps the power of the abyss of extreme ice has intensified beyond measure, or it could be that the demonic essence within her has. In an instant, a plethora of dense golden characters emerged from the tattered tome, seemingly animated, all soaring into the Zhanxi's core, merging. One disciple interjected at an opportune moment. Such a thunder tribulation, even those of the great ascension might find insurmountable. Should one fail to transcend, the magnitude of this thunderstorm could be perilous. Chapter 250, Blackstone City. Even in daylight, Blackstone City exudes an eerie atmosphere. Amidst the vast mountainous terrain, black, grotesque rocks protrude sharply, intertwining in layers. A glance reveals, unlike the human race, mortal women endure a harrowing 10-month gestation fraught with peril, teetering on the brink of death as they approach the gates of the underworld to give birth. For months, the abdomen swells, impossible to conceal. Chapter 252, 2 years later in Blackstone City, such vibrant days had not graced the realm for quite some time. As dusk fell, all members of the demon race emerged en masse, illuminating the cavern entrance with ethereal, ghostly flames. You youthful ones often take the tales of romance as truth, believing in eternal bonds and the notion of life and death pledged to one another, all merely fanciful fabrications. Chapter 254, Good news. After the addition of 6 favored consorts to the Hall of Chaos, the atmosphere indeed became lively. In the palace, Shui Jun excavated a pool, filling it with a crystalline lake, its waters utterly pristine. Zhanxi hesitated momentarily before voicing the question that had long resided in her heart. What of my father? Bujiang turned away, gently sweeping her sleeve. Chapter 256, The Last Page. Gu Beiying? Zhanxi was taken aback and quickly turned to Bujiang, asking urgently, is this true? 2 years prior, she had been wronged by Gui Yansheng, driven into a corner by the cultivation world. To be honest, she harbored a strong desire to visit Yu Mountain. Chapter 258, The Black Dragon Fish. Once the decision to journey to Yu Mountain was made, the entire Haishi city became bustling with activity. Though the undertaking seemed simple in theory, it was fraught with the peril of navigating between the Demon Extermination Army and Gui Yansheng. Yu Mountain lay on the far western edge of Dojo. On the map, it appeared diminutive, merely a speck, yet upon stepping onto its grounds, one felt. Chapter 260, Reunion, the soil spirit vanished by the water's edge. At that moment, apart from a discarded hat, nothing remained, and there were no signs of struggle. In an instant, countless blades hurtled towards Zhanxi. Before she could even discern their faces, the attack commenced. Zhanxi swiftly struck down the swords that flew toward her. Chapter 262. A chaotic encounter. The delicate songbirds sang, and the blossoms danced in the wind, as a youthful figure clad in white wielded a silver spear, surpassing the beauty of spring. 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. It felt as if their last meeting was merely yesterday. Little prince. The voice of Xiao Shuang echoed from behind. The demon cultivators have arrived. Zhanxi cast a glance. Chapter 264. See who the imminent battle has reached a standstill. The speaker was Qiangyang, the matriarch of the Si-Nu clan. She glanced at Zhanxi and then lowered her gaze, saying, "The creature you described, covered in a viscous green substance, must be here." Chapter 266. Hand in hand, the forest was tranquil. The large white bird overhead had quietly descended into the underbrush, cautiously observing the standoff among the people in the mountains. The leopard flicked its tail. The interior and exterior of Yuga Mountain are markedly different. The inner mountain is less densely forested than the outer, and a thin layer of snow blankets the summit. It was evening, and the sunset glowed from afar. Chapter 268. Night conversations. In another room, Li Sisi gradually awoke from her slumber. "Senior sister." Pu Tao parted the gathered crowd and stepped forward, grasping her hand. The night in Yuga Mountain is even colder than that of Gufeng Mountain. Though it is evidently spring, it feels as wintry as ever. The winds on the mountain are fierce, unlike the gentle spring breeze. Chapter 270. The messenger of true love. A pale blue hairpin fell to the ground, resembling a hint of spring amidst the autumn hues, enticing and alluring to pick. Yet the person standing beneath the tree wore a cold expression, their demeanor inscrutable. The demon clan and the demon-slaying army. Chapter 272. The roots of affection. He did not respond. Outside the window, a bird chirped, its song dispersing in the wind, crisp and melodious, carrying a hint of refreshing coolness. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the child's hairpin, which resembled a blooming lotus in its delicate pink hue. His face bore traces of tears that had not yet dried, as if he were on the verge of expressing the grievances he had harbored in his heart for an extended period. Chapter 274. Playthings. That night, several residents of Sihu village found themselves unable to sleep. Early the next morning, Qiangnang and Yulang instructed their kin to deliver breakfast to everyone's quarters, awaiting their consumption. Lucian Temple was considerably smaller than most had envisioned. It appeared to have existed for a long time, with the wooden structures showing signs of age and decay. However, the small courtyard was meticulously tidied. Chapter 276. Xieji. Under the gaze of many, the youth appeared dazed, lost in thought, his expression unusually strained. Pu Tao's eyes were fixed intently on him. They reached the peak. Amidst the rolling sea of clouds, the white pagoda stood majestically. The absence of trees and flowers lent the place a sense of grandeur rather than tranquility as they gazed downward. Chapter 278. Judgment. The sunlight seemed to have turned cold. Thick clouds obscured the dawn's glow, rendering the morning dreary and chilly. The deceased Gao Quan still wore an expression of serenity. Zhanxi gazed upon the Xieji statue before the white pagoda. For reasons unknown, upon her first sight of the statue, an unsettling feeling arose within her, which persisted even now. Chapter 280. Entering the pagoda, it had been a full 2 years since emerging from the abyss of extreme ice, and Zhanxi faced such a formidable opponent for the first time. The stone sculpture indeed possessed an enchanting quality, as the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness. Zhanxi felt herself ensnared within an exceedingly confined space, one that was stifling, humid, and crowded. Chapter 282. The principle of no self. Outside the window, the rain continued to fall incessantly, while the puddles on the ground perpetually bore the same delicate ripples. The scent of medicinal herbs grew increasingly potent. On the couch sat a man, his breath faint. He was nearing death, surrounded by family in his final moments. The candlelight flickered gently before him, the wick. Chapter 284. Winter Jasmine. The winter jasmine in the courtyard had blossomed abundantly, adorned with golden flowers and silver stamens. The verdant vines clustered together. The man at the door possessed a handsome visage, his robe exquisitely crafted and resplendent, as he bowed his head. Ultimately, Zhanxi was unable to alter anything. The emperor, having sought enlightenment for many years, upon receiving news of the miraculous child, immediately summoned Zhanxi's naive young son to the palace. Alas for that. Chapter 286, The Good Man. As if struck by a plague, a sudden cacophony of kneeling arose beside her. A throng of people knelt before the monk, their eyes. Zhanxi was aware that she was not an intelligent person. She was dull-witted and obstinate, possessing no trace of wisdom when it came to matters of Buddhism. Thus, in each lifetime of trials, she approached them with utmost seriousness. Chapter 288, Tears of the Buddha. Why not let go? Zhanxi abruptly lifted her head. In the midst of silence, a voice suddenly pierced the stillness, sending a shiver down her spine. In the abyss-like darkness, the golden Buddha gazed quietly at Zhanxi. Then, as if a porcelain vase had suddenly cracked, from the crown of the golden Buddha to its feet, it began. Chapter 290, The Dual-Life Buddha Wheel. The last wisp of dark mist dissipated, and clarity emerged before my eyes. This was a solemnly hued Dharma hall, not particularly spacious, with delicately curved surroundings. The dual-life Buddha wheel? Zhanxi was taken aback. What could the dual-life Buddha wheel be? Ming Jing fixated intently on the Buddha wheel revolving in the palm of the skeleton, an expression of serene contemplation gracing her usually tranquil brow. Chapter 292, The Descent of Demons. The vast forest finally reached its conclusion. Not far away, thin wisps of smoke rose gently, accompanied by the incessant calls of chickens and ducks. At the edge of expansive farmlands, obscured, a woman cradled a golden-eyed infant, weeping softly upon the couch. Yet, Zhanxi understood that this newborn child must be the one birthed by Gue Yin. Chapter 294, The Birth of Hatred. The moonlight in the small village seemed not to have dispelled the summer's sweltering heat. A sticky humidity enveloped the air, clinging to the hearts of the people. The bamboo basket used for catching loaches. Xiao Chun and Gue Yin departed from the village. Chapter 296, Half-Demon. The past Mingming River bore no resemblance to the current Mingming River. The youth standing before the river lacked the subsequent malevolent aura at this moment. Zhanxi gazed at Gue Yin trailing behind the woman, letting out a heavy sigh. What are you sighing about? Gu Beiying shot her a glance. Do you not feel? Chapter 298, Shura. From paradise to purgatory, the taste of great joy and profound sorrow in this world are no more than this. Gue Yinxing stood motionless like a wooden puppet, his face ashen, whispering, I. Deep within the dense forest, a raven suddenly took flight. Its outstretched wings resembling a pitch-black cage, enveloping the surroundings in suffocating darkness. Xiaochun, in her quest to help Gue Yinxing cross the river. Chapter 300. A choice to begin a new heaven and earth seemed to transform into a circular prison, manipulated at the whims of a colossal beast. The ground trembled violently, and Zhanxi and Gu Beiying felt as though the world was spinning around them, the sound of chaos ringing in their ears. Within the five-ring pagoda, an earth-shattering roar erupted. A ferocious surge of elemental force burst forth, instantly sending those stationed before the tower flying. Even the beast in front of the tower. Chapter 302. The shattered heart bell. The wind swept through the dense forest, its gentleness palpable as it reached the two individuals. The pale-faced maiden gazed at the person before her, her voice as light and cheerful as it had always been. The entire Yuga mountain trembled. From the Buddhist pagoda, a relentless gale surged forth, imbued with a fiery essence, leaving only desolation in its wake. Chapter 304. The favored concubine. The great lion galloped through the expansive woodland like a silver bolt of lightning. On its broad back, Gu Beiying tightened his embrace around the one he held. In the dimly lit hall, Hu Jiang sat high upon his throne, observing the people below. The young prince's demonic essence was damaged, yet he bore no significant injuries. The plague had just been examined. Chapter 306. The figure. A favored concubine? Gu Beiying was momentarily taken aback. The woman seated upon the high platform smiled slightly, remarking on Gu Xiaoxian's evident nervousness, which seemed to reflect her feelings regarding our Blackstone city. Within the dimly lit halls of the Yaoming Palace, a figure clad in monk's robes sat quietly at the lower end of the high seat, fixated on the folds of his own garment. Chapter 308. 7 individuals. The rain upon the mountain of Blackstone City was notably colder than that which fell below. The raindrops cascaded at an angle, saturating the dark soil beneath, while above, a green paper umbrella provided shelter. The rainwater splattered against the robe, creating a tapestry of varying shades of dampness. Bu Jiang stepped forward, the green paper umbrella shielding Zhanxi from the moisture above. Chapter 310. The concubines. The atmosphere within the hall felt somewhat tense. Tian Fangfang cast a glance at the two afflicted by illness, then at the silent Gu Beiying. ultimately deciding to step forward to ease the tension with a smile. The occurrences within the Chaos Palace were entirely unknown to Zhanxi. The rain seemed to lessen as the mountain s. Chapter 312. Fated enemies inside the Yaoming Palace. Xiao Shuang, who awaited at the entrance, accepted the green umbrella from Bujiang's hands and opened it, placing it atop the long table. Bujiang guided Zhanxi to a soft couch, sitting down beside her. A cry for help? A woman's voice echoed within the palace. Icy and foreboding. What wrongs did this palace ever commit against him? In Blackstone City, he thrived as if he were a fish in water. Chapter 314. The sound of bells. The palace was brightly lit, while outside, the night rain fell incessantly. When Zhanxi awoke, the sky had already succumbed to darkness. In Blackstone City, nightfall arrived early, and Xiao Shuang from. The silence of the night was abruptly shattered. The ringtone accentuated the lingering rain outside. The youth stood amidst the myriad of lights, his gaze fixed upon Zhanxi at his waist. Chapter 316. Intentions. The wind softened, and the night rain grew bashful. He turned to face Zhanxi, disbelief evident in his eyes. What did you say? In the cave, silence lingered for a moment. After a while, Tian Fongfong chuckled. Nothing happened at all. He laughed heartily. I knew it. How could it be? Chapter 318. Qixi. Rong Chun followed closely behind. This youth had slain the malevolent cultivator who had harmed his entire family and saved Rong Chun. He neither spoke to her nor showed any intention of settling her down. The night market in Heixi City was exceedingly vibrant. The mountains of Heixi loomed darkly, the weather perpetually gloomy, hence. The demon clan favored adorning themselves in vivid hues. Chapter 320. The Lock of Harmonious Hearts. The stall owner continued to ardently persuade. Yet the gaze of the person beside him grew increasingly sharp. Zhanxi feared that this individual might provoke Gu Beiying, so the two remained in this light. Only the spring courtyard moon is affectionate, illuminating the fallen flowers for the separated ones. Zhanxi inquired, what does this mean? It doesn't sound like a favorable phrase. The literal meaning. Chapter 322. Affection. The cold wind swept down the mountain, rendering the already tranquil night even more desolate. In the darkness, someone persistently asked the person beside them over and over again. As the piercing gaze of the winter door scrutinized him, Zhanxi, typically composed, found himself slightly unsettled. Master Mingjing, is this statement truly genuine? He inquired, pondering the implications regarding the young prince. Amidst the gentle drizzle, he maintained his demeanor, taking a seat beside Zhanxi. Somewhat contemplatively. Chapter 326. Legends from a millennium past. Hong Su's comprehension of spiritual energy remained rather nebulous. She merely understood it to be a valuable entity. With spiritual energy, one could cultivate spiritual herbs and beasts, thereby allowing practitioners to achieve remarkable progress with minimal effort. Within the serene confines of Jinhua Palace, a hush prevailed. After a pause, Fu Ronghua hesitantly spoke. Xiaoyang, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that only the demon clan possesses the key to unlock? Chapter 328. The appointment. Xiao Shuang turned to Bujiang, asking, is your highness suggesting that you do not intend to acquiesce to their demands? Not exactly, Bujiang replied, resting his chin on his hand, casually observing the items on the table. On the day that Master Xiaoyang arrived in Heixi City, the streets were deserted. As throngs of the demon clan emerged from their lairs, congregating at the city gates to witness this esteemed figure. Chapter 330. Old affections. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Min Dong glanced at Bujiang, then at Master Xiaoyang. Unable to restrain himself from speaking, our master appears unchanged, does he not? It seems. After exiting the Yaoming Palace, several members of Tai Yin's sect lingered at the rear, engaging in discourse about the events that had just transpired within the hall. Chapter 332. The ruins of Jimin Minong murmured in surprise, realizing that the sect master had unexpectedly allied with. The actions of Blackstone City unfolded rapidly. Within just 2 days, an agreement was reached to journey together to the ruins of Jinmin with the demon clan. It wasn't that Jiang was impatient, but rather, it was due to the current state of dojo. Surroundings plunged into an abyss of darkness. This darkness resembled the primordial chaos before the creation of the world, where not a single sound could be heard, only a profound silence. Chapter 334. The sacrifice. The black waters became considerably gentler. At the far end of the desolate wilderness, thick fog gradually dispersed, slowly revealing the silhouette of a cliff. This cliff was remarkably perceptive. The unfamiliar female disciple from the Xiangling sect smiled gently, her features gradually morphing into that of a youthful face, with resplendent golden eyes and a vibrant robe. Chapter 336. Master Gu Zhanxi gazed at him in horror. Have you lost your mind? To offer yourself to the Xiaoyuan pearl, allowing it to refine you. Akin to the craftsman in the treasure site, the woman stood amidst the black wasteland, the long wind billowing her robes and dark hair. As the ethereal demonic power surged forth from her being like countless strands of mist, an overwhelming presence. Chapter 338. The Demon King Gu Ziyu? Before Zhanxi could utter a word, Jiang turned to the man before him, incredulously exclaiming, "Aren't you dead?" Upon hearing this, Zhanxi felt a stir of emotions within. The Demon King? Zhanxi was momentarily taken aback. She had never seen what the Demon King looked like. Although there are numerous miscellaneous writings regarding the ghost carving Tang in the state of Zhou, none contain illustrations. Chapter 340. The Ancient Qian Kuan Formation. The ghost carving Tang gazed at Gue Yanshang, seemingly searching for the shadow of another within the person before him. Yet, Gue Yanshang was drenched in blood, his body a gruesome sight. In the wilderness, the golden-eyed youth leaned against a stone wall, blood trickling down his forehead and face, cascading into his collar. No further actions were necessary. Chapter 342. The Appearance of the Heavenly Ladder. The formation was swiftly completed. This array belonged solely to the sects of cultivators, and the demon race could not enter. Suddenly, countless lights illuminated the wilderness. The vast expanse of the wilderness felt eerily empty. A man clad in blue stood face to face with a girl in green, as if they were reflections of one another in a mirror, each embodying a different aspect of themselves. Chapter 344. The Saint of Yushan. As they began their ascent, Tian Fongfong remarked, "I have heard it said that the old lord taught people to use a wooden drill on a diamond plate. After drilling for 47 years until the stone was penetrated, he finally attained enlightenment and ascended. How much longer must you linger here?" asked Xiaoyang Zhenrun in a calm voice, halting their advance. The Black Stone. Inscribed with the remnants of the Saint of Yushan. Chapter 346. The Chess of the Imperial Terrace. The fallen soldiering master, rumored to have appeared in the Hall of the Golden Gate ruins, must have visited this place as well, right? Tian Fongfong boldly exclaimed. It seems that. The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. Gu Bai's heart tightened, and as he took a step forward, a radiant glow emanated from Zhanxi. Chapter 348. The True Conclusion. They are all individuals who strive to mend the heavens. A millennium ago, cultivators sacrificed their own beings to restore the celestial dome. Yet it was ultimately not a sustainable path. Time. Had he known all along? Jiang suddenly cast a glance at Zhanxi, questioning her meaning. Beneath the vast expanse, at the end of the starry river, the woman remained silent, lost in contemplation. Chapter 350. Stars. A soft chuckle unexpectedly echoed through the grand hall. A disheveled young man in golden robes leaned against a divine pillar, his expression rife with mockery. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. In the night, countless twinkling lights illuminated the darkness, resembling tears of a celestial maiden cascading from the distant heavens. The enormous game board. Chapter 352. Each individual. By the banks of the Li River, egrets soared across the water's surface, leaving ripples in their wake. Upon the plum tree by the shore, the plums had ripened. After gathering and washing them, they were soaked in well water. Mu Xingxiao placed the basket of pastries on the table, hesitating before speaking. Senior Sister Meng. I bought these from the Huajin Tower during my descent. A few days prior, the Huajin Tower had opened. Chapter 354. Paper Crane. New disciples entering the sect must be assigned to dormitories, receive their garments, learn techniques, and obtain spiritual artifacts, all while being informed of important matters to note upon entry. Once these tasks were completed, night had already deepened. The entrance of Miaokong Hall stood desolate. Zuan Lingzi had yet to return from his stroll, and the young attendant within the hall was also absent. Tian Fongfong and Mu Xingxiao, after taking on new disciples, continued their arduous cultivation. Chapter 356. The Grand Conclusion. In the 5th year after the flood receded, all was tranquil in Dojo. The cities ravaged by the deluge bore no trace of their former devastation and the shattered trees. Gu Beiying ventured into the woodland desert. The arid expanse lay desolate and devoid of life. The once vibrant oasis transformed into a mirage, vanished into the dreams of travelers. Gu Beiying traversed many locales. Sometimes he found himself in a serene water town with quaint bridges, at other times in a mountain village wreathed in curling smoke, or in a small town cloaked in misty rain. At night, The city of Blackstone illuminated with a myriad of lights. The skeletal lanterns now boasted several hues beyond the emerald and azure, adding to their allure. Chapter 360. The Grand Conclusion. 5. Blackstone Mountain remained as quiet as ever. Yet, from its highest peaks, one could behold the bustling city below. Gazing downward, the lights. Chapter 361. Epilogue. Reunion. 1. The Yao Ming Palace was ablaze with light. In the spacious hall, a woman in a black robe scrutinized Zhanxi from head to toe, meticulously observing every detail, yet still found it hard to place. Chapter 362. Epilogue. Reunion. Someone had opened the door from outside. Jiang was astonished, wondering who it could be. Zhanxi paused in silence. It was an ordinary mortal girl without any cultivation. The palace was eerily quiet, and Zhanxi incredulously gazed at the figure before her. That was not part of my arrangement. Her ethereal soul has wandered in dojo for 5 years, having passed through an earlier moment. Chapter 364. Extra. Zhanxi, the return of the demon lord swiftly spread across the dojo continent. Haishi City celebrated for 100 days, and various sects sent congratulatory invitations, regardless of their true sentiments. The elders crowded together, eagerly expressing their longing for Zhanxi and the troubles brought to the sect by Gu Beiyin over the years. Just as Gu Beiyin was on the verge of losing her temper, the box contained a plethora of talismans, numbering in the hundreds. Zhanxi picked one up, and upon closer inspection, she was momentarily taken aback. A substitute talisman? Junior sister. Chapter 367. Extra. Spiritual cultivation. Recently, a renowned lake island in dojo called Luoxiao Weining has gained popularity. This island lies not far from Ergua, and since the spiritual energy in dojo has gradually restored the once desolate secret, this inn is quite expansive. It is not an ordinary tavern. It resembles a courtyard, sprawling over a vast area. The landlady guided Zhanxi and another into the courtyard. Zhanxi did not think much about her visit to Luoxiao Weining. She had previously shared a room with Gu Beiyin, and in the end, they merely slept separately. This person truly. Chapter 370. Extra. Hatching. The forest behind Gufeng Mountain has become increasingly dense. Since the restoration of spiritual energy in dojo, spiritual herbs and plants have thrived far better than before, with some hidden in deep caverns. Chapter 371. Easter egg. Modern segment. On a summer day, the afternoon sun blazed, and the air was thick with oppressive heat, enveloping one in a stifling embrace. Young Zhanxi was stocking up at the supermarket downstairs. As she was leaving, she noticed. Chapter 372. Extra. Flowers. Part 1. Bujiang x Mingjing. The first encounter between Mingjing and Bujiang took place on a rainy evening. Chapter 373. Extra. Flowers. Part 2. Bujiang x Mingjing. It was a year after Zijun arrived at Luquan Temple that he took action against Mingjing. A year is ample time for one to discern another's habits and vulnerabilities, yet an individual. Chapter 374. Extra. Flower Forest. Part 1. Bujiang x Xiaoyang. On the eastern mountains of Dojo lies a cave known as Shihua Cave. True to its name, Shihua Cave is home to countless extraordinary flowers and various mythical beasts. However, this mountain is treacherous. Chapter 375. Extra. Flower Forest. Part 2. Bujiang x Xiaoyang. A beauty akin to a venomous flower. The more exquisite her appearance, the more ferocious her nature. She wears a gentle smile, her words lighthearted, yet her actions are starkly ruthless, each move. Chapter 376. Extra. Flower Forest. Part 3. Bujiang x Xiaoyang. He could choose to end his own life. Yet the potency of the emotional flower rendered him incapable of resisting any action from the person before him, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Now, your people or. Chapter 377. Extra. Flower Seed. Part 1. Bujiang x Gui Diaotang. Bujiang has a deep affection for flowers. In the demon realm, aside from the Ghost King flower, there are scarcely any other blooms. On the Blackstone Mountain, the soil is peculiar, making it difficult for ordinary flowers and plants to thrive. Chapter 378. Side Story. Flower Seeds. Part 2. Gideotang disregarded Bujiang, meticulously scattering the flower seeds, as if certain that they would blossom. Bujiang pondered. Chapter 379. Side Story. The Sound of the Xiao. Part 1. Xinhua x Gutsayu. Before encountering Gutsayu, Xinhua had always been solitary. Among the Taiyin sect, she and Xiaoyang Jinren possessed the highest cultivation. Unfortunately, the revered Yushan sage took in 2 disciples. Chapter 380. Side Story. The Sound of the Shao, Part 2, Xinhua x Gu Tsayu. In the realm of cultivation, Xinhua was not particularly well liked. Though she was exceedingly beautiful and highly skilled, her aloofness surpassed even that of Xiaoyang Jinren. Chapter 381, Side Story, Ink and Water, Part 1. Gidiatang x Jiang Ru. Gidiatang was not fond of rainy days. Rainfall was a rarity in Blackstone City, and when it did rain, the demons preferred to seek refuge in caves. The world of mortals, however, was quite different. Ordinary people. Chapter 382, Side Story, Ink and Water, Part 2. Gidiatang x Jiang Ru. For several consecutive days, Jiang Ru did not come to seek him out. After all, she was a young lady with a delicate disposition, and given his icy demeanor, it was only natural for her to wish to avoid him.